General, you said feminism is neutral.
Here's what actually happened.
The foundation of all knowledge.
I'm really mad that
what difference does it make, right? What
Stop. Stop.
The deregulation of the industry is obviously going to cause more of that industry.
And to lubricate the trust connection between people until they have enough.
Yet we could still look at biological reality in determining who's a female, even if there are.
Why don't you denounce feminism the same way you're denouncing capitalism? If you don't...
For something to be objective, it needs to be verifiable. And you can't verify...
If I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong. You're promoting, right?
Ideology is the main thing of politics, right? This is my ideology.
So 2015, anyone go back and watch the footage? The first GOP debate.
Cool, Robert. Oh, dead? With a crowbar, you said.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah the Raging Tomato, bringing to you another live debate. If you only knew what kind of backroom talks we have before we get these shows started, you'd be surprised. I'm absolutely unhinged at the shit that these two gentlemen just confessed. But anyways, to the topic, is the big, beautiful bill doing more harm than good? Alex has the affirmative stance, and Misfit Patriot is here to defend in the other direction. Alex, would you like to begin with your opening statement, please?
Sure. So first, big thanks to Sarah for hosting and Misfit Patriot for joining. Let's get right into this. The big, beautiful bill is one of the worst pieces of legislation in American history, and I am not exaggerating. In short, it is designed to be a massive tax cut for the rich while fucking over the poor and middle class and also blowing up the deficit. Remember when people on the right used to care about deficit? Anyone who says they support this bill doesn't give a crap about deficit. So what do you get for adding extra $3.4 trillion to the deficit? That's right, $3.4 trillion will be added to the deficit according to the Congressional Budget Office. So here's what we get for this. So the top 1% received $975 billion in tax breaks. In addition, the wealthiest 1% receive an additional $211 billion in estate tax breaks. Large corporations get $918 billion tax breaks, and also the Pentagon is getting $150 billion, which is mostly welfare for defense contractors, since the Pentagon fails every single budget audit it has ever taken. Now, let's get into some of the downsides. The Congressional Budget Office estimated the bill would result in 11.8 million Americans losing health coverage under Medicaid. It also slashes subsidies for the Affordable Care Act, which hits the middle class. So a lot of people will lose their health insurance. Rural hospitals will receive $119 billion less in Medicaid funding, which will cause a lot of them to shut down. It is estimated that 300 rural hospitals will shut down immediately, and then a total of 700 later on as time goes on. A study at Yale estimates that with these cuts in healthcare, an extra 50,000 Americans will die every single year. 50,000 Americans will die every single year. In addition, this will also increase crime. Studies show that when people lose healthcare coverage, crime increases. When people are desperate, when people feel like there's no hope, when people are, just have no way of getting, being able to pay for medication, a lot of them resort to crime. So we're going to have also more crime. Lovely. Then we have massive cuts to solar energy, which will mean China will outcompete us in this very, very important technology. People who work in these sectors will lose their jobs, and of course, energy bills will become more expensive for families. According to a study, a family's energy bill will go up by $400 per year. Next, we got 18 million children will lose their school-provided meals, which have been shown, according to a bunch of studies, to improve education outcomes. The idea that when kids eat, when they're not starving, they can focus more and they get better grades and they act up less, and just all kinds of good things happen when kids are not hungry. This bill would also allow for millions of acres of public lands to be sold to billionaire polluting industries, damaging our communities, environment, and public health, and containing our air and water. Even if you think climate change is not real and it's a hoax, you have to admit that the air we breathe and the water we drink is very important. Then we get the SNAP cuts. This will cost an estimated 4 million children to lose food assistance and 1 million jobs to be lost. Because what happens is when you cut SNAP, a lot of people can't afford to go to the grocery store. So there's the grocery store basically, starts laying people off. And then, of course, that affects things further down the line, affects farmers, affects everyone. When people are buying less food, a lot of people lose their jobs. And let's not forget the fact that a lot of children will be really, really hungry. Remember when the right used to say they care about children? Yeah, good times. Now, there are some semi-good things in this bill, like no tax on tips. However, they're not as good as they sound. First, a sizable portion of tip workers don't pay anything in taxes anyway. Second, tip workers make about 2.5% of the workforce. So this affects a very small percentage of people. And this tax break is going to expire in 2028, unlike the tax break for the 1%, which don't expire. So very interesting thing here. The other semi-good thing is no tax on overtime. Well, this also expires in 2028. This is only limited to federal income tax. There's a whole bunch of other taxes that you still have to pay, when it comes to your overtime, and it's only up to $12,500. So that means if you get, let's say, $30,000, $40,000 overtime benefits because you work a lot of overtime, well, you're not going to get, tax cut on all of that. You're going to get up to $12,500, and I believe $25,000 if you're married. And yet this provision is still overall positive, but it doesn't come even close to outweighing all the bad parts of the big, beautiful bill. At the end of the day, the no tax on tips and overtime is used to sell this bill to the American people so they can forget about all the other ways they are getting fucked over. If Trump and Republicans actually cared about tipped and overtime workers, they wouldn't put a sunset clause on both of those things. Again, just important to know that they didn't put a sunset clause on tax cuts for the rich. They just did it for the things that help the average person. This bill is simply a massive handout to the rich, corporations, and Pentagon at the expense of the poor and middle class, who is already massively struggling. And the sad part is there are a lot of people like our dear friend here who are too brainwashed to realize this.
Thank you, Alex. And Misfit, over to you, please.
I don't know who here has seen the movie My Cousin Vinny, but I'm just going to pull a line from that. Everything that guy just said is bullshit. Thank you. Look, so let's start off with the 3.4 trillion to deficit. All right. Estimates with this sky is falling. Oh my God, you're going to add money to our debt is usually inflated, but it doesn't even have to be inflated because we usually still add. And I'm one of those people that actually doesn't like that. So I'm not a big fan of the alleged estimated increase. However, if you look at the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, has estimated that the tax cuts will actually reduce federal revenue by 2.5 to 3 trillion. So it does offset that. And then you get the 0.4, which could be, room for error. No tax on tips and the other, things, they're expiring in 2028. Yeah, well, that's why we have another 3.5 years to figure out how to extend this, just as this one big beautiful bill is extending the 2017 tax cuts. So just because it says they're expiring doesn't mean they're actually going to expire. Then the constant theme that I hear is estimated, right? This is going to do this. This is going to do that. This is going to. And it never really does when it comes to Trump, because everything that everybody has ever said about his economic policy is the sky is falling and it's going to be the end of the world. And usually with his economic policies, we end up coming out on top. For instance, the tariffs, right? Tariffs, they were saying we're going to we're going to just like tank the economy and it's going to be a tax on everybody. And so far from what we've seen, it hasn't added any debt, and it hasn't increased inflation. It's actually been showing signs of improvement. Now, the final point that I'm going to make to your opening statement was the 50,000 Americans will die. They will die. They're going to literally die because of a bill that was pushed through to Congress, where if apparently the cost of things get more heavy in America, Americans are just going to die. They're going to either kill themselves or there's no way to measure this. And I'm sick and tired of talking points and these bullshit. BS. Wait, we can swear here.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, fucking
I don't
bullshit.
know why you're trying to hold it.
I was on a podcast last night. They told me not to, or two nights ago. Anyway, yeah, very difficult. When people start using these types of tactics for, getting their message across, I tune out, because I'm like, I don't think any rational thinker is going to be like, oh my God, the one big beautiful bill is going to cause 50,000 people to just die. Right. It doesn't track with me. And I don't think it tracks with your average everyday person. So I'm looking forward to more talking points from Alex, but I think that what his whole entire opening statement was just one big regurgitated talking point summarized in a long paragraphical form that he wrote before this debate started. I didn't write any opening statement. I'm just responding to the bullshit that he just spewed out. So again, like my cousin Vinny said, everything that guy just said is bullshit.
Thank you, Misfit Patriot.
Thank you.
And to the audience, per usual, we're going to get through our debate. Then we will move into closing statements. And of course, we will read and respond to your kind super chats. Thank you in advance. After that, per usual, we will go into open panel dumpster fire. I may, if the conversation moves the way I hope it will, we may actually open up the panel a little bit sooner. We'll just see kind of how they are rolling. Gentlemen, I leave the floor open to you.
So just to clear up a quick straw man, it's not things getting more expensive that will kill people. It's not having health insurance. Let's do a little thought experiment here. Do you think that having health insurance can save a person's life if they can get treatment for a chronic health condition they have?
Potentially, but I think that what you're saying is that you're framing it, and speaking of straw men, you're framing it like we're going to be taking away health insurance for people who need it. No, we're not. I mean, the health insurance that's going to be taken away is from people that are able-bodied. They only have to work 80 hours a month, I think it is. And in order to qualify, you just have to be a person who will work less than minimum requirements, and show that you're a citizen. So who is the health insurance being taken away from specifically that you're referring to?
Kids, poor people, who have Medicare. Wait, let me just finish respond to you. Okay. So kids, poor people, those are the people who rely on Medicare. And also we got some middle class people with the Affordable Care Act. So it's not just Medicaid. I personally benefit from the Affordable Care Act. It gives a lot of people health insurance, right? So those are the people who are going to lose their health care simply because they can't pay the additional costs. And that is, in of itself, you could make an argument that, these fuckers are lazy or whatever. At the end of the day, they're fellow Americans. And if they lose, this is not just some number I pulled up. This is according to a Yale study. And if you want, I can pull up the study and we can go through the study in detail. But the study estimates, and yes, it is an estimate when it comes to the future, but a lot of it is based on prior things. Like, for example, in the past, when people lost health insurance, this is kind of how it affected their lives. Whether it's 50,000 people, 40,000 people, one person or anything more than that, losing basically their lives due to a lack of health insurance is ridiculous in a country as rich as America. So that is what's going to happen. And that's really unfortunate. Like, I think intuitively you agree with me that when people lose health insurance, a lot of times that can, most of the time it just they just live a shittier, shorter life, but sometimes it can absolutely kill them, right? Because you need health insurance in order to get healthcare. You cannot get healthcare paying out of pocket because it's very, very expensive in America, and that's a whole different debate. So like, what's the flaw in my logic right here?
Okay, did you say that you're on the Affordable Care Act right now?
Yeah.
Current?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you look? I'm really not trying to get personal. I'm just going to use, like I'm saying, you don't seem to me like somebody who's poor. Like, are you?
Well,
poor?
Affordable Care Act is not for poor people; it's for middle class people.
Yeah, but I mean, what is the requirement?
The requirement just depends on. I mean, it varies based off how much of a subsidy you get. I mean, first of all,
you meet the requirements for the Affordable Care Act, where let's say I think it's
a sliding scale. I don't get the maximum subsidy, but I get some subsidies on my health insurance, and also I get to take advantage of the marketplace, which makes it easier for me to pick out my health insurance.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Like, I mean, look, I think that there is a lot of people that are taking advantage of the system, and I think that. I'm not saying that you're one of them. I'm saying that when you have enough people that are taking advantage of a system, and by the way, I want to be very clear. I think we can agree on this point. The system itself is garbage. I think that the American healthcare system is garbage.
It is, but this makes it worse.
It's been like that for a while. Okay. So when I see somebody like you, and again, try not to be personal. This is related. When I see I'm looking at your Instagram and I see you look like you're out partying. You look like you're out having a good time. And you say, I'm taking advantage of the Affordable Care Act. Meanwhile, me, a small business owner, I can't qualify. Because
all the Instagram stuff is it's not, I don't drive a Lambo. My friend had one. We took a photo of it. All of it. I'm a content creator. All of it is just fucking around. I don't actually party. I haven't drank alcohol in like 5 years. Like I don't party.
I'm just saying, I'm just looking, and I'm not accusing you of anything. But you seem like you're doing okay. You don't seem like you're Section 8, like, you know.
But again, you don't need to be Section 8. The Affordable Care Act more benefits the middle class. It's the Medicaid that's designed for the poor.
Well,
but anyway,
your argument was your argument was that the people that are going to lose their insurance are kids and poor people. That's why I'm bringing this up. Your words were poor people. Those are your words.
Well, then I also added about the Affordable Care Act, which is not really designed for poor people because poor people get Medicaid. It's more of middle class people that get the Affordable Care Act, right?
Okay, so what I'm asking you is who is going to lose their health insurance based off of this bill, and what
a shitload of kids and poor people.
How? You're just saying that.
Well, no, I'm not just saying that. I mean, do you want me to go through a study with you and kind of break it down?
No, I want you to go through what's in the bill, because what's in the bill is all you have to do. You have to have requirements. And if you meet the requirements, kids don't work. So I don't understand how you're saying that kids are going to lose their health.
Well, because you do know poor kids get their, healthcare from Medicaid, right?
Okay. Yeah. What do you mean? What do you define as a kid? Under 18?
Yeah. Under 18.
Okay. So
12-year-old, 10-year-old, 13-year-old.
They get their insurance through their parents, I believe, a lot, right? Like children.
Like Medicaid directly affects kids.
Yes, I understand that, and I don't think that any kid is going to be affected by any language in the bill. If you want to bring me to that, the language that's in that bill, but I think you're saying is, I think you're saying that what you define as poor people. Like, and this is why I wanted to bring it up, was like, I don't know what your definition of poor people is, because if you're talking about, content creators that are doing just okay.
You keep conflating these two things. I never referred to myself as poor, right?
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about.
I'm not talking about content creators either. I would be, if I lose my health coverage, I will be okay. Like, I'll survive.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
But there's a lot of people who are not as fortunate as me. Okay, I just casually threw that in. You seem really, really laser focused on that point.
I'm saying, who are the people? Who are the people?
Like, what do you want me to give you their names? Like,
no. Give me a demographic of people that are going to lose their health insurance with this bill.
Okay, it's a lot. It's
using the actual language in the bill.
Well, it doesn't. The actual language in the bill doesn't matter. What matters is the effect the bill has.
It actually matters a lot.
You can dress everything up. What matters
Is there like something within the bill that's definitionally like canceling of certain things or
Well,
maybe
they're never going to
raising
award it as like,
standards?
okay, do you think the bill will ever, do you think whoever's writing the bill is going to award it as like, and we're going to kick 10,000 kids off, off healthcare? No, the way they're going to do it is they're going to say, well, we're going to give this type of cuts to Medicaid, this type of cuts to the Affordable Care Act, and this types of cuts to rural hospitals and SNAP and things like that, right? And then you look to the experts, the people, and I'm not talking about like lefties. I'm talking about just bipartisan people who report on this and study this, economists, to see how that's going to affect the poor, how that's going to affect the middle class, and how that's going to affect children, right?
So you're saying it's
Just real quick, intuitively, right? You agree that if, let's say, 10,000 people lose their health insurance, some of those people are going to die, right?
What? No, I'm not saying that at all.
So you don't think health insurance is necessary to have to be healthy?
Look, I haven't had health insurance since I was I don't know, 15. I literally just pay the $40 a month to my primary care.
Do you have a chronic health condition?
No.
Okay, yeah, I'm talking about people who have chronic health conditions like
but
diabetes that require medicine that's expensive that they can't afford.
Yeah, GoodRx and primary care has pay as you go, and they have their own version.
Okay, so you think 10,000 people lose their health insurance, none of those people are going to substantially suffer.
I'm not saying that. Look, if you put out any bill, right, especially one this big, we can all agree that I don't think that this is going to be like great because there's so much in it. I think you're going to be able to, the bigger a bill is, the more you're going to be able to pick apart.
Just to clarify, so you're saying your position is you don't actually think the bill is that great, right?
No, I don't think that you should have any bill that has this much in it, right? Because I think what you're going to be able to do is you're going to be able to find things that you can pick apart. But let's get back to what we're actually talking about, right? The actual One Big Beautiful Bill Act, you
gotta say it in the Trump voice, boy.
No, I can't.
The Big Beautiful Bill.
The Big Beautiful Bill. All right, so the OBBA, it has a work requirement for able-bodied adults, 19 to 64, of 80 hours per month. That's 20 hours per week, right? Anyone who doesn't do that will lose their health insurance. I don't see anything in there where it's I don't think that there's anything where you're going to have
You don't see the part about Medicaid cuts?
No, I'm talking about children under 18 losing their health insurance. I don't see that at all.
Yeah, sure. I mean, like I said, we can pull up a study.
If you no, I don't want to see a study. I want you to show me the language in the bill that says under 18 you lose your health insurance. Because other than that, what you're just saying is you just think it's
not everyone. Now, I'm not saying I think of it, right? I don't know how many people are going to be affected by this. I look to the experts, the
children,
people, the economists.
Coverage. All right, age restriction coverage for able-bodied adults 1964 is contingent on meeting work requirements. Children and elderly 65 plus are exempt from this work requirement. So who are you talking about?
Yes, except for the fact that a bunch of children will lose their health coverage.
How?
Okay,
let me explain. Let me explain to you. If the parents lose their insurance, then so will the children.
Yeah, let me explain to you. Let me just break it down for you. Okay, so what's the problem with work requirements? Well, a lot of the times that parent, right, he has 3-4 children and is a full-time caretaker, right? So they are not able to work because they need to take care of the kids all the time. Maybe they have a disabled child. Maybe they have a troubled child.
Yeah, maybe.
Whatever. Yeah, well, that does happen. If we run high enough volume, that's going to be the case. You're going to find people who take care of disabled children. Anyway, so the parent is not able to work in the first place because they're basically a caretaker for the children. That happens. This affects a lot of single-parent households, right? Because single-parent households tend to be poor. So you have a mom whose full-time job is taking care of her kids. Now there's no way she has the time to work, while taking care of her 3-4 children. That's an example of how it's going to affect that. Also, let's not forget about the rural hospitals that are going to be closing down. That affects children living in rural areas. Now, if they, for example, get hurt, they can't go to their local hospital. They have to drive 3-4 hours to a city.
Yeah, you mentioned that. And how many did you say?
So it's going to be 300 rural hospitals, and then after that, it's going to be 742.
Okay. I'm gonna use the internet while I'm talking to you. I don't usually do this, but I'm gonna ask how many hospitals are in America. And you're saying that there's 300 that are gonna close down. I'm gonna assume
rural hospitals. We're talking about rural hospitals, right? We're not talking about.
All right. How many rural?
Yeah, I will happily pull up where I'm getting the source from. It's not like I'm just pulling this out of my ass. So.
No, I know, but I think that you're. Do you understand what catering to the minority means? Right, like the.
Explain to me.
All right, catering to the minority is in essence what has happened with like this gender affirming thing about the trans issue.
Yeah,
right?
I'm not in favor of any of that shit.
No. I know you're not, right? But what you don't understand, like trans people are like 1% of the population, but the left has catered to the minority, where they have made this huge societal change based off of a very small demographic. I think that's what you're doing here, where you're saying, okay, there's 300 to 700 rural hospitals are at risk of closure.
Some experts predict that cuts to Medicaid will impact nearly every state, with most expected to see 25% of their hospitals shut down. In 11 states, the risk is even higher, with 50% of more hospitals at risk.
Yeah. So 1,796. So around 1,800, right? And then you're saying 300. That would be.
I'm talking where there's a difference between overall hospitals and rural.
No, this is rural. There's way more than 1,700 hospitals in America.
Overall, 700 rural hospitals could close down due to Medicaid cuts, which translates to 1/3 of all rural hospitals in the country. Yeah, I think 1/3 of all rural hospitals closing down is a bad thing, especially when it can be prevented.
That's not a third. Yeah, that's not a third.
Do you want this on screen? Share screen.
Put that on screen.
Oh, sorry.
That's not a third. I mean, my okay. Overall, more than 700. You see, now the part that you have highlighted right there, on my screen, right? I have 300 to a maximum of 700, and then I have 1,796 rural hospitals in the United States. So you're basically taking the high end of the disaster and you're applying it.
I'll happily hang on. I'll make this easier. I'll happily just focus on the 300 that are immediately.
Well, it could be. Well,
300 is still 300 too many.
Let's split the difference. Right? Because if you have 700 and 300, right,
Yeah,
the middle would be about 500.
Yes.
Right. So
can you agree that's still too many?
I mean, why are they being closed down, bro? Like, I mean, what is the
because
reason?
because they're not going to get as much funding through Medicaid. That's exactly
sure. Now, how many hospitals are in America? There's 6,093 hospitals in the United States.
Most of them are concentrated in big cities.
Yeah, 30.
When you go to a rural area, right, you have one hospital per like 100 square miles.
Sure. And then I'm getting like 5 different numbers here. There's 7,335. There's 6,093.
No, so how many rural hospitals are there? You're talking about overall hospitals,
bro. I told you it's around 1,800.
Okay, 1,800. So 500, right? If we do the math on that,
if we did 500, yeah, that would be around a little under a third.
Yeah, a pretty substantial amount. Can you agree on that? That's a substantial amount.
Yes. Yeah. No.
Okay. Can you agree with me on the fact that 1/3 of rural hospitals closing down is going to result in bad outcomes for a lot of people living in rural areas? Can you agree with me on that?
Well, you have to define a lot. Like these rural areas, right? Is it bumfuck Nebraska where 15 people come into the hospital over the course of a weekend and you're catering to the minority where you're saying those 15 people are going to be in trouble because now they have to drive an extra hour to a different hospital? Yes, does it suck? But also they live in the fucking middle of nowhere, right? Are these hospitals, which cost a fucking fortune to run, by the way, the machinery, the staffing, everything. Hospitals are very expensive.
Hospitals save lives.
Hospitals do save lives. Now, what they're doing is, are they doing a calculation of, yeah, hospitals save lives, but this hospital right here is showing that 15.
No, they're not. They're just cutting across the board to pay for tax cuts for the rich.
That's your assumption. And
I mean, that's the logical conclusion.
The tax cuts for the rich. I've always loved this tax cuts for the rich.
Wait, let's just focus on the healthcare thing first, and then I promise we'll get to that.
Go ahead.
Okay, so here's the disconnect. It seems that you don't think that 1/3 of rural hospitals closing down is going to have a substantial negative effect on people in those communities.
It could.
Well, I mean, doesn't it logically follow? Like, let's see, you live in a town, right? The closest hospital from you is, let's say, 10 miles, rural town. And now the closest hospital from you is 200 miles. Don't you think that can have a bad effect, especially if you have a chronic health condition? Like you have cancer, you have to go in there every day. That will cause people to maybe miss treatments or maybe make the expense of getting there really hard. Like, can't you just logically see how that would fuck over a lot of rural people?
Well, you're talking about hospitals. You're not talking about primary care physicians. You're not talking about urgent care facilities. You're talking about hospitals.
Yeah, a lot of people need to go to hospital.
A hospital will close down, but can people see a healthcare professional in these towns? Yeah. Like,
well, a lot of things require to go to the hospital. Like, for example, let's say someone gets into a car crash, right?
Yeah.
Whether they make it to the hospital in 20 minutes or 2 hours could mean the difference between life and death.
Yeah, it could. And how rare is that? That's what I'm saying.
People get into car crashes all the time.
Catering to the minority is your logic. Your logic is these extreme events that are going to happen are going to be the
my logic is let's not fuck people out of healthcare when we don't need to.
Okay, let's go back to that. Who is being fucked out of healthcare?
People living in rural areas.
No, don't generalize. Give me something in the fucking bill, dude. Give me something in the bill. In the bill, please tell me who is being removed from their health care, because I told you
the bill is not going to tell you names of people that are being removed from the health care.
Talking about names.
The bill is going to be obviously worded in a way to make it sound good. Wait, Sarah, can you share my screen real quick?
Able-bodied people, 19 to 64, who don't want to work 80 hours a month. Do you
dispute any of the facts in this article? Wait, just real quick. Do you dispute anything that is in this article?
Probably, but I haven't read it. You're giving me the article in real time.
Well, I could send it to you. You can take a quick look at it now. We can go through it together. But this is like, when you analyze public policy.
You're talking about an article, right? You're talking about an article. I'm talking about the bill. You're talking about an article. The
article is experts took the bill and analyzed the effect that it is going to have, and then they wrote the article. That's how it works.
Fucking
they're obviously going to word the bill to sound as good as possible.
I forgot about
common sense. Okay, if I do, let's say I get caught in some kind of crazy fucking, I don't know, embarrassing situation where I'm fucking a bunch of hookers or whatever, right?
Speaking of fucking hookers,
I know.
52 Intel experts said that the Hunter Biden laptop was
totally irrelevant to this debate.
Experts!
Totally irrelevant to this debate. Yes, there are some experts that are wrong, okay? Doesn't mean all experts are wrong. There's also different types of experts.
I agree with that.
So let's say that I have some crazy fucking fiasco. I get caught doing something really bad. And then I write a PR letter. I write an apology letter, and I'm like, oh, I didn't do any of this, blah, 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 blah. You would be a fool to take what I say in my apology letter at face value. You would want to actually dig into and see, okay, are the things that I'm claiming, are they actually true? It's the same thing with this bill. You have to analyze, you have to analyze what effect this bill is going to have. And if you don't directly dispute anything in this article, right? Then okay, do you want to take some time and read it?
No, we're not going to do that live. We're not going to do that.
Because then otherwise you have no leg to stand on.
No, I actually do, because I'm asking you to talk about the fucking bill, and you're telling me to read an article.
That's written by experts based on the bill.
Read an article and trust the experts. This is exactly what got us into this fucking problem.
What problem?
Where we are right now in America with a bunch of retards who think they know shit because they read an article.
Yes, there's a bunch of retards like Donald Trump and his administration who think they know shit. You're right.
Why did you lose the 2024 election? Is it because you guys were just so fucking on point every time? Or is it because you read articles and trusted experts?
I'll answer that question, but then let's go to
the bill.
This is stupid because we're not going to know. Okay,
you don't want the bill. You want to go.
Hang on, stop for a second. Let me explain to you why that is a very stupid approach. because the bill is going to use a lot of really vague language. It's going to say there's going to be $300 billion cut to Medicaid. And you and I are going to have no idea what that $300 billion tax cut to Medicare is actually going to mean for people. You have no idea because you're not a public health expert, and neither do I. So we have to take a look at analysis, at studies, at what experts are saying, right? And again, if you find conflicting information, I'd be happy to explore it. But it's just like,
Alex, are you able to summarize?
It's stupid. Hold on. So, hold on, real quick before you jump in, Rajan. It's stupid to use the bill to talk about the bill.
It is. I will amend what I said.
Did he
solely rely on the language in the bill to determine the effects the bill is going to have? When you and I are not experts on public health policy, what do you and I know about? Okay, the bill says 300 billion or 700 billion tax cuts to Medicaid. Are you and I going to know what that means for the average person?
No.
Of course not. That's why it's silly.
Okay, so your logic is, right? So here's what the bill says, okay? This is what the bill says. We all know what the bill says. We're going to go to an article where somebody gave their opinion.
The bill is 800 pages long.
That's not a lot.
Yeah, you don't even want to read this article, which is like 2 pages.
No, I mean, like, you can show me an article, and by the way, when you take like you just said, 2 pages, right? And you try to summarize an 800-page bill and say, look how bad the bill is. We condensed it down to 2 pages.
Well, I'm not. Really makes sense. This article.
All I've asked you in this whole debate was to show me where in the bill the thing that you don't like is, and you haven't been able to do that. You have not been able to find one thing in the fucking bill that you don't like. What you said is, even though it's not in the bill.
Okay, in the bill, it says, okay, fine, I'll answer your question.
I can tell you what I don't like in the bill. I
okay.
Don't like it.
In the bill, it says there's going to be, I believe, a 700 billion. Let me fact check that for 1 second.
Take your time.
We're going to get, okay, we're going to get, I believe it's something around 700 to 800 billion gutting of Medicaid. We're going to get 800 billion less in Medicaid, right? That's what I don't like. And now I'm trying to tell you the thing that I don't like, what effect it's going to have. Because at the end of the day, 800 billion tax cuts to Medicaid to the lay person doesn't really mean much. We have to see how that's going to affect the American people. That's what matters the most.
Yeah.
And then also, yeah, go ahead.
You understand what like triage is, right? Like when you're in a situation like where there's a big problem and you have to prioritize certain things. And that means that the person who has a broken thumb might have to wait a little bit longer to get their thumb fixed because there's a bunch of people coming in with severed limbs, right? I think that we're in that area right now in America where we have to put something on the table that caters to the majority, or at least caters.
Wait, how does tax cuts for the ultra rich cater to the majority?
Hold on. That caters to the most important issues, right? And while you can, when this big, beautiful bill, which I did not support a giant omnibus bill, I said that I didn't.
Okay.
But now that it's here, now that it's here, I have to at least look at it with I'm looking at this objectively.
Yeah, so am I.
I don't think you are, but in this bill, right? In this bill, I can tell you what I don't like about it. I can tell you exactly what I don't like about it. You're not telling me what you don't like about it.
I already explained to you the cuts to Medicaid.
Okay, the cuts to
That's
Medicaid.
What I don't like.
Okay,
like I keep saying this. Let me just get this point across one more time.
Go ahead.
Cuts to Medicaid is very abstract.
But who?
Wait, hang on. Just let me finish. Cuts to Medicaid are very abstract. It's like, okay, what does that really mean for the average person? That's the part that I'm really interested in. How is this going to affect the average person? How is it going to affect people living in rural areas? Well, we know that people living in rural areas get 1/3 of their hospitals will close down. Now, I'm just kind of having a hard time understanding. Maybe I'm not communicating clearly about this, but like, how do you not see that cuts, that 1/3 of rural hospitals being closed down is going to cause some people to suffer or die?
It will.
It will.
But that is the minority. You're talking about rural areas, right?
So, okay, so those people deserve to suffer because they're minorities?
No, don't gaslight and make it a false binary. I'm not saying anybody deserves to
So
suffer.
then why do we need to do this? Why do we need to have
Because
this in
we're
the bill?
fucking drowning, dude. We're $36 trillion in debt. We
And
need to find areas.
this adds $3.5 trillion to the debt.
And
So
it cuts $3 trillion to the deficit. It literally.
I need to. Okay,
washes
that's
out.
the next thing. I want to see the study for that because I don't believe that for a second.
Well,
So
I
show
got
me.
it right here. It's
Okay.
it's the the CBO, the Congressional
Yeah,
Budget
yeah.
Office estimated.
Wait, can you share your
that the-
screen, please?
I don't know how to do that, but
It's easy.
how do I do that?
Down at the
It-
bottom of your screen, there's a little box with a plus sign on it.
Hold on.
Right, it should be right smack dab in the
Need
middle.
help? Ah, plus. Okay, hold on.
And then
All right,
the,
we
the
got
list
this.
of that says share screen.
Okay. Share
And then you just
screen,
pick
drop
whichever
back.
one, and then whenever you're
Got it.
should-
Okay. Here you go. So
I'm not
and
seeing your screen.
this is just from Grok, right? But this is just the CBO, the
No, no,
Congressional.
no. Show me the actual source, not Grok, not ChatGPT.
I mean,
Okay.
I can go find it. I'm reading
Yeah.
off what I'm reading off of.
Yeah, no. Show me the actual source for this that Grok is
All
based
right.
on.
Would you want me to go find it? All right. So
Yes.
are you
Yeah.
now? All right. Instead of doing that, let's assume that the Congressional Budget Office has estimated that the tax cuts will reduce revenue by 2.5 to 3 trillion.
Wait, hang on, hold up. Reduce federal revenue? That's just going to blow up the deficit. How does reducing the federal revenue?
Here,
help
let's
you?
go. All right.
Wait, isn't that the opposite? If we reduce federal revenue, then that means that
Reduce-
we're going
I
to
think
have an
that-
either more. Yeah.
I think that that's a typo. But all right.
Okay, because so far it's not looking good. But
Here,
yeah,
let's go. All right, you can stop sharing. I'll go look it up, and we'll fucking bring it on screen. But
let's do
either
it because
way-
I don't think that's true.
Well, look, here's the deal, man. If you look at any type of bill, you're gonna have some people that are saying this is going to add to the deficit. This is
No,
gonna
just show
reduce
me one source, like one legit
Okay.
source that's saying this. It's okay. Take your time.
No, I'll just do it right now. Congressional budget.
This was
Tax
recommended from Finkel. Point your AI to the text at this website.
No,
and ask the
not
questions based on this text.
Congress.gov. Not that's clearly a biased source. I don't want to hear from
I
Congress.
don't know what it is.
I want to hear from any third party source. I don't want to hear from WhiteHouse.gov.
Okay, reports say Trump's tax law, tax policy center. Let's go.
And if we just think about it logically, right? If we do a tax cut for people, that means that's less money the government is bringing in, so therefore the deficit goes up, right?
Sure.
This is just basic common sense 101.
Yeah. Look, I don't want to go down a rabbit hole live.
It's not a rabbit hole. It's very important
Well, I don't want to go down a rabbit hole live and try to find something in real time.
because it doesn't exist. Because it intuitively makes
Oh
no
no,
sense.
you can say it doesn't exist.
On
because
Grok, even Grok, the thing that you were showing me said that basically that it's the
no,
opposite.
you're just reading it wrong. It's so look.
You just said it was a miscalculation that
So
they
the
misspoke.
tax, all right. So the tax cuts, all right, are going to cut taxes, right?
Yes,
Which is going to
less money, more deficit.
yeah,
Yep. Okay. So how does it gonna
benefit.
lower the deficit?
God damn it! This is why I don't want to do this in real time.
Because I'm sorry, no offense, but that's because you're looking for a ghost. This doesn't exist. It makes no intuitive sense.
Mhm.
There's just no way to explain.
Okay, so the tax cuts. I'm going back to the fucking original screen. I'm not playing this game. All right. Look, I'm not going to look for it.
All right, so
The tax. No. Hold on.
on this one, then.
We have a real world example with Donald Trump in 2016, right, where everyone said the tax cuts were going to do the exact same thing. Median household income was raised $7,000 per household, right, and then we had the economy that was booming along because people had more money in their pockets, which they put into the economy more. Right. So that happened already one time. We've already played this game before.
So first of all, it's not a game. Second of all, Yeah, I'll quickly address this, but then I want to go to the president because we're going 10 years back. Is that the economy was already growing by around 2014 due to all of the Obama's policies, plus the economy was really taking off for probably a lot of other reasons, right? So there's a lot of good policies that Obama passed, and don't get me wrong, he's not my favorite president, but there are some good policies that he passed that caused the economy to improve, right? And so the economy was already doing really, really good in 2014. It was growing and growing, growing. And so under Trump, it continued that same trajectory until the pandemic when it crashed, right? So I don't know how you can say that Trump's policies.
I love this.
Wait, just can I
hold on. What Obama policy?
The Affordable Care Act, I think, was a good one.
The Affordable Care Act, right? Which just was an absolute disaster.
It was not a disaster.
Improved the economy.
Yeah, it did because it created a lot of jobs. When people have healthcare, created
a lot of government jobs.
When people have healthcare, right? They're more likely to be a more productive member of society, right? When they're not sick, they're more likely to work. They're more likely to contribute something. Also, nobody can ever answer this question, right? Can I just answer your initial question, and you can ask me another one?
Go ahead.
Is that okay? Yeah. So when people are, for example, when they're healthy, they're contributing more to society. I think that's important. Also, this has been studied time and time again. When people have healthcare, crime goes down. Crime goes down. Yeah, because fine. I can pull up the study on that.
Do criminals just stop wanting to commit crimes?
I'm not saying it disappears, but what happens is
my leg feels better. Let's not rob anybody this weekend.
Yeah, you're kind of making fun of it, but the way it works is that people who, for example, who don't have health care, they feel like, and they're sick, right? They're desperate. They feel like there's really no path in society, so they commit crimes, so they can pay for their medications and pay for their food. When people have healthcare, I can pull up the study, but this has been studied to death.
Did they study it?
Yeah,
look, man, I'm fucking with you a little bit, but this doesn't make sense in reality.
It totally makes sense. It absolutely makes sense.
It does not.
When people are desperate, they're more likely to commit a crime. Yes or no? Yes or no?
All right, I'll tell you what.
Wait, just yes or no?
Poverty affects crime. That's true, right?
And if we can get people out of poverty,
but healthcare, it's not affecting crime. Right.
What percentage of American families do you think go bankrupt?
You think healthy people, right? When they're healthy, like you're talking about a trickle down effect that is like 6 degrees to Kevin.
No, I'm not. There's no trickle down effect here. I'm going to explain this. When someone is sick,
the direct effect.
Wait, it is basically a direct effect. When someone is sick, right, and they feel like they have no hope, and they can't get medicine, they're more likely, because they're at that point, they're more likely to reverse to crime. Also, when you're not healthy, you're more likely to get fired from your job, right? Because you can't show up to work. Maybe you're too slow. You're not really functioning well. And then you have no job. Wait, just let me finish. And then when you have no work, you're more likely to resort to crime. So yes, giving people health care, it's not going to eliminate crime, but it is going to play a role in reducing crime because those people now are having some of their base needs met.
Okay, chat. Can we do? Let's do it.
No. Just what part of what I said do you think is inaccurate?
I'm going to address what you said, right? Just real quick while I'm addressing what he said. Hey, people in the chat, I would like you to say whether you think yes or hold on.
This bandwagon fallacy.
Hold on. Do you think yes or no that if you are sick, right, and you can't get better, you commit crimes?
See, yes you're strawmanning like there's no tomorrow. I'm not talking about what happens with every person. I'm talking about on average. We're talking about averages.
Average. That's an average, right? I'm just asking. I want to see how many people say yes or no. Yes or no. When you're sick, if you can't get better, you commit crimes. Because you said, I want to be very clear. I want to reuse.
Sure. Let me just pull.
You said there is a direct effect to healthcare and crime. Right, so I just reframed what you said.
Yes, you take healthcare away from people. There is a direct effect on crime.
No. All right, we have 3 no's. So right now, people are agreeing with
totally irrelevant what some random people in the chat said.
Sure, you're right. Just like your article is fucking irrelevant.
No, they're very different things. Here, Sarah, let's share my screen real quick.
No.
I'm trying to show you actual facts. And you seem to want to argue based on what some random people say in the chat.
We have a maybe. Somebody said maybe. losing medicated crime. If you're sick and you can't get better, you commit crimes.
Not every person, dude, but some people.
You
yes.
said direct effect. I want to know what the direct.
Direct effect doesn't mean that applies to every person.
You got a yes. You got a yes. There's somebody who's
this is so juvenile and stupid.
Somebody is as.
Let's actually have a good. Let's actually have a good faith debate.
Isn't this like the ice cream truck equals crime? Because in the summertime, the ice cream truck comes around, and then coincidentally, all of this crime happens. But it's actually
no, it's not like that. It directly follows. It directly follows. When people are desperate, when people are unemployed, they're more likely to commit crimes. Can we agree? Wait, hang on. Okay. Do you think? Let's take 100,000 people, right? They all lose their health care. Let's say out of those, 10,000 of them are not able to continue their jobs, right?
Let's do another hypothetical. Let's say 1 million elephants fly into the room. Are you on acid?
You're just like refusing to engage in good faith.
No, I'm not. It's just that
hear out what I'm trying to say. Listen to what I'm trying to say. You can engage in good faith. I mean, like, if you want to just like troll, we can do that, but it's not. I don't think it's
I'm sorry. You know what? You're right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, I appreciate it. All right. So let's say you have 100,000 Americans who lose their health insurance, right? So they're not able to get health care. Mm-hmm. And let's say 20% of them have chronic health conditions, right? So 10,000, let's say 10,000 of them lose their jobs. The other 10,000 are less effective at their job, right? So their job is in danger. Do you think that maybe some of those people are now going to be more likely to resort to crime because now they're sick, they don't feel good, they feel like they have nothing to lose because they don't have their health care, they don't have their job. So don't you think they're more likely to resort to crime? Some of them, not all of them.
Okay. All right.
Answer that question.
We're going to argue in good faith now. I just wrote down what you said. Okay. So 20%, 10,000 people, they're going to be less effective at their job because they don't have health care and they're going to resort to crime. And I'm trying to tell you that is not a direct effect, right? That's a trickle down effect. You just had to say that whole thing in order to get there. Do you understand what I'm saying? A direct effect, okay? Like a direct effect would be you get fired from your job and you don't have money, so you resort to crime. Okay, like that would be, I guess, pretty close to a direct effect. It wouldn't even really be.
This would be also just as close. You lose your health care, you can't work because you're no longer effective. Your brain stops working. You lose your job. Okay, if you want to call it, here, I'll grant you. I'll concede. You want to call it indirect effect? That's fine by me.
Okay.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't change the point.
If you want to debate in good faith and argue, then we have to define what you're actually saying. So it's not a direct effect. It's an indirect effect. And
sure. If it makes you happy, we can call it that.
So if your indirect effect, right, is happening, then your indirect effect can also be explained by a multitude of other things, like Sarah just said, right? You know, this is the argument of when the ice cream truck comes around.
Well, tell me other explanations for why.
Well, I don't know. Like there's the lack of father figures in the home. There's a lot of
the father. No, we can easily dismiss that one because the people, like, this is happening to adults. Those people already either had a father figure or they don't have a father figure. We're taking the way the study does it is they look at a sample size of population and they look at those places that lost their health coverage and they analyze how those people performed on average. And it seems like they either 10, 20% crime went up based on those people who lost their health coverage.
So I would need to actually look at all of the statistics of the study. But let's say hypothetically, right? Let's say there was a study that was. If I didn't even tell you what the study is, don't say there is one, right? Let's say there is a study where they took the crime statistics from a rural area in an area where there was a healthcare, there was a really good healthcare versus a rural area where there was not really good healthcare, and then they compared those two. That is a study that I would like to see, and I'm not sure if you know of one that exists.
So they're doing the study a little bit differently. I think they're doing it better. They take in an area, right? It doesn't have to be also rural. It can be also urban. They're taking an area of people who have healthcare through federal programs, and then they're analyzing what happens after those federal programs get cut, because this is not the first time that on a state level federal programs like that have been cut. And then they're analyzing how that population is before and after the losing their health insurance. And they're finding that crime goes up as soon as the health insurance goes down.
Okay, I think that we're done with this. Like, we're not going to agree on it, but can we go back to? Can we just try to get to the substance of it?
Sure, but
of who is losing their health care? Because right now we're talking about a hypothetical. Right,
we're not talking about.
We're talking about a rural.
We're talking about something. We're not talking about rural either. You're not paying attention. This is rural, suburban, and urban. We're talking about this has happened in the past. That's how they get this information. We're talking about what happens to communities that lose their health insurance.
Who is losing their insurance? I've told you.
What would you like? Would you like specific names?
No, I would like you to give me the demographics of the people that are losing their health insurance, because I'm telling you right now, it's adults aged 19 to 64 that can't work 80 hours a month. And you're telling me that that's a huge problem, and I'm not seeing it. And we've gone on to this. How long are we in? 54 fucking minutes on this one topic, right? Where you can't even acknowledge that it's a good thing to tell people, if you want health insurance, you need to work 20 hours a week. I'm sorry, a month, right? A month.
So federal work requirements are not the only way that Medicaid is being cut. So that's just one of the ways, right?
Normal people work 160 hours a month. We're asking for.
Okay, let's unpack this. So the reason I don't think it's a good idea is because the end result still involves a lot of people getting kicked off healthcare. Good thing, except for the fact that it increases crime, it causes people to die, it fucks over their children. Like, do the children? Let me ask you this. So there's let's just go along with what you're saying. Let's say there's a lazy mother who just doesn't want to work because she wants to smoke weed all day, right? And she also takes care of her kids. Let's say
they're all over TikTok.
Sure. Okay. Let's say that's the case. Well, let's say she maybe deserves to lose her health care according to your logic. But do her kids deserve to suffer because of the mom? Because that's exactly what's going to happen.
So what you're saying is, if lazy people who abuse the system have kids, we should allow them to abuse the system.
Well, no, we're not talking about people who abuse the system. This lady so far is complying with the rules.
You just said that she wasn't. You just said that she deserves. You just said she deserves to.
I said according to your logic, she deserves.
Okay, so what are we talking about? All right, look, let's go here.
Let me do a more simple one. Let me do a more simple one.
Hold on. I've listened to 1,000 of your hypotheticals.
Yeah, but you don't really answer.
Okay, ask me for an answer on this final one. I will give you a direct answer, and then I'll go.
Okay, sounds good. Let's do this scenario. Okay,
right, I'm writing it down.
Okay. Good. You want me to do it in the Trump voice, or you want me to
do it however you do it? I want to know what you want.
Listen, Mr. Patriot. Okay, we're going to talk about this shit. Okay. So let's say you have, for example, a family. You have a mother, right? And mother. And let's say, for example, she has 3 children.
Right?
And she is one of those with special needs, and she
retarded.
Retarded. Ultra retarded, like beyond retarded.
3 + 1 retard. Got it.
Yes. Well, yeah, whatever. So one is retarded, and he requires like basically 24/7 care. So the mother is taking care of those kids, right? And then because she has to do that, she doesn't get she's not able to meet the work requirement, and she loses her health care. Now, whatever you think about the mother, do you think the kids of that mother deserve not to have health insurance, which will negatively affect their lives?
Okay.
Answer this question directly.
So a mother has 3 kids. One of them's retarded. She has to take care of the retarded kid 24/7. So she can't work 80 hours a week. So she has health care revoked. How many of those situations are in America?
One is too many.
Doesn't she qualify for disability?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like the kid's gonna
that's
be
like a whole nother thing.
Look. When you have to go, look. Now I'm not trying to be condescending. When you have to go to this extreme, when I keep on trying to tell you,
it's not extreme.
No. This is catering to the minority. When you have to go to the like trans women are real women and they have rights and blah blah blah. Just like the mom who has a retarded.
I don't give a fuck about trans people. I care about real people. I care about real people dying.
It's a comparable analogy.
Just saying, but you didn't answer my question.
They say that.
Do you think those kids deserve that? Just answer that question.
No, of course
they don't deserve that.
In your hypothetical situation, which exists in the 1% or less,
it's going to exist.
Don't exist.
Okay,
so give me.
So they don't deserve. Okay, so they don't deserve to suffer. So given that, then why don't we take some of the money we're giving to the Pentagon, right, and give it to Medicaid, so those kids don't have to suffer?
What kids? You're talking about imaginary people. All right, look.
These are not imaginary people. These are stories that you hear all the time.
I don't. You do, apparently.
Yes, because you live in your own right-wing echo chamber where basically everything is rosy. Where Trump is like the grand wizard of life, and that he's
going to bring it to your attention, gentlemen. You've been on the same talking point
for an hour.
I mean, you could.
We can move on.
The big beautiful bill has a lot of big beautiful other topics. If you want to get through something else,
I'm gonna answer his question directly, and then we're gonna move on to a new subject, right? Like I said, right? With your one situation that you're talking about, which I will argue is the minority, right? Which is catering to the minority. The retarded kid does not deserve to lose his health insurance.
Great. So why would you be in favor of a bill that does that to him?
Because you're catering to the minority.
So what? So people who have cancer are in minority. We should still fund cancer research.
Because you sacrifice the majority when you cater to the minority.
Who do we sacrifice? The billionaires? The Pentagon?
99% of other people.
How do we sacrifice them? A lot of them will lose their health insurance also.
All right, here's the deal, right? Are we or are we not in debt? Right, $36 trillion.
Yes, and the bill that you proposed to blow it up.
Hold on. Are we? All right, so we're $36 trillion in debt. Whoever passed this bill, right, was our elected representatives, correct? Right, those people that we voted in, we elected, they passed the bill. Trump is the president that we, the country, collectively.
That has no bearing on whether this thing is good or not. I agree with you. Yes, it was passed legally, but that has no bearing on whether it's a good thing or a bad thing.
No, hold on. Right, so in a constitutional republic, right, with elected representatives and a representative government, right, what we do is we go, hey, we're gonna do our best, right, and we're gonna elect you to do this, and hopefully it works out. Now,
the problem is we have lobbyists.
I'm not saying that you shouldn't question constantly. You should, right? What I'm saying is when you haven't seen the result of the thing that you're saying is going to fucking fail, just like every other thing that a lot of people have bitched about with Trump, where
by that logic, we should pass the shittiest fucking bill, and we can argue like, well, we can't criticize it because we haven't seen how it plays out.
What I'm saying is everything was done. Everything in this bill, right, was done with the full authority of the federal government. Full authority of Congress.
Yeah, this bill is legal. It doesn't make it a good thing. I'm not arguing this bill is illegal. I'm just arguing it's a bad thing.
When Obama passed Obamacare,
I don't care about Obamacare.
No, it's a comparison. Let me finish. When Obama passed Obamacare, we all screamed from the rooftops. We were like, "This is awful," and honestly, it kind of was, right? But
not all, but.
Are we all right? Like, we're kind of doing all right.
Well, because Obamacare was a good thing. It gave people health insurance. This takes away health insurance.
You still have $1,000, at least $1,000 phone. You still have a live stream platform. You got a couch behind you, and you're on the Affordable Care Act, so you're good. Like, so let's move on to the next topic.
What you keep bringing it back to this, like implying them somehow like taking advantage of the system. Like that's the.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying
that's
that
your implication you're doing. Yeah, all of this is work expenses, my friend.
So
I also have insanely high medical bills because I have a chronic health condition.
I'm not saying that you shouldn't be on the Affordable Care Act. I'm saying that you're on the Affordable Care
You're
Act.
just kind of like hinting. One thing I want to go back to before we move on to the next thing.
You offered that information. I didn't look it up.
Yeah, I know, but you keep like harping on it as if it's
I
like
said it 3 times.
yeah, but the okay, whatever, doesn't matter. Let's assume I misread you. Doesn't matter. The part I want to go back to is what I think was the ridiculous claim you made in your opening statement, which is that this bill is actually gonna what do you say? It's gonna actually not only it's not just gonna increase the budget, it's also gonna cut the budget by $3 billion or something like that.
No, they say so. If I'm reading this correctly, right? The tax cuts are going to, I thought that I was reading it as the tax cuts are going to bring in $3 trillion over 10 years.
But you read it incorrectly.
I think, hold on. Let me see. And by the way, I'm using Grok. So whatever. Like if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I will concede if I'm wrong.
Okay, so just concede on that point that it's not going to.
So you're saying that the tax cuts, right? The tax cuts are going to be the thing that add the $3 trillion. Because that would lead only 8.8 trillion to the rest. And I think that's not correct.
No, what I'm saying is the bill in totality will add 3.4 trillion to the deficit.
Clear cut energy incentives, raise the debt ceiling. Yeah, see, I don't like raising the debt ceiling.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of bad things in here. But the point is like, okay, I'll give you time, take a look, no pressure, but like you just have to. Yeah,
So do you think that codifying the 2017 tax cuts is a good thing or a bad thing?
The tax cuts that were primarily for the rich.
What do you mean primarily for the rich?
Well, the 2017 tax cuts primarily went to the top 1%.
Okay, so let's talk about that because
but first I want to get you to clearly admit that you were incorrect about that one thing.
I don't know because I'm scrolling through and it's
just stop changing the topic then.
I think we've spent an hour.
No, this is important. You said that if you're wrong about something, you will acknowledge it.
Listen. We're not going to look up whether or not I read something correctly or incorrectly, and we're not going to stay on this fucking topic for another half hour.
Yeah, I know, because it makes you look bad because you just made that shit up or you misread it. Just own the fact that you were wrong about this one thing.
I don't think I was, but we're not going to do that.
Even Grok disagrees with you.
How many times?
Wait, let's just think about this intuitively before we try to change the topic.
Let's think about how many times have we said we're going to move on to a new topic?
Because you refuse to actually acknowledge responsibility. You just keep dodging this like the Matrix.
We're moving on.
No, not until you get a clear, I get a clear acknowledgement that you were incorrect about this one fact.
Alex, we are moving on.
I'm not moving on until we get a clear agnowledgement on this.
Then we'll just end the debate because we're moving on.
Yeah, if you want to run away, that's fine. But
this is little bitches. That's enough. Both of you. Just
what's so hard about admitting you were wrong about this one thing?
I was wrong, and we can move on. I don't think anybody actually cares.
You know you were wrong.
I don't know if I'm wrong.
Well, let's think about this.
Saying we're wrong on.
I just said I don't know.
Let's just think.
So what you're doing is you're saying unless you say you're wrong, we're not moving on. And I'm
not. I don't want to move off this topic. Like this is like one thing you said that was deadly wrong. Just real quick, think about this.
What was the thing, Alex?
He says that he said something wrong like an hour ago.
Yeah, in his opening statement, he said, and we talked about this after the opening statement, he said that while this bill will add 3.4 trillion to the deficit, it's also going to bring like $3 billion back.
Can I say that I could be wrong? Is that okay?
He did already concede to the point earlier. He said, I am using Grok, so if I'm wrong, then it's wrong.
And the Grok literally said the opposite thing that he thought he was saying.
Bro, can I say
he said that
I'm wrong?
Misfit, what he clarified that point. He said, I think you're just reading it wrong, Alex. So I remember that.
He said that after, but first he said, I'm reading it wrong. Go back in time, 100%. At first he said, I'm reading it wrong. I might have read it wrong.
Bro.
It's an important thing. It's really important. It's very important.
Okay, here.
I'm
going to make the executive decision. What I heard and what I recall was him saying, I'm using Grok. It could be wrong. If it's wrong, it's wrong. Okay. That's automatically an admission up front to the point to say if it's wrong, it's wrong.
But why
can't I remember you saying, but it's wrong, and Misfit said you're reading that wrong. That's all
he's
I
been
remember.
like jumping around, but why can't I just don't understand why you can't
considering
clearly
it a nice
like
little
man
happy
up.
tie. We're gonna call it even and down the middle. Misfit
come
doesn't recall if he's wrong or not. You think he's wrong.
It's
I
not
don't give
not
a-
recalling.
I
It's just
don't
not
give a
using
fuck
common sense.
who's wrong.
video.
Listen, stop,
Common
both
sense.
of you, children. I don't care who's right or wrong in that instance. We're using Grok, and I don't give a fuck. Okay. The point is that we're going to move on to the next topic. Either way, you are both stupid for harping in on that point. And
No, it's an
sitting here
important
talking
point.
about-
No, fuck that.
Stop it.
It's an important point that it's very much matters whether this bill is going to blow up our deficit or it's going to keep our deficit the same. It's very, very important.
Then
All right.
we need to find the correct number. Then
Then
find the
it-
correct.
I already
number
have the
and we-
correct number. It's going to
on
blow.
video.
It's going to blow up the deficit by 3.4 trillion. That's the number.
Sure. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Then,
Alright.
if that's the number
What
we're
do you-
going off of,
what do
then
you
it doesn't
want?
matter if he's right or wrong. If
I-
you're making
he
your
just-
claim, stop for a second. If you're making your claim based on that number, continue accordingly, and it is up to Misfit to disprove that later. So let's run that direction, Alex.
Can
Okay.
we talk about the tax cuts, which is a different topic?
Yeah, it's somewhat related, but sure, if you want, and then
Okay.
we'll jump to my thing.
So, would you, like I said, would you agree that codifying the 2017 tax cuts is a good thing? Right? Because
No.
now you don't agree. Okay. So, here's the cause and effect of Trump's 2017 tax cuts. All right. Median household income went up about $7,500 per household. Right? We had a lot of people who were seeing more money in their pockets. The economy was creating, people were creating more jobs. Just like you say, your argument about if people have health care, they're going to be more apt to go out and work. I think it's a stronger argument where if people have money in their pocket, they're more motivated to go out and hustle because they see that they're reaping the rewards of their hard work. So with Trump's 2017 tax cuts, I specifically remember, now I know this isn't like, statistically relevant, it's just my personal situation, but I remember my paycheck went from, it was like a couple $100 or a few $100. This was back when I was working for somebody for that very small period of time. And I was like, oh my God, this is awesome. Trump's tax cuts. And I think that the codification of the 2017 tax cuts is going to put more money into people's pockets, which means they get to spend more money in this country, which creates more economic growth. And I think it's a good thing. So the fact that you say it's not a good thing, I don't understand where your logic is coming from.
Well, let me amend what I'm saying, and I'll explain my logic. I think it's a neutral thing. I think there's pros and cons. So in general, I am in favor of tax breaks, but tax breaks for the middle class, right? I think the middle class should pay less in taxes. Like, it's pretty absurd that billionaires pay an effective tax rate of 8%, which is significantly less than a nurse or school teacher, right? So that's what I'm in favor of. Now, the 2017 tax bill, a lot of that money went to the top 1%, which is, again, I think that money should have gone to the middle class or upper middle class. In addition, this is the part that was really bad about it. In that 2017 tax bill, it provided incentive for companies to outsource. And as a result of that, we lost 200,000 manufacturing jobs.
Mm-hmm.
That was a big issue as part of that. And I think that you could have a tax bill where the money doesn't go to the top 1%, where you don't incentivize outsourcing, where you actually incentivize basically people coming back and working in America, and you give the majority of the money to the middle class.
How much of the federal?
And also, just as a side note, my personal taxes actually went slightly up under the.
How much in federal income tax do the top 1% pay? Because you think they should pay more. How much do they pay?
Well, hang on. When did I say that they should pay more?
Well, you think you don't. Well, I think that you said it's a bad thing that we're giving a tax break to the top 1%.
Well, I just think it's bad that the top one, like that billionaires pay and less in taxes as a percentage than school teachers. I think that's a bad thing.
No,
can you agree with me on that?
They don't.
They do.
They don't. They don't at all.
What's the average? What's the average effective tax rate a billionaire pays?
A billionaire a billionaire does not pay less money in taxes than a school teacher.
No. Percentage. No, not in sales taxes.
percentage. Okay, fine, but
That's
you know,
what I said from the beginning.
You're taking advantage of these tax credits, right? Now these tax credits.
Wait, just really quickly, what percentage of billionaire? What do you think is the average percentage in terms of their taxes, federal taxes, that a billionaire pays?
I think that billionaires, the top 1%, I think they pay between 35 and 42% of.
They pay 8% of an effective tax rate. Billionaires.
No, but they pay 40%. A third between. I think it's 35 and 42. I could be wrong. Let's say hypothetically they pay between 35 and 42% of. Yeah, I think it's all right. So I'm looking it up right now. 38.8 average of 38.8. Right, an average of 38.8. So let's just say right around 40%. The top 1% pays 40% of income taxes. So they're paying, these billionaires that you say are taking advantage of the system are attributing 40% of all income taxes. So taxing them more is not going to hurt anyone other than the people who that they employ. Because when they're already paying taxes and already contributing to the economy, and then we decide to tax them more, they just go, what's the point? I'll just cut. Like, they're not going to give up their money. They're going to give up.
Okay, they're not going to give up their money, which really begs the question of, okay, anyway,
if you want to get into human psychology about
let me just read something to you. Multiple sources, including the 2021 White House study, suggest that billionaires pay a significantly lower effective federal income tax rate than the average American taxpayer. They pay billionaires pay an effective tax rate of 8%. A school teacher is paying like 25%.
What's 8% of a billion versus whatever of a school teacher's? It's more money, right? They're paying more money.
That still doesn't change what I'm talking about. Do you think that's fair?
Tax rate? No, it is 100% fair because the billionaire employs 1,000 people. The school teacher employs 0 people. Right, the school teacher's P&L, the school teacher's expenses are like, I don't know, $500 a year. The billionaires is $100,000 to $1 million a year.
What you said just made no sense because they have more total money.
They have more write-offs because they have more expenses because they
have more write-offs because the tax code was designed so billionaires could get away with paying as least amount of tax as possible.
No, that's not. They're taking advantage of a system that is in place. Now, if you want to talk,
and they put that system in place through lobbyists.
Well, hold on. Who's been in power for the majority of the past decade? Democrats. You guys.
I'm not saying Democrats are that great either. I think Democrats are corrupt too.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm just saying to try to blame it on Donald Trump. He said this.
I didn't blame it on Donald Trump.
No, I'm saying. All right, fine. But this debate is related to the One Big Beautiful Bill, which
we're talking about like separate things right now. But
it's connected, right? Because the One Big Beautiful Bill, which is what we're talking about, which is Donald Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill, and then we're talking about tax cuts and billionaires, and I'm just I'm just connecting dots that don't exist. But what I'm saying is, right, you have billionaires, right, who I think, right, should take advantage of the system that is in place, right? And this One Big Beautiful Bill, which solidifies or codifies the 2017 tax cuts, is going to essentially save billionaires money. We'll concede that, right? Nobody on my side is saying, no, it doesn't do that. No, it definitely does that.
So why is that a good thing?
Why is that a good thing? Good question. All right. Here's why it's a good thing. Because when they have more money, they invest more money into
okay. Trickle down economics. Been disproven a million times.
You let me finish one time. Sit there and let me finish. Right. Instead of interrupting,
I'm not that $200 hooker. Okay, you can't.
Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
She let me finish. You have not. All right.
I apologize for interrupting. I'll make it up to you by doing the Trump voice again.
I need to step away for a minute.
When a billionaire, all right, let's just use Elon Musk for an example, right? When a billionaire saves money, right, they will most of the time invest in making themselves more money. What is the best investment for a billionaire is probably their own company, right? So when they invest in their own company, they create more jobs, which essentially creates more infrastructure. And as long as they do it in America, I want billionaires to have tax cuts, 100%. I want them to pay a lesser tax rate than a teacher, but I don't want them to pay less taxes than a teacher, right? So I want them to pay 8% of billions of dollars, right? And I want the teacher to pay 15 to 20%, 22% of $40,000. But I don't want the teacher to pay $100,000 and the billionaire to pay $40,000, if that makes sense.
I understand. Can I respond to that now, or are you
yes?
still...
I'm sorry for getting snippy at you, but you've done it 3 or 4 times, and
well, you know, it's a heated debate. Okay,
had to put my foot down.
Relatively heated. It's all up. All right, so let me.
No, I love you, dude. You're good.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you as well. So let me explain to you why what you said it doesn't actually work. So what you're referring to is called trickle-down economics. It's basically when the billionaires, when the rich have more money, they're going to invest it into the economy, and that's going to cause jobs to grow. What really happens, and this has been studied by like every single serious economist nowadays for the last like 10, 20 years, has disputed this theory because it just doesn't pan out the way. What happens is when they get extra money, what they do is they just basically either put it overseas or they put it into, trust funds, or they put it into stuff like that, or hedge funds or whatever. They don't invest it in the economy. So giving billionaires more money, and this has been studied to death because we have tried this many times, does not overall create more jobs. Now, what does create more jobs is if you take that money that you would have given to billionaires, right, and you use that money, to build a chips factory, which is what Biden did. You know, a lot of bad things about Biden, but one of the good things he did is he did invest in microchips, right? So there was so basically we're manufacturing microchips, right? That's a lot of 100,000 jobs. Which, by the way, Trump just arbitrarily cut the funding for that for no good reason other than the fact that it was Biden. That's a side point. So when the government invests into key sectors, right, into the economy, that's what creates jobs, and that's what we want to do. But by giving the money to the billionaires, again, trickle-down economics doesn't work. They just hoard that money. They don't really spend it.
Okay, can I go now? Common sense, right? Common sense in the chat. Okay, you said that when billionaires get more money, they invest overseas. Right?
I didn't say that.
You did say that. You said You did say it. You said you said trickle down economics doesn't work because what's been proven is when billionaires get more money, what they do is they invest overseas.
No, they hide it overseas.
They hide it overseas?
Yes.
All right. Well, hypothetically, if that's true, what's this going to do? Tariffs. Tarri or whatever. Tariffs. Tariffs.
I mean, tariffs are also a horrible idea, but that's a whole side point.
Who's the fucking tariff president? Who's the president that's saying, hey, stop doing that. Stop putting your money outside of America.
Well,
it has to be in
America.
It has to be in America. Now, you also said that what Joe Biden did was Joe Biden said that we're going to have the CHIPS Act, right? Well, where are chips manufactured?
Taiwan.
China. Taiwan. Yeah. Taiwan. Yeah. So who is benefiting from the CHIPS Act? I wouldn't say it's America.
No, it's definitely America. If we are no longer reliant on Taiwan, that gives China less of an incentive to invade Taiwan, and also gives us a lot more control of our chips, which are essential to basically everything.
They're made in China.
We can make them in America.
Really? Do we?
Well, we were about to, yeah. All the infrastructure was already built.
It was just gonna have, just like the electric charging stations. We're gonna do it, right?
Well, no, like we had built the factories.
I promise.
No, the factories are physically there. They were built. Just the problem is that Trump came in and he cut the. Can I finish? And he cut the funding that was supposed to go to hiring the people, and he cut the money that was going to go to help subsidize initially the basically the chips factories, which now a lot of those projects are stalled, right? But we physically did build.
Do you see a pattern?
Trump fucking people over? Yeah.
No, I'm saying you don't see the pattern here, where when you said the economy was booming under Trump because of Obama, right? And the economy was failing under Biden because of Trump.
Well, no, hang on. The economy wasn't failing. In 2023, 2024, the economy was doing really good. Much better than it is now.
Really?
Yes, really. We have the first time.
Can we do it? Can we do another chat poll? Hey guys in the chat, do you
This is
think?
just
Hold
like
on.
juvenile appealing.
Do you think in the chat?
You're just trying to use the bandwagon fallacy.
In 2023 to 2024, in the chat, do you think the economy was doing really good?
Never said it was doing really good. Just said it was doing decently, and said it's doing better than it is doing now. After
Hold on. Better than now in the chat. Do you think the economy was doing better than it was now in 2023?
Yeah, if you actually have half a brain, no offense, then you look at things like unemployment, you look at things like GDP growth. And for the first time, in I believe 2025, right, we're going to hit negative GDP growth. We've had positive GDP growth from 2021, I believe, and in 2024 we hit something like 4-5% GDP growth, which is pretty substantial. So you look at metrics like that, GDP growth, inflation, you look at things like that.
Speaking of GDP growth, under Donald Trump, what was the highest GDP growth from his first presidency?
Do you want the exact number or what year?
It was 1.9. And it was in July, I believe, of
what percentage was that?
1.9, July 29.
1.9. Okay, so yeah, so Biden.
You know what it was under Biden?
It depends. What year?
I think it was 2022. I want to say about
9.9%.
Yeah. Let's pull this up.
Yeah, but in 2024, it was really good. It was like 5%.
Yeah, it got better than the worst. Right?
Well, no, it got better than it was the best under Trump. Obviously, the pandemic, it's not fair to blame that on Trump, but also Biden had to deal with a lot of the fallout effects of the pandemic and getting the economy working. Look,
I'm gonna do that share screen thing again, Sarah. Okay, here we go. So overall GDP growth, average annual real GDP growth was approximately 1.7 to 2.3 over Trump's term. Okay, Biden 2.5 to 3.4. So that's about double.
Yeah,
about double.
So
I'm just curious where your logic is coming from when you say
so that's a good thing, right? That you're supporting my point that GDP growth was higher under Biden.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
Well,
GDP. No, GDP. It's like golf. The lower number is better.
No, you're thinking of unemployment. Yeah.
GDP growth. I would think growth would be the higher the better.
Yeah, the higher the better. You're thinking of unemployment, my friend.
Yeah, hold on. 1.9.
Even
I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Hold on.
I know. Mindfuck, right?
Yeah, no, I'm actually in a mindfuck right now because I'm like, wait a minute. I think I'm right here, but it sounds like you're right.
You're not right.
GDP, annual GDP, the lower number is better.
No.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
The higher the GDP
number is better, right?
No, it's not. I promise you that.
Am I fucking insane right now? Why is it?
You're just wrong about this thing.
Not GDP.
You're thinking of unemployment, bro. Unemployment, the lower it is, the better. No, GDP growth, the higher the better. We want the GDP to be growing.
No, gross domestic.
AI overview. Yes, in general, high GDP growth percentages are considered good for an economy. They typically indicate a growing economy, which can lead to increased employment, higher wages, and improved.
Wait, what am I thinking of?
You're thinking of unemployment.
You are. I think you are thinking of unemployment.
I don't think so.
That's the only thing
between 2% and 3% is often considered.
You might be thinking of inflation.
I'm thinking. No, I'm an idiot. I'm thinking of inflation. I'm an idiot. My bad.
Okay,
Holy shit!
You'll concede on this point.
I will concede all day on this point. Why did I say GDP? My bad. Inflation 1.9. Biden 9. Wow. Why did I say that? Probably the vodka.
Yeah, I mean, if you want, we can talk about inflation, but I think we should get back to the topic at hand.
My bad. Wow, that was a fucking idiot thing.
Now, keep in mind also when we evaluate these that the pandemic mainly affected, there was a little bit of a delay effect in terms
My
of
bad. All right. So this is what I meant to do, guys. And you know what? Roast me, call me retarded. That was totally fucking my bad. It's
you
not
are,
even
you are retarded.
not
There
even
you
a
go.
brain fart. I have no excuses. I literally just confused inflation with GDP. So yes, what I was saying was, and I got the number right, 1.9 inflation per year under Trump, and Biden was 5.4. Right.
Yes.
So inflation,
but
versus,
but again, that has to do with the pandemic.
how-
We had, out of all the countries, all the civilized countries, all the Western countries, we had actually the lowest inflation.
Okay, so let's go with 2023, 4.1
Yeah, and then you can see it's pretty. Wait, sorry.
versus 2019. All right, so you got
one has a pandemic and one doesn't. Like, how do you not see that?
No, I think that 3 years is enough time.
Yeah, and that's why you can see that in 2024 it dropped down to 3%.
Okay, so 3% over,
and 3% is actually what you want inflation to be at. You don't want it to be at 0.
Yeah, no, but you do want it to be lower.
Well, yes, to a point, but you want it to be around like 2 or 3%.
This is my bad. Like
I agree that inflation was lower under Trump, but that all has to do with the pandemic.
Yeah. So the reason why, listen, I'm not making excuses. The reason why, you can get rid of the screen. The reason why I got those two numbers confused, because I was thinking of that old quote where if GDP gets below 3%, then Congress should not be able to run for re-election. So I was thinking lower number better. But no, what I'm saying is, right, the economy the argument was the economy was better a year ago. And I was using real numbers and real stats.
Now we have to compare 2024 to 2025, right?
Yeah, and GDP, by the way, was a little bit higher because what you're saying of the pandemic, where we had to spend so much fucking money, right? And yeah, gross domestic product did increase a lot under Biden's term. But I think that if you look at the economy overall in 2023, 2024 versus now, it was way worse a year ago, way worse a year and a half ago. So I don't know where you're getting your numbers. I don't know where you're getting
you can feel like that, but the GDP growth for U.S. in 2025 is expected to be 1.7% to 1.8. Compare that to 2024, where the GDP growth was like 4%.
Yeah, and you also have inflation, and you also have trade, and you also have.
Well, trade is at its lowest. Is inflation better now?
Well, you also haven't even seen the effects of the Trump administration because it's only been 6 months. So I think that we're going to have better numbers probably next quarter or the quarter after. So yeah.
Inflation is higher in 2025 than it was in 2024.
How those numbers are from October, right? Or November? Those numbers end. I think those numbers end in November for the quarter.
According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, I don't know when it ends, but
I think it ends. I think it ends in November 2024. So
why would it even matter?
Well, it would matter because you're not getting any accurate representation of Trump's numbers because Trump's numbers haven't been recorded yet.
Well, we were getting first indicators. Anyway, we're really reeling off the initial.
Yeah,
topic.
we're going off.
Let's go back to this.
I think it's because we spent an hour on that other fucking topic that I forgot about already.
It was an important topic. All right, listen. Let's get back to this. Let me just ask you maybe a few questions. You could ask me some questions.
Sure.
Blah blah blah.
Big beautiful bill. Go.
Big beautiful bill. All right. Do you think that energy bills going up for American families is a good thing?
My energy bill has gone down, but
it doesn't matter.
No. So, is there something in the bill that has increased energy?
Yes, all the cuts to solar and stuff like that, which provides cheap energy for homeowners. And I know this because I used to work in the solar industry, so I know exactly how it works.
Do you have any real data that the policies of the big beautiful bill have been recorded, like as far as your cost now versus what it would be under the big beautiful bill. No.
Well,
You
the
don't.
big beautiful bill just passed now, so we have to look at
Exactly.
logic. We have to use our logic and look at analysis and figure out what's going to happen. A
So
lot
you
of
have to
homes.
guess.
Wait, let me just kind of intuitively break this down. A lot of families use solar, right? And it can I lived in California. I've been to Hawaii, and places like that, you can save a lot of money by having solar panels on your roof. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It saves homeowners monies. And now, if, for example, there's no, tax incentive, stuff like that, a lot less people will get solar, which means a lot more people will pay higher amount of money in, their energy bills. I believe it's $400 a year that the average family will pay more in energy.
You're
bill.
talking about federal funding for solar companies, yeah?
I'm talking about a lot of things, but yeah, federal investment in clean energy.
Okay. Do you think, and I know this might sound like I'm changing the subject, I'm not, right? Do you think that like the DMV runs well? Do you think that the post office runs well? Do you think anything the federal government does runs well? In fact, let me rephrase the question. What in the federal government that is run by the federal government runs well?
Well, I think Medicaid runs fairly well.
So you think that the federal government-
let me answer this. So the people who have Medicare generally prefer to private insurance. They would hire for it. It has a lot less corruption. So it's only, I think, with regular health insurance, about 10% of the money is just being scammed by insurance companies. With Medicaid, that level is only 2%. So yeah, I think Medicaid runs relatively well.
Okay.
Better than private health insurance. I'll tell you that.
So I think what I was trying to say is what system. So you're saying that the healthcare system in America runs well.
Well, I think I'm talking about something that runs better by the federal government than does to the private. I think there's definitely improvements
all right, you know
that
what,
could be made. But I'm comparing it to private health insurance.
So private sector versus federal government. You think healthcare, private sector. You think federal government is better than private sector.
Yeah, overall, yeah. I mean, again, this is based on a lot of things.
I think a lot of people will disagree with you. Now,
okay, sure. Some random person could disagree with me, but we look at satisfaction surveys. We look at waste, fraud, and abuse.
That was just it wasn't the whole thing that I was trying to say. What I am saying is, right, you're saying that with solar, with the argument that you're making about how with the federal government cutting federal funding for private companies to use subsidiaries for solar.
It's not how it works.
Well,
I'm sorry, you're wrong about it.
The
No, the way it works is right now, for example, if you put solar on your roof, you get a 30% tax rebate from the federal government.
Private companies use subsidiaries to offer that to their customers so that they can get discounts that they can then roll over onto the consumer. Right?
No, it depends on how it works. It depends on which type of solar you get. If you buy your solar panels in cash, you're the one that directly gets that. Now, also, even if you do a lease, solar panel lease, then yes, you're right. But those are not really popular anyway. If you do financing, which was probably the most popular option, you're the one that applies for that tax credit on your own end. And you use that tax credit to deduct from your solar payments.
Okay.
So it only works like that for solar leases, which are not even that popular to begin with.
Outside of California, right? Because I don't see them a lot in Texas. I really don't. Outside of California, which I would say has gone the heaviest on green energy, have they seen any statistical improvements in their energy costs? As far as I know, they have a lot of rolling brownouts. They have a lot of high energy costs. Like there are some electrical charging stations that can't even keep up with the demand of the amount of electric vehicles in the state.
EVs are a little bit different, but I can tell you, I worked in this industry for 5 years. I've seen people's electric bills. So the way my process would work is I would go into a family's home that I have an appointment with, and I would ask them for a year's worth of their electric bills, right? I would want to figure out a baseline of how much they're paying on average for the electric bills, right? And then I would only sell them solar if it would make sense for them financially. And a lot of times it did. And so I would see that they went from paying, let's say, an average of $200 a month for their, electric company to maybe paying $120 a month for the solar panels, right? So I saw that firsthand with my eyes. So yes, it doesn't work for every house. If you have like no roof or you're covered by trees, it's not going to work for you. But for a lot of houses, it does work really, really well. And it saves people money on their electric bills. I've seen this firsthand many, many times.
What would you say the percentage of people that have solar or use solar for the powering of their homes is?
In America? I don't know. It's probably going to be like, let me just look it up.
No, just tell me what you think.
I think it's probably like 10%, but let me see.
Okay, 5%.
Okay.
Did somebody change something on their mic settings?
Yeah, I hear. I think it's him.
I'm gonna mute Misfit and see if I can still hear it. Alex is coming from your end.
Oh fuck. How bad is it?
It's pretty.
Let me see if I can play around with my settings.
It wasn't there earlier. It just started coming in.
I'm not, dude. No matter what I do, no matter what I try, I'm always destined to have tech issues. Wait, let me just fix this first, please.
No, I don't think I can hear it anymore.
You okay? I'm good now.
Yep, I think you're good.
All right, thank God.
So 5% of U.S. single-family homes have solar panels installed. Now, I hate to do this again to you, but I think what we're doing again with your argument is catering to the minority, right? Where you're talking about an issue as if the issue is a big issue when it's not.
This is like 25 million people, my friend.
Yeah, but it's a small percentage. You just used percentages to me, and now I'm using percentages to you. When you were talking about billionaires versus school teachers, you used percentages. You didn't use total amount, right? Now you're using total amount instead of percentages.
But your argument is that it doesn't matter because it's a small percent of.
Well, you gotta look at it this way, all right? If we have oil and gas and we can run this I almost said a company because I was going to say economy and company. It's because what Trump is doing is he's trying to bring energy back by drilling for oil. He doesn't give a fuck about solar. He doesn't care about wind, right? And the downside now, solar, I actually don't have a huge problem with. Wind, I have a huge problem with, especially with what they're doing with the marine life. And
I agree. I'm not a big fan of wind farms either.
But solar, I do like solar.
Solar works.
Listen, I like it, but here's the deal. I just looked it up, and it's 5%.
Well, hang on.
So 5% of homes. You're talking about 5%.
No, because it doesn't.
You're using it to make an argument.
No. It's not just going to be 5% of homes because it's also going to affect the electric companies because they also rely on solar. And the electric. Wait, let me finish. And the electric companies are going to pass those costs down to the consumer. So it's not just 5%. Yeah, it's a higher percentage.
I get what you're saying, but even at the highest number, even at the maximum amount of thing that you want with green, it's 15%, and then that's why are we throwing away the other 85? Why are we looking at?
Well, they have the option of getting solar too. They're not prevented. But why is it a good thing that 15% of people will have their electric bills go up?
No, my question is why is every single one of your arguments catering to the minority? Every argument you make caters to the minority. You're talking about, what about the one lady who has a retarded kid? What about the 5% of people?
15% is a huge amount of people.
Yeah, but I know it's a huge amount of people, but you don't understand how society works.
So just because it doesn't affect 50% of people, then that means that it doesn't matter?
No, it's not 50%. What I'm saying is you don't cater to the minority. A functioning society moves to the majority.
A minority of people have cancer. Do you not think we should have cancer research because it only caters to a minority?
100%, but you're using a false equivalency here. I'm not saying that you shouldn't explore the solar industry. I'm saying you shouldn't throw away all right, so a minority of people have cancer. Are you saying we shouldn't explore cancer research? No. A minority of people have cancer. Are you saying that we should stop treating every other human being that doesn't have cancer and focus every
subsidizing
minute
on
of
solar,
energy?
you're not stopping the other people from getting their electric bills from getting electricity. You would be right if it was a one or the other. If it was like, okay, we keep the solar subsidies and the other people suffer in terms of the electricity. It's not like that.
You're not listening, man. You're not listening. What your analogy with the cancer thing, right? What you're basically saying is a small amount of people do have cancer. We should definitely research cancer. We should look at that up.
And we should also definitely help the people.
Your analogy is we should stop treating broken legs.
No, I'm not. That's not my analogy. Not my analogy at all. Like, massive fucking straw man. Massive fucking straw man. I'm not saying that let's just say whatever, 85%, even though I think it's less than that, 85% of people who don't rely on alternative energy and their utility company doesn't rely on alternative energy. I'm not saying we should just fuck them over and have their utility prices go up.
But your policy
You're creating a false dichotomy.
No, but your policy actually does, because everything that you're arguing for, let's go back to what we're actually debating, the big beautiful bill, right? The big beautiful bill is more focused on petroleum products, petroleum energy, drilling, gas and oil. It's focused on that. Your argument is that we should focus more on solar. My argument
not
is
saying we should focus more. I'm saying we should keep the existing solar subsidies.
Why? They're not working.
They are absolutely working. They're helping homeowners across the country.
Why is California rolling brownouts, dude?
That has to do with just too many people moving in there, and there being too much demand on the thing. I can also give you a more technical explanation about how utility companies
having a mass exodus, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, sure. I'm not a big fan. I used to live in Cali. I'm not a big fan of a lot of things they did. We don't disagree as much as.
What state do you live in now, if you don't mind me asking?
I live in Florida.
Okay, I love Florida. I used to live there.
Yeah, it's great. But I feel like you're creating a false dichotomy. Like let me kind of outline it. The solar subsidies are helping people save money on their electricity bills. They're also creating a lot of jobs, but let's forget about that for a second. They're helping a lot of people save money on their electricity bill. And the cool thing is, if you don't have solar now, you can easily get it. And a lot of that is financially feasible because of the 30% federal solar tax credit. Right.
Sure.
And so when you remove that, you make solar not financially feasible for a lot of people, which in turn drives up their electricity costs.
Can I ask you why you left California?
Sure, but how is that relevant?
It's relevant because you're making an argument that California, which is I would say number one solar consumer.
It's Hawaii, actually.
Hawaii? Okay. Yeah. California number two?
It's up there, yeah.
Okay. California is one of the highest, let's go with that, consumer of solar, and you now live in Florida. And I would say Florida is lower on the solar end, and I would say that a lot of people move away from the policies that they argue for into states that have policies that they argue against. And I'm not using this as a personal attack.
No, you're good.
I'm saying you're living in Florida right now, which
because there's a lot
has nothing in common with what you're
let me explain this. So first of all, I don't own a house. When you don't own a house, you can't put solar on your roof. So I wasn't benefiting from solar. If I was, even if I did have a house, there's a lot more to your quality of life than whether you can get cheaper electricity bills. Like, that's never been high up. It's like, oh, well, I'm going to go to the place where I get the cheapest electricity bills, right? So if you want to know the reasons I left California, it was around 2017. And a lot of that came down to is just the fact that I lived there for 6 years and I was just kind of getting tired of it. I wanted to change of pace. So I thought I would move to Austin, Texas, which is like a smaller town. So I moved there.
An hour from me.
Yeah, so I moved there, and then I realized it gets cold as fuck in the winter, and a lot of girls there are like religious and don't put out and whatever. So then I left Austin and I moved to Miami, and that's where I've been. Right, but it has nothing to do. There's a lot of policies in Florida that I don't like. It has nothing to do with that. It's just general policies, especially for someone like me who's like not gonna be struggling to eat. right? Like that's not going to play a huge role on a micro level. It's going to play a huge role on a macro level.
Okay.
So that's why I'm here, is just because I love big booty Latinas and because the weather here is great and I have a lot of friends here.
Okay, it wasn't a personal attack. I was actually
No, it was not. I didn't think
genuinely
so.
asking because what we do see a lot of the time is people leave California, they go to a red state, and then they bitch. And I think that, like,
I'm not bitching. We're having a debate.
No. I'm not saying you. I'm saying people. I didn't say you. And I think that what we need to do is we need to have a conversation about why. Not you. You've explained your situation. Big booty Latinas. But some people do leave California because, oh my God, I can't even get electricity, right? And then they move to Florida. Not you. They move to Florida. And they go, oh my God, fucking, we need to get solar over here. And it's like, dude, shut up. You just left. So that was my argument.
I see your point. I think it's a fair point, especially when it has to do with things like crime. But
and I lived in California too. I lived in Santee for 2 months. It took me 2 fucking months to leave. I stayed there for a total of 60 days before I said nope. Like, I was like,
yeah, I think there's a lot of like rich liberals who are hypocrites, just like there's a lot of conservatives who are hypocrites, right?
Fair, so that's fair.
So I'll grant you that completely. But
right, back to the big.
But solar, just going back to solar, is not like. It would be a good thing if we had solar. It wouldn't cost Florida to go to shit. It would make it more affordable for the average person. It would be good for us. It would also create jobs.
I think
solar is a good thing. Again,
I used to work for a guy. I do construction, and I worked for a guy that was pushing green energy, green products. He was getting a government subsidiary for pushing green, and solar was one of the things. And he was getting like I think it was like $15,000 for each system that he could push, and it was from the federal government. I know like personally, and this was 10 years ago, by the way. I don't know what they're doing now, but I do know
things did change a little bit since 10 years ago.
I do know that even though that was 10 years ago, that there is a huge push from the federal government to private companies like mine and like others who work on homes, where they incentivize pushing this green energy. Because what happens is, right, it's not about like the customer saves the money. You give the whole sales pitch, right? And you're like, you're going to save this much over 10 years. But then as soon as there's a problem that they have to fix, they have to pay for the repairs.
No. Typically, at least with my company, every company I knew, any repairs the warranty period was like 10 years, and any repairs were included.
I think that every person that's watching this right now will probably agree with me that when they say that, they're not. It's any type of sales pitch on any type of product that's going to last over a certain period of time. You're getting screwed, right? Where it's like they make it very difficult for you to actually for you actually to make good on whatever promises they made you when you.
No offense, I just don't think you understand that much about solar.
Like, no, I do. I
think we're confusing solar leases with solar purchases and solar financing.
Well, solar leases would be when you're paying like a monthly on the panels that the company installed in your home. This is what the guy that I was working for would used to do. Nobody can afford to pay outright. Well, not nobody. The top 1% can afford to pay outright and own their solar panels, and then they can contract with the company through insurance, where if anything breaks, that they can pay a monthly and they can have that taken care of. But as far as I can tell, it's pretty much you're in debt to the government because they put $100,000 worth of shit on your roof.
No, you're not.
You're
not in debt to the government. You're never in debt to the government.
Well,
you're in debt to whatever loan program you use, whether that was an internal one.
Yeah, and the loan program is a subsidiary of the government. They get these incentives from the government.
No, I believe it's mostly private banks, but I could be wrong on that.
No, you are. It's okay. It's just like Elon with this whole this falling out with Donald Trump, right? Elon and Donald Trump had a falling out. I believe Trump. You might not, but I do. When Trump was like, It's about the electric vehicles. He wanted these incentives.
I believe that.
And he wanted these subsidiaries. And it's like, yeah, of course he did. And that's exactly why he was being friends with you.
Yeah, I also agree when
but
Elon
Tesla,
said that Trump's on the Epstein list. But anyway, listen,
hold on. But Tesla is not a government company. It's a private company. Right?
Yes, I understand that. Wait, let's go back to solar energy though. I just want to explain this like more simply. So
I just want to let you know
it's almost 2 hours.
I just want to let you know because Alex, I know you are on a time limit. I just wanted to be mindful of that. You
can I just make one point? It'll take 30 seconds.
I wanted to tell you to like maybe finish your point and then we can move into closing statements from there if you want.
Sure. Let me just make this one point about solar. Yeah, like this is something I really believe in because I did it for so long. Look, solar has multiple benefits. One of the benefits is that for electric companies, it provides them a cheap source of energy. And that means they don't have to jack up the prices on the people who don't even have solar. So the way it works typically in a lot of places is basically you put solar on your roof. Now where is that energy being held? Because you're generating a lot during that day. It is being held by your electric company through net metering, and they're giving you credit for it, right? So you generate a shitload of electricity, and they're taking that electricity and they're giving it to the people who don't have solar, right? Again, preventing some of these issues you mentioned, like rolling blackouts. And then at night, when you're not generating energy, you have these credits that you can use, and that, so you're not actually at the end of the day paying anything for solar. Now, again, like I've seen this firsthand, like many, many times. What solar does, it allows people to save a lot of money on electric bills. It also adds value to their house. This has been studied pretty well. And in addition, it also makes it so that basically they're protected from future rate increases that electric companies do every year. Electric companies are not benign. They do some shady shit. Yeah, I know this firsthand to fuck over consumers. So that's how solar helps. And what we do by cutting out these solar incentives that have been around forever is we drive up the energy costs for a lot of people. We prevent you people from getting solar unless they just have a shitload of money laying around, right? And also, we kill a bunch of solar jobs. All of these things are bad.
Yeah, like I said, I think that if you're looking at the numbers, right, you're looking at 5% of U.S. single-family homes have the panels installed on their homes, right? And that's 4.7 million homes. And if you look at it like a number of 4.7 million, you go, oh no, that's 4.7 million people that are going to be disaffected by this thing. And you can make the argument. I made the argument, so I'm not going to chastise you for doing the same thing I did when you use a number instead of a percentage.
But it affects people who don't have solar, as I explained to you.
But I get it. But at the same time, there is one tried and true tested energy source that we have been running on since the Beverly Hillbillies tapped into that fucking little thing in their backyard, and it works. So I think that
are you talking about oil?
Yes, I'm talking about oil. I think that when you cater to the minority and you say, I'm not saying that you shouldn't research, and I'm not saying that you shouldn't, give, some type of, like, I guess, incentive for people to try to push to clean energy. I'm not saying that. I think that clean energy.
Also, so oil is not commonly used fuel.
I'm saying that the government itself, right, should not be pushing for something that is 5% of single family U.S. homes. I just don't think it's worth it.
What percentage of people do you think use oil?
100. 100% of people use petroleum products. You're using them right now. They're in your computer. They're in your phone.
No, I'm just talking about to heat their house.
To heat their house?
Yeah, to power their house.
It's probably in the 70s.
In the 70s, you think?
Yeah, maybe higher.
It's 4.1%.
Are you talking about oil tanks?
In the U.S., relatively small percentage of the U.S. households use oil as their primary heating fuel, while 41% of primarily use heating oil. It's more concentrated in Northeast.
Gas. The gas is from petroleum. That's what you want to look at.
So you want to talk about natural gas.
Propane.
Well,
Yeah.
natural gas is a byproduct of petroleum product. It's how they get it. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's really high.
So natural gas is much more common than oil, but oil, just to clarify on what you were saying, is
But
a
oil
tiny
is from
percentage.
natural gas.
Sure, but it's not natural gas.
But it's from the same source.
The shit that you're gonna take is from you, but it doesn't mean the shit is you.
Okay, so like, I don't know what's a good analogy here. Like a fucking, I don't know.
We don't have to bicker about this part. I'm just correcting
no,
that
it's a super high number.
Let's go ahead and move
It's
into
called oil. It's called oil and natural gas. Like, sorry.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and move into closing statements, gentlemen. Then after that, Alex, I'll let you go because I know you have to be somewhere after this. And then because most of the super chats aren't really inquiries to you, Alex. So it'll be okay if you.
Oh, what the fuck? They don't want to talk to me.
Well, there's some poking. There's some poking at you, but there's no like actual questions for you. So.
Poking at me.
I mean, you can say I
don't like to be poked.
I'm saving your relationship right now because somebody's hungry. So I'm going to let you go after you do closing statements.
She does what I want, okay? I'm the alpha.
Misfit, would you like to go with your closing statement, please?
Yeah. My closing statement is everything that guy just said is bullshit. No, look, all right. Here's the deal. We were trying to debate the one big beautiful bill, but we didn't really do a great job at it. And but it was a good debate. It was definitely a really fun debate about natural gas, about healthcare, about this and that. But the thing that we didn't debate was what's in the actual bill, because Alex doesn't actually know what's in the actual bill. He's talking about effects that might happen based off of articles that experts have reviewed and fucking theorized what could become of the actual beautiful bill. What's in the actual one big beautiful bill, which I don't agree with fully, and I should have probably put that in my opening. I don't agree with it fully. I think that, raising the debt ceiling, I think that increasing the deficit, etc., I don't really agree with that. But that's why omnibus bills are always garbage. I appreciate doing line by line things. However, this is a Agenda 47 wish list, which I think should have been pushed through because Trump is dealing with a rogue Congress every time he gets in office. And I think that what's actually in the bill is we have solidifying the 2017 tax cuts. We have cutting fraud out of Medicaid, not innocent people with 3 kids and 1 retarded who are just trying to, make it. Like, I think that the argument that Alex has made is an argument for the 1% of everything that he talked about. And I don't think that that's an argument that you can make, because when you cater to the minority, you end up just like the left with their whole, trans people are real people, whatever. Anyway, that's my argument, and everything that guy said is bullshit.
Fair enough, Misfit. And Alex, to you.
Yeah, I enjoyed this debate a lot, and I want to give props to Misfit Patriot for being good faith throughout this debate. I want to give props to Sarah for hosting this, even though at one time she kind of ended a conversation that wanted to continue, but don't worry, we will discipline her offline. So Misfit Patriot says, I don't know what's in the bill. I do, but a lot of the language in the bill is kind of vague. So we have to look at what the effect of this is going to be. And that's why I brought studies and articles. Misfit did not, because he did not really have the facts on his side when it comes to this. He just kind of had vague talking points. Now, I think that this bill is a nightmare for the reasons I explained. I think Misfit Patriot did a lot of wishful thinking. Like, well, it's only going to fuck over like 15% of people or 10% of people. It's not going to fuck over everyone, right? But yeah, there's provisions they're going to fuck over this 10%, that 10%, this 15%. I think we clearly saw that he was wrong, blatantly wrong on some things, like when he claimed that the GDP growth is I know is better when it's lower, and that it was better under Trump. Clearly not the case. Also, he was wrong when he was saying that the tax cuts, the $3.4 trillion in tax cuts, that the $3.4 trillion added to the deficit will be kind of outweighed by the $3 trillion that we will get back through tax cuts, which intuitively makes 0 sense at all. Like, we give people tax cuts and that somehow generates more income. Doesn't really make sense. But yeah, I think this bill will fuck over a lot of people. I think that if I get like maybe 20 hours with Misfit Patriot, I could get him to kind of come along a little bit, but maybe not. I don't know. But yeah, there's also other things that I haven't mentioned. Like, for example, when you cut solar, infrastructure, China will outcompete us. So there's something that they're investing billions, I believe, or if not hundreds of millions of dollars on, because that's electricity of the future. I worked in this industry, and I see how not having solar panels can negatively affect not only people who have solar panels, but also people who don't, because the utility companies use solar to generate electricity, and without that, they're going to just jack up the cost for everybody. So there's also the 18 million children who will lose school meals. There's good stuff like that. And of course, we didn't even talk about the millions of acres that's going to be sold to billionaire polluting industries, which is going to harm the air and water we breathe. But anyway, like I said, overall, this was a good debate. I feel like for a Trump supporter, Misfit Patriot is not quite as just like basically brainwashed as the average one. So I will say it was a good debate, buddy. You tried your best. It was really good. It was really good.
Thank you, buddy.
And maybe later I'll grab you by the pussy.
Your Trump impersonation is awful. It's as good as mine. Don't do it. I'll get Sean.
What the fuck? My Trump impression is on cue.
I will have.
Perfect.
We actually have.
I will have Sean Farish send you.
Hold on. We have a Trump impersonator who comes here every so often. And he's amazing. It's perfect. His voice is on par. So,
dude, I can't believe you said that. Like, we were like, I was starting to like you, but that was just a low blow.
I do a weekly show with Sean Farish, the #1 Trump impersonator, and he will send you a nice little you lost.
I'll see for myself.
You lost message.
Well, to the ladies and gentlemen, I have dropped the link for the open panel into the chat. It is now pinned in the chat. If you can't figure out how to find that, ask the mods or you're too stupid. So feel free to start hopping backstage as you already are. Alex, are you going to make your exit?
I'll stay for like maybe 2 or 3 people. We got a tad bit of time.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm gonna pee, but I'll come back and I'll stay for 15-20 minutes. What you?
Yeah, we should do more debate. We should do more debates, man.
Yeah, that's fine. I honestly like this debate. I say yes to every debate, and I tell people whatever topic you want. I think this was like I didn't like the topic, but I was like, yeah, all right. But you're a good sport, so it's fun.
Pick a different topic and we discuss it.
Alex, you want to go give him a hand?
Yeah,
Alex, why don't you go give Misfit a hand while he goes potty? I'm going to run through some of these while you're stepping away. FR Frem Pumpkin Pukin gifted 1 Raging Tomato membership. Congratulations to that lucky lottery winner. Nuxis says, thank you to the guests. Have a great stream. And remember to hit the like button. Yes, or else I'm going to continue dunking the chat. Ricky enjoying his new membership. Chaos Queen sending maters all the way around. Finkel, who sent the suggestion with the big 20, he said, point your AI to the text. And Alex, obviously, you turned that down because you didn't want anything to do with the Congress.gov, which was perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Dearden getting his new membership and then follows up to say, no disrespect, Alex, but using an article for a source is the same as using Wikipedia for source in school homework. Shout out to Raging Tomato host.
Well, Wikipedia is actually a pretty good source. I know it got a bad beat when I was in middle school and high school, but Wikipedia is not bad and they source all their arguments. So you could always just go to the original source. But look, we have to utilize like articles, studies, and stuff like that. So yeah, that's kind of why I brought a lot to the table. There's a lot that I brought to the table that I didn't even show. They were just like in case he wanted to see it, I had it ready. So yeah,
I thought you were very prepared.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying there's a lot of stuff that we didn't even get to. Like, I think it's important to, to actually have sources behind what you say.
Yeah, that's fair. Old Sarge Finkel says the link is to the actual text of the bill, what has become law. And I'm a liberal. And he was referring to that Congress.gov. Caldy says, Calgon, take me away. Powder Dusty said, drop Alex. We're not dropping Alex. You know better.
Oh, fuck you. Alex is cool.
Casual Crypt enjoying his new membership. Another artist says, what is the Misfit Patriots education level? Mind you, I put this on the screen, and as it was sitting on screen, you couldn't spell tariff. So I think we all deserve to know the
No, I
answer to this
spelled it
question.
right. I spelled it right. I just didn't read it right. It's tariff. TARIFFS.
You were very confused.
Because I was reading and talking.
If you want, next time we can debate whether tariffs are good or bad.
I'm gonna give you guys a little inside baseball. This bottle was full when I started the weekend, and now it's here.
Jeez.
Jesus Lord.
At least you're drinking Made in America.
Yeah, I'm drinking. I am a little drunk. I'm not a lot drunk. I'm a little drunk. So if I spell
that means we can take an advantage of him.
If I spell tariffs wrong or say tariffs wrong after I spelled it right, that's your fault.
I cannot debate under alcohol.
Not a flex fatty. Listen, I will fuck your mom. Like, not you, in the chat, Smashville. I will have sex with your mother.
Oh my God.
3 minutes, babe.
Consensual.
Non-Fon enjoying his new membership. Another artist getting his new membership. And Finkel wanted to finish the goal. 1 teal super chat, 2 teal super chat, 3 teal super chat. Oops, not teal. Someone help out. I have the goal set, and it was set to certain goals.
I don't do YouTube.
I'm being summoned.
I told you I was saving you. I gave you the exit.
Oh,
Make your exit.
I'm an alpha man. Okay, I do what I want.
Finkel says the Big 20 says homes with solar panels is not the same as solar generations added to the grid.
Lovely. All right, Sarah, I do got a dip. But yeah, thank you so much for organizing this. This was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed this. I think you're a good faith debater.
No, it was fun.
Yeah, it was definitely fun. Let's set something up for the future.
All right, lovebirds. I'll message the both of you on it.
All right, take
Bye,
it easy,
Alex.
guys.
See ya.
All right, bring on some retards so I can talk to them before I go.
will. We're going to read the super chats first. Let's see. Contemporary sends a big 5 for having to deal with these two, not one step back. Finkel sends a big 2. I know. I felt like I had Dum 1 and Dum 2 today.
Hey, I'm still fucking here.
Somebody posted on my Twitter. It was Dumb and Dumber. It's like, and it said these are the 2 debating tonight.
I don't fucking debate. I don't know why you bring me on.
I think you're fun. It is fun. Does solar wind cause cancer? I don't know. What does nuke coal and diesel do?
Bless Misfits Heart. Bless your mom's vagina. Shut up.
You are drunk. You're talking about people's mamas?
No, I talk about mom is my number one go-to.
Oh my God. Well, watch out because Mama Tomato is in the chat quite often. So you got to be good.
I'm not going to say anything bad about your mom. Your mom is a sweet lady. Misfit, have you accepted your free trip to Israel to French kiss the Wailing Wall? Is that what it's called?
I don't know.
I understand. I understand you want to support the military-industrial complex, but the grand American military is bankrupting. I think you meant to say the U.S. I have been offered several free trips to Israel, and I have not gone because I have a job, and it's not my priority. My priority is here in America. I don't know why people think that I care about the nation state of Israel. There's this really weird false binary where if you don't support terrorists, you love Netanyahu. I don't know Netanyahu. I don't know who that fucker is. I don't care.
I don't know who Netanyahu is either.
Hey, Coldy, my mom's dead. Good luck FaceTiming
her, retard. I think he was talking about my mama. Nuke, Final One says, I loved last night's ending. It was awesome. Yes, I basically said, I owe you nothing and hit the outro. And I said, fuck off. Per usual. All right. Are you ready to play with our friends?
I am. It's going to be fun.
And that's how. So I think most of them are probably coming for you based on what's sitting back there.
That's exactly why you bring me on? I'm basically like fucking what's it called? Wish app Andrew Wilson.
Don't I bring on everyone to be their own personal punching bags? Like literally everyone is up for grabs here.
My buddy, I think I already told you this. My buddy was like, people are used to jumping on the internet and punching somebody when they fall down. They punch you, and the only thing that happens is their hand breaks, and that's why they hate you so much.
Oh my God. Well, you do know how to take a joke. Like, shut up. All right, Timu Andrew Wilson already checked out. Who's got the bad feed going?
Coming.
You're fine. Hold on. I think it's. Hold on. Stay muted if I mute you. I need to figure out who has the bad audio. Joshua Dearden, it might be you. Unmute yourself again.
Oh, wow.
Check. 1, 2. Hello. I'm gonna mute you again. Joshua, it's you. Go fix your shit and come back. All right.
5 gays and Sarah.
It's okay to be gay.
What does that make you?
Wait, you got rid of one. Don't you fuck with me.
There's 6, 7, 8 people on this panel.
Wait.
The math and misfit.
Then there's one non-binary.
Sarah, I am so disappointed right now because I've been taking notes this whole time. And it's just Alex.
Should have been taking shots.
And then Alex is gone. So obviously,
that's
Alex
okay.
cannot handle the dumpster fire.
Sarah.
Well, Ryan and Nanfan and Effigy will probably stand in on Alex's behalf happily. And they will fight you to the death. So feel free. But they also probably are here for Misfit. So there's going to be a lot of crossfire. So Vibe and Misfit. Kay, do you sit on the right wing inside?
No, more left.
All right. So it's Vibe and Misfit versus everyone else. And Evan, I
All
never
right,
know
fist
where you
bump,
stand.
Misfit, we're in.
What's up?
Let's go.
Somebody wrote Misfit has no friends on that panel. You could have got rid of those last 3 words.
And Fico confirming he is not the source of bad audio. Confirmed.
Just the source of money.
Fico, it is not you. Joshua, did you fix your shit? Is your shit fixed?
Can you repost the link in the YouTube chat?
Oh,
so
he's drunker than me.
Oh God, it's posted. It's posted and pinned.
Wow, we found
It's
somebody that
pinned
can't
in
hold
the
their alcohol. All right.
At the top of the chat. You'll find it, and the mods will help you out. All right.
Sarah, I got a quick question for you.
Amateur hour. Yes.
That music for the Gauntlet intro, what is it? I want to know.
it.
It's awesome.
You
made it? You
And
made that?
It is protected.
Awesome.
It is protected because I made it with a payment. It is protected. Can't touch my shit.
Oh,
I'm not touching.
I just wanted to be able. To, I just wanted to be
just
able
a
to
real quick
listen
question,
to it.
and then I'll pass it off.
whenever
I
could.
just want to ask one question. Like, do you think
I
if
know
someone
you.
works 79 hours a week and they're on Medicaid, do you think that it's good policy to remove them from Medicaid?
Yes, fuck them.
Got it.
79.9 hours. Fuck them.
See, it's all a meme to this guy. He doesn't care about the real people who are affected by these because obviously not
No, I
everyone.
don't
is,
care. I
not
don't
everyone. He doesn't give a shit. Exactly. He doesn't give a shit.
I don't
Neither
care.
do the people who signed this bill. Right? They don't give a fuck about these people.
who
And
I
there
care
are tons of real people who are going to be in this situation, and he doesn't give a fuck. He's just sitting here
How
drunk,
many?
making fun of them, calling their kids retards, calling their children, making fun of disabled children, like a disgusting
It
fucking
was
freak
an
he is.
imaginary. It was an imaginary retarded kid.
No, there are actual mentally disabled children that you were talking about. You fucking
Yeah, but I
retard.
wasn't talking about that. You just called me a retard. retard.
Yeah, because you're a fat
actually
retard. Yeah,
I'm
yeah, I said it.
actually
Yeah.
on the spectrum. I have an SRS2 score of 80. Sucker. All right, you just committed a hate crime. You committed a hate crime.
I don't think it's a good precedent to set to go and have so much shit shoved in one bill so that.
How's my mic now?
I don't either. I don't
better.
like it. All right, but
Better.
let's talk about Ryan calling retarded.
Now, to be fair,
people
Evan, it's
retarded.
not really a precedent at this point in U.S. politics, but they've been doing that for a while.
Yeah.
Hate crime.
Okay, guys.
Bills are kind of the norm now.
So, how long has Trump been president right now?
A little over 6 months.
All right, shut up. All of you know better. Let's move. Stop for just a second. Everybody.
There's a point here, Sarah.
I know. I was hearing like multiple voices, and I think it might have been my fault because I had something else playing somewhere else. Somehow. I don't know. My apologies. Continue on.
Yeah, so
it's all Sarah's fault.
The debate is the big beautiful bill. Am I incorrect here, or are we debating something else right now?
You're right.
It's the one big beautiful bill.
So the majority of the United States is actually for this big beautiful bill, and I have to say, like, I sometimes hate how Trump makes everything into second grade words that everybody can understand. But that's what the United States needs. And I also hated that he threw everything into one bill. I'm like, how can you possibly do that? However,
Same thing that the Democrats
bill
does, though, right?
actually says, and what most of America actually approves of, we've got, I'm not going to lay them all out, but we've got education and education reform, and we've got technology influence, right? Now, if you put these in two different bills, what we have is a problem where if one passes the other one and the other one doesn't, it doesn't work because we need education to enhance technology and the tech sector in the United States. These are two things. And when you bring a giant bill like this together, you actually have the opportunity to actually have each one feed off of each other. And by the way, the United States is in overwhelmingly favor of all the facts of the bill, like education reform.
But not the bill itself, to be clear. Not the bill itself.
What do they not like? They don't
Let's play
like
a game. What do you guys think Vibe would be saying if Democrats were in charge?
No, I think Vibe's actually doing.
He'd be saying 65% of the country is overwhelmingly the majority of the country does not view this bill favorably, which is true of this bill.
Well, what about?
Look, obviously, it doesn't matter whether
there's a lot of things they like. There's a lot of things they
whether
don't
it's
like.
good or
What they don't
bad,
like is
right?
they don't like the
Like
tax. That's one of the things they don't like. The other thing they don't like is the potential government overreach. But it's not a fact, right? Everything everybody doesn't like are the potentials of this bill, but not the facts.
Well, what do you mean? I think it's a
I
fact
agree.
that people add work requirements to Medicaid, and I think that people are opposed to work requirements in Medicaid. So, like, this is.
I don't like the fact that
I
it gives
wanted
massive tax cuts to the wealthy.
That's not
true, but hold on. This is something I want to ask Misfit about.
Okay, yeah, this is great. This is one of the points I was actually wanted to talk to Alex about, right? So let's say I am a billionaire and I pay 8%.
Sarah, you got too many people. You got too many people here.
Yeah, what is going on?
You have too many people.
I threw a lot of stuff out. I'll be quiet.
Hold on. Yeah, you all know better. You all have been here, except for Joshua, but you all have been here before and you know better. Let's figure this out. Non-fun. I think you were saying something before Vibe cut in.
Yeah, right. So Misfit, I would allege like you're the one about the Medicaid thing was the first thing you talked about. You're the one catering to the minority here. If you look at the people on Medicaid, like about half of them are either like children or retired, and then of the people who are working age, the majority of those people are either working or have some exemption because they're disabled. Only about 3% of people on Medicaid are people who are not working long time in the way you're suggesting, right? So you're adding this work requirement, a policy that increases the amount of paperwork everyone has to do for only a very small percentage of people actually on Medicaid, and those able-bodied working people are not working people are not the ones consuming Medicaid benefits, right? You know, they're the healthy people that are paying into the system and not taking much out of it. So you're creating work requirements which fuck over everyone. We have evidence from states like Arkansas that did work requirements. The majority of people that lost coverage were not working. We're not like these people who weren't working. They were people who were exempt or were working but didn't fill out the paperwork correctly.
Okay. Do you want me to answer? So you said that I created it. What do you mean by I created work?
Supporting it.
Hold on. So you're saying that kids, right, are losing their Medicaid. The same question I asked Alex. Where? Who are they? What are you talking about?
Look, so do you deny that work requirements increase the administrative burden for people to receive Medicaid benefits?
Can you cite one thing in the big, beautiful bill that says kids are losing their Medicaid.
Work requirements will cause kids to lose their Medicaid. Do you recognize
What do you mean by cause? How?
I mean, if you increase the administrative burden, a lot of people who like fall through the cracks are people who just don't fill out the paperwork because they don't realize their eligibility has changed. So we have evidence of this from Arkansas. When Arkansas added work requirements to Medicaid, the majority of people who lost Medicaid were not people who were not weren't ineligible. It was people who were eligible and didn't fill out the paperwork correctly. Same evidence when eligibility requirements changed under COVID.
Hold on. So people who are
I'm so sad all those people died, guys.
Hold on. So people who are taking advantage of the system that have children, those children are going to lose their
taking advantage. Well, how are they taking advantage of the system?
Well, because the work requirements. All you have to do is work.
No, but you have to fill out the paperwork, and the government bureaucrats have to keep track of that.
This is the disingenuous part. It's not about the ethics of work. It's about putting in an impediment will get this end. We know that they know that'll get this in because they include that savings in their estimates of savings.
There is a worth
It's not
ethic
about
of
it,
this
though.
because
You guys
1/5
just
of
know
the
that this
population-
mechanism will do this.
Stop. Who is talking over other people? Stop it. Put your ears on. Put your ears on. Listen. Go ahead, Effigy.
Yeah, it's to me, it's not about, or it's never about the actual ethics of work involved in these things. They know that this mechanism does this thing, so they will put that mechanism in place to achieve that goal. And you know this because they include in the estimates of savings, the estimate of the people going off of Medicaid.
So you're saying that 1/5 of the people that like in society have to be on Medicaid because they have no capability of working. So 1 out of your 5 friends, or do you have 10 friends? Do you have 20 friends? 4 of them can't work. Like, I mean, the numbers are ridiculous. Now, I'm not saying there are not people worthy of getting the Medicaid, but would you not say there's a problem if 1/5, 70 million people in this United States have no capability of licking an envelope?
No, that's not the question. The question is whether people are going to be able, or whether people who are eligible for Medicaid are still going to be kicked off because of the added administrative burden. And the evidence all points to yes. I would hope we would acknowledge that.
Well, they're no longer going to be eligible because they're not going to be able to
No,
work.
people who are still eligible under the new work requirements are going to be kicked off. We have evidence of this from Medicaid, Medicaid work requirements in Arkansas and Georgia, and we have evidence of this from when eligibility requirements changed during COVID. 70% of people who disenrolled when eligibility requirements were changed under COVID were people who were still eligible but just didn't know they had to fill out paperwork.
You understand what the word eligible means, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you're so when we say eligible here, you're saying that that eligibility is dependent on the paperwork. So who cares because they didn't fill out the paperwork? But what Nonfon is pointing out is that they met all qualifiers. They met all the things that needed to be done. That all the requirements that were met, except for the paperwork, which was a new thing they added in.
What was that word? What was the word that you just used? Accept.
So people who were otherwise met the requirements were suddenly kicked off their Medicaid is the point. Do you recognize that? 18,000 of them in Arkansas. Do you agree with that? Do you agree? 18,000 people were kicked off their Medicaid. No, 18,000.
No, but except
they didn't know how to fill out paperwork. And by the way,
they didn't.
There it is.
Who cares, right? So who cares about them and their children, right? Who gives a fuck? Because it's new paperwork that didn't exist before, right? Who gives a fuck?
Allow me to make a quick interruption. I am shutting down over on the Mater side, and we are raiding over to the Gauntlet side. I dropped the link into the chat if you'd like to continue moving now and hold on to your seats, and it should raid you over automatically. Outside of that, Mater is shutting down. Okay.
It's actually so triggering. This drunk fucking loser is sitting here dancing on like people's healthcare. This is the thing. So many people in this country go bankrupt because of healthcare costs, and he's just memeing about it. It's all a fucking joke to this fucking loser. He obviously doesn't give a shit about the American people, and no one should take him seriously. Go ahead, Josh. I'm sorry.
That's fine. I was just
let's slow down for a second, because even under the democratic rule where people could get the health care, and by the way, even if they can't fill out the paperwork, if they go to the doctor wants the money, and they're going to send them to the administrative office and go, I'm going to help you fill out this paperwork if they want it. However, there's also been a huge problem with when you're allowed to get this Medicare in your states. Every state varies, but if you go over a certain income level, then you lose it, and then you have to be self-insured. And then all of a sudden, that self-insurance is like $5,000 more than what you were getting from the state. Even under the Democratic rule or the left side rule, it's still a messed up system.
Yeah.
Well, look, I agree. Welfare cliffs are a problem. Like I would have a much more efficient tax code, a much more efficient welfare system to get rid of the welfare cliffs that we see. This bill is not moving in that direction. But what I just want from Misfit right now is to say that when you said that the people who are going to be losing Medicaid are people abusing the system, that's not true. A lot of people who are going to lose Medicaid are people who would still be eligible if it weren't for the paperwork.
Okay, all right.
If it weren't for the paperwork.
Hold on, can I respond? Like, let's not get into a food fight. Here's the deal. If you are taking some type of subsidy from the government, if you are taking some type of free handout from the government, and you can't figure out how to fill out paperwork, you lose that benefit. It's not hard to figure out.
Look, I will agree with you, Mr.
Your whole entire job is essentially figuring out how to get free money from daddy government. So I don't feel bad for you. That's why I'm dancing. That's why I'm doing the Trump pump. That's why I don't care.
You might not feel bad. We can discuss that, but you acknowledge at least that like people who are eligible and meet the work requirements will lose Medicaid because of that. In fact, that's probably going to be the majority. Because of the administrative burden. Because of the
what do you mean burden? Like, dude, are you telling me that writing shit down is a burden? Cool.
Yes, it can actually. We denying that? You have to be able to fill out the paperwork correctly with all the correct and relevant info. You have to be able to send it out. You have to have the time to be able to send it to the proper channels and to be able to follow up in case anything weird happens. Yeah,
exactly. And how much money, how much monetary value are you getting for that quote burden? Right? If you're not
You're getting enough in healthcare to be able to fucking provide for your family and make sure you're not dying.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So
why was it necessary for in this bill to add that stipulation onto Medicaid?
Because you shouldn't be able to make it easy for people to leech off the system. You should
Yes.
make it.
What? You're the one catering to the minority here. You're creating a whole new system to address a very minuscule problem that fucks over a ton of people who do work.
Hey, non
we can just ask him, like, hey, drunk.
This message is sponsored in part by
Cheeks.
Sponsored in part by Nuke in order to shut you all up, and says that's Ryan's favorite video. So shout out to the horse video. We all know and love it, especially the D-Gents. Also, pardon me, Old Sarge Fico comes in with a big 20. We all know, including Vibe, surprisingly, how long Trump has been in office. Why open with the stupid question? Just open with Trump has been screwing Americans since January 2020.
You guys mind if I jump in real quick?
Let me read some super chats first. And then Old Sarge Finkel says, forced migration complete. I am now a prisoner of the gauntlet. Yes, if you're not over on the gauntlet, where the fuck are you? Because you're not here. Evan Lord says with a big 5, me thinks we can pay for Medicaid if the United States citizenry didn't have to pay for the Iron Dome while Israel picks fights with their neighbors.
Ooh.
Literal
Any
shot.
thoughts?
It's the Jew.
Yeah, I have thoughts. It's probably important to fund the Iron Dome because we don't want Israeli citizens to get blown up by Hamas rockets.
Yeah.
How about they fund their own shit? They should fund their own shit.
Well,
Yeah,
you
they
say
can pay
fund.
for it.
Alright.
As long
Well,
as, just like how we don't have to pay for their own social services, like their own health care, the Americans don't.
They
need
should
to
fund
do
all
that.
their own shit.
Can we talk about the word fund and pay for? Because they buy a lot of shit, you know.
Yeah, they
Not-
buy a lot of
yeah.
shit, but are we sitting over here as America going, hey, China,
It's
we
not
need
the-
you to give us money for our wars?
No, but
No.
have we given? Hold on, have we
It's
given
also
money
because
to
China's our
Ukraine?
geopolitical enemy, but
We
Should we
gave.
sit
We
here
gave.
and ask
Hold on.
Ukraine for money then?
We gave.
Whoever
money,
said that.
We gave money to Ukraine.
Yeah, we
And we're
did.
getting their resources.
Did
for
we,
it.
hold on.
and
we
now,
gave-
now, and
we
now we're
gave
taking
it.
the resources.
I'm just saying, how much time have you dedicated to bitching about Zelensky? I don't see the I, don't
bitch
see
about
the disparity.
Zelensky.
Why?
He's
Why
a-
would I bitch about
he's corrupt.
Zelensky?
Well, because we
he?
gave money to Ukraine. We didn't give money to Israel. Israel just they
Yes, we give them
conformed. No, Israel conformed to the
loans that
agreement
they
that
don't
we've
have
had
to
in
pay
place for the
back.
past 20 fucking years. Israel bought weapons.
Yeah, look, so like
from
I'm not
American companies, but not to the
Hold on.
American people themselves. They
Yeah,
don't
but
pay the
why
American
don't you
government
care
back.
about Ukraine, dude? You
We don't
care
need
about
to,
Ukraine.
right?
don't
We
need
No,
need
because
to care
they're
about
not
America.
Jews.
Wait,
Because they're
who
not
doesn't?
Jews.
Who doesn't care about Ukraine here? Because I do.
Well,
I don't give them that one shit about Ukraine.
I don't
Yeah,
care.
now
we need
well,
to care about America first.
But you don't
Yes.
care about Ukraine. But you care about Israel. And I'm
Who doesn't
wondering
care
if it's
about
because
Ukraine?
of the Jews. It might be the Jews. The Jews might be the
Or
thing.
the geopolitical
this is
ramifications
getting
of
very
each
interesting.
completely
It might be
different.
the Jews.
I thought we
It's
were
probably
talking
not.
about America and the big beautiful bill.
No, we need to
We're on
no,
Ukraine.
exactly. Look,
We're
I'm not necessarily.
We derailed.
Yeah.
All right, that's enough. Misfit, how many did you have today? I know half the handle's gone from the weekend, but how many of that was today?
Here.
Oh, Jesus, Lord have mercy on my
And
soul.
Sarah?
Right.
You know why we're all right.
I'm not
put this
necessarily.
conversation back on the rails here. So, Misfit, how many people do you think are abusing the current welfare system with respect to healthcare?
His headphones aren't even on.
Sorry, I didn't hear that over you being a fucking bitch. What?
Oh, goddamn. So, anyways, answer the question, please.
We'll never
I didn't hear the
recover from
question.
Okay, so the question is, how many people do you think are just abusing the Medicaid system?
Oh, dude, like a number?
Yeah. Do you have any like facts, anything regarding that, or just?
I mean, I can give you a fact.
No.
1/5 of the population is on the Medicare system, right? That's a fact.
Well,
And
they're
nobody
on the
can
system,
you can look it up.
but
Right, does
abusing,
not answer
according
his
to
question.
Misfit here.
Medicare.
So use your
Medicaid.
brain after that. Do you think 1/5 of the population is deserving of that? And actually, that was going to be my exact question to Nan, right? Like, I want people to be taken care of, right? And I was going to ask Nan, do you want people taken care of?
I mean, yeah, obviously, and again, like I would just cite the same numbers I'm saying earlier. So of that, like 1/5 of the population, right? 37% of children, 9% of 65 or over, 54.
I'm not even talking. I'm just going general statistics, and I'm breaking it down to a level.
I'm breaking
where
it down too, and I'm telling you, only 3% of that 20% are people who are on Medicaid long term without working. So why are we creating work requirements that solve a problem?
Let's slow down, because you're jumping topics. I mean, you're on the same topic, but jumping ahead. So ultimately, right, you want the best care for everybody, correct? And if people are taking advantage of that care, does that mean we're taking money away from people that need it?
Okay. I mean, so when you say people, like, I think so. In my ideal, I'd probably just have a public option that would cover most of the population anyway, right? So, like, I'm not going to say, like, I don't believe that people who are working, like, in our able body, like, shouldn't have health insurance, right? Like,
my ideal world is nobody ever gets sick and everybody gets health care perfectly in a perfect society.
A public option is what I'm saying is, I'm just saying,
if there
I
are
don't
people-
necessarily. I don't view it as like a problem intrinsically that like people are on Medicaid who are working, because I would probably prefer a public option where a public health insurance company has low risk people on it that pay premiums and don't consume many benefits, right? I think that's probably actually a good thing for a public option
in the
to
world we
have.
live in today, where people are stealing from children and adults that need that care.
I like this guy.
I don't agree. I don't agree that it's steal. I don't agree that it's stealing. That's the thing I would say. But look, if you think it's a problem, I would just say work requirements are not the solution. Work requirements
So
don't
you're
actually
saying
fix
1/5
that
of the
problem, and they
population
fuck over a lot of people who should be taken
1/5
care
of
of.
the United States is actually sick enough that they deserve all the Medicare
I'm
now.
saying
and they're not
Well,
stealing from anybody that
Medicare isn't
wants.
just for those people who get sick; it's also for preventative care, and preventative care also just is cheaper than actually having to treat any ailments. So you're really just saving people money by putting more people on it in the long term.
Okay,
you're saving the entire like healthcare system money too.
Okay,
Because I'm willing to go down to where this policy in the big bill is disproportionately trying to solve that problem. But before I even get there, I'm trying to ask if people on this panel actually agree that there are a lot of people stealing.
What does a lot of people mean?
3%.
What does a lot mean?
Wait, 3%?
3% of the people on Medicaid are people who aren't working long term.
How many?
people
How many?
on the payroll
Hold on.
run?
No. Hold on. Then why do you care?
What do you mean? Why do I care? Why do I care? about
Hold
what?
on. If this is only going to affect 3% of the people that are stealing from Medicaid, why do you care?
My entire
That's
claim is that it's not
PowerPoint.
going to affect
No, it's-
only 3% of people from Medicaid. My
Okay,
entire
I
point is the evidence shows historically it affects first of all, by definition, you're requiring everyone to at least fill out paperwork. That is a cost. There is a cost to people filling out paperwork and people in the government verifying that paperwork. But more importantly, a lot of people will lose Medicaid because they don't fill out the paperwork on time. They fill it out incorrectly. They don't know they have to fill it out. And we have evidence of this from Arkansas, from Georgia, and from COVID eligibility changes. The majority of people kicked off Medicaid because of these things are not people who are ineligible to fill out the paperwork.
And speaking of filling out paperwork, please feel free to send me all of your green papers. I love those. Just like Finkel, he says, slice the like, move to the gauntlet, assemble the IKEA, do this, do that, nag, nag, nag. Yes, I will continue to nag. And that's why you timed your own self out. Thank you, Finkel, for timing your own self out. Someone, my super mod, time Finkel out for 5 minutes in the chat. Evan Lord, I would rather my money go to helping my fellow Americans rather than soulless military industries that sell out American people themselves. Evan, you were on panel. Like, if you don't have the balls to get your voice in your own panel, I'm willingly, happily able to take your money and speak on your behalf every time you join the panel, just so they can hear my voice say your words. Continue to do so, good sir. Thank you.
I just wanted to put money where my mouth is because I gave money to you, a fellow American.
That's fair. That's fair. And what if I wasn't an American?
Can I?
Is that sideways economics?
Go ahead, Misfit.
All right, let me jump in real quick. Okay, so your argument is, right, that people don't know how to fill out paperwork. Are you telling me that you think that the federal government, the American government, should give people benefits to their own, benefit, because that's what it's called, if they don't do the simple process of filling out paperwork?
Yes.
I mean, come on, dude.
I believe
Why?
people in sympathetic positions shouldn't be kicked off Medicaid, and I believe work requirements do that.
Dude. Listen, fill out the fucking papers. That's it. That's done.
Do you agree, yes or no? Do you agree, yes or no, that when eligibility requirements were changed after COVID, 70% of the people who lost their health coverage were not people who were now ineligible. It was people who didn't fill out the paperwork. Do you agree with that, yes or no?
Sure. Fuck,
Okay.
If that's true, yeah.
Do you agree, yes or no, that it's likely when we have eligibility requirements similar to these, we're going to see a lot of people kicked off Medicaid who meet the requirements but don't fill out paperwork correctly?
Yeah, dude.
Do you agree that yes or no, many of those people are in sympathetic positions?
I have $50,000 worth of tools in my storage unit, right? If I don't pay for the storage unit and I don't fill out the paperwork, my credit card information, they take it, they sell it to somebody else. Is that my fault? Yes. All right.
It can be. What are you talking about? Why are we doing something that addresses a very minuscule problem?
What are you talking about?
Misfit, that example doesn't quite work because the storage unit doesn't constantly change the status of your payments.
Who cares?
And the policies.
Fill out the paperwork.
The problem
is Misfit. This is what I'm arguing.
Outside the paperwork, lives are stressful and people are busy.
Oh, it's stressful. It's stressful, dude. My fucking mom, dad, and brother died within 5 years of each other. That's stressful, right? Paperwork is not stressful. Fill it out. Shut the fuck up.
So, have you ever heard of the concept of like a straw breaking the camel's back here? It's not just the paperwork is stressful. It's that people have obligations and things that they need to fulfill throughout their lives, and that this paperwork might be just the thing that keeps them away from being able to fix things out for themselves.
Stupid. No, that's stupid. Stop. I work 2 fucking jobs. One being my actual 9 to 5, 2 being dealing with U-tards all night long. Okay.
Yeah.
I still have the capacity to fill out paperwork and get shit fucking done on a daily fucking basis. It ain't that hard. I pay my bills. I have my medical insurance that you fill out every year. You got to go through the little thing.
So yeah, you of all people should understand that then, that it's very hard to keep up with.
It's really not. It's really
you guys
not.
are all wrong.
I have to stop. That's a fucking excuse. That's a cope, an excuse. That's lame. That's bullshit to say, well, I didn't get benefits because I didn't fill out the paperwork in time. That you had one job. You had one fucking job, and the government.
So a lot of these people don't actually just have one job. I'm so sorry.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's not what cope is.
No, most of them don't have a job.
That's understanding the reality for a lot of people.
Listen. No, the reality is, if I need somebody and I am the beggar, okay, I am begging for somebody to give me something for free. If they said to jump through flaming hoops, I'm on my way right now.
When I think of it, when I am examining policy, I'm not thinking like moralistically, like what I ought like think people like have an opportunity to do. I'm thinking like, what does this policy aim to address, and does it actually do that, and is it even aiming to address a good goal? So I don't believe this is aiming. I don't believe this is actually addressing a issue. As I mentioned, a very small percentage of people on Medicaid are people who aren't working long term, and secondly,
excuse me, but you're being incredibly stupid.
It doesn't
Everybody up
have
here is
positive
being kind of
employment
like
effect. It kicks people off of Medicaid who are in sympathetic positions that
you
would probably
none of you
on Medicaid.
None of you are taking into account that these government employees and workers and shit will take your paperwork and they'll go, oh, let me put this in the trash pile because I don't feel like doing my fucking job today.
First of all,
Jesus Christ. Non-fun sitting there like, oh yeah,
that's what we call an excuse right there.
I'm
well, this government agent might actually throw away your paperwork for some
I can't understand. Are any of you on Medicaid, or have you been in the past?
Yep, I
have. You guys, the paperwork.
So you understand where I'm coming
from. Do I
from.
need to be on Medicaid to be on this argument or no?
I don't think that you should have all of these fucking beliefs and sit there and pretend that they're infallible like non-fon. I know non-fon, you probably have never had to go through the Medicaid system, not once in your fucking life.
Right? I have evidence. The only thing I'm claiming is that
not
work
a single
requirements
time in
kick
your
off
life
people who are eligible for Medicaid, and there's a lot of good evidence that work requirements kick off people who are eligible for Medicaid.
I'm asking you a question. I know that those are like your kryptonite, and you have no idea how to answer a single one, but answer the question. Have you ever had to file for Medicaid?
No, I'm not. But again, my only claim here
so you have no idea how
none of my claims rely on me being on Medicaid.
lazy these fucking people are.
That's so true. My claim is that work requirements. My claim number one is that a
Yeah,
very
you
small
do community
percentage of people on
service to get
Medicaid.
it. That's also fulfilling the work requirement. You can do community service, and you don't even have to leave your home to do that.
I understand.
Josh, you're getting kicked to the back. Ryan's coming back up.
Oh, thank God.
You guys are, I think, fundamentally misunderstanding my claim. My claim is twofold. Number one is that this is a very small problem to begin with, and you're catering to the minority by creating a system that fucks over everyone else to address a non-existent problem. That's why people who are eligible for Medicaid get kicked off of Medicaid with work requirements.
I'm sorry that all those people died because they didn't have Medicaid. That's
how they're going to die. So that these are people who presumably you think should have Medicaid, at least some of them, and they're going to be kicked off Medicaid. And what I would hope that maybe you don't even like Medicaid, so you think that's a good thing. But I would hope we'd acknowledge that Misfit Patriot was wrong when he said the only people who are going to be affected by this are the people who aren't working.
I
don't think he said only people.
That's not what I said.
It should be.
No.
He said that. He said he was.
Misfit, your exact like replication of non-fon's argument was, like you think like the only people that are going to get kicked off are people that aren't working. That was your claim, by the way.
Well,
that was you repeating back non-fon's claim. You're too fucking drunk to track, dude.
No. Listen,
like
just
sit
because,
the fuck down, sober up, and listen to the fucking argument.
Have a glass of water, you loser.
First of all, Asian Hitler, shut your fucking mouth, all right? I will fucking deal with you in a minute.
Wait,
Second
who the
of
fuck
all,
is Asian Hitler?
little
I mean, it's not the first time I've been called Asian, but that's funny.
little pimple face, fucking super bad guy.
Pimple face, goddamn. These are some great insults.
Is it non-fawn, right? Non-fawn?
Yeah.
Right. What you said that? What did you say that my argument was? Where I didn't.
At one point, so when you were talking to Alex, you said, "Where in the bill is it saying it's going to kick off children?" Implying that it's only going to kick off people who aren't meeting the work requirements. And then later on, I said to you specifically, only 3% of people on Medicaid are people who are not working long term. And you said, so this policy is only going to affect 3% of people. What my argument is, it's going to affect everyone and kick off a lot of people who are eligible for Medicaid.
Okay, so how is it going to kick off a lot of people on Medicaid? Because my argument is what's written in the bill, right, is 19 to 65. People who are not working 80 hours a month are going to be kicked off.
This has already been explained to you.
People have to prove to government bureaucrats that they are within that age range and that they are working or doing those community service things.
That's kind of the whole point of getting free shit, isn't it?
Exactly, but do you acknowledge that there's a lot of people who are not going to be able to prove that?
Why?
It doesn't matter why. Do you acknowledge that that's going to happen?
No, why?
Let's say there's a disabled person who's just so lazy that he doesn't want to do the paperwork, whatever.
No, but
I think it's more likely that people are just not going to be informed of it, or they're going to fill it out incorrectly. Do you agree that there are people who are eligible for Medicaid who are going to be kicked off because of this?
You're telling me you're telling me that it does. Hold on. You're telling me that it does not matter that people do not have to prove that they are Americans. Hold on. Shut up. They are American citizens and working 80 hours a month. You're telling me that doesn't matter.
I'm saying, well, my claim more specifically is that it's not a net benefit. The claim about it not mattering is me simply telling you. I'm simply asking if you think it's going to happen that people who are eligible for Medicaid are going to get kicked off.
I'm saying that if
that claim doesn't rely on you thinking like it matters or not, right?
I'm saying that it does matter, and if people cannot prove that they work 80 hours a month and are between the ages of 19 and 65, then fuck you, you don't get free health care.
So do you think
your argument is, oh, the fucking paperwork is hard to fill out? I don't give a fuck.
I have evidence for my argument. You don't have any evidence for your argument. I have evidence that when people got kicked off were people who were eligible for Medicaid.
It's not hard paperwork, dude.
Yeah, go
I
mean, in all fairness, like even if you were getting health insurance from your company, if you're getting health insurance from the veterans, if you're a veteran getting veterans, benefits, if you're a student filing for your next semester, like all of these things, paperwork's a requirement for almost like any big thing that you're doing. Like, and to use that as an excuse is just it's bullshit.
This is not even hard paperwork, Sarah, right? It's like they obviously already had to do paperwork to get into it in the first place, right?
Who cares?
It's not hard though.
Do it again.
How come in Arkansas 18,000 people lost their insurance?
Do it again.
Right. They're probably fucking stupid. All they're gonna do is
who gives a shit, right? Who cares about these people, right?
All 18,000
Just say that you don't give a fuck about those people.
I just want to acknowledge that.
Exactly. Thank you, Misfit. You're the one honest one.
I do not care if you have to fill out paperwork. Sorry, fill it out for the rest.
They are filling it out, and there's issues with the paperwork, and they're losing their health insurance when they're otherwise eligible.
Ryan, if you had to fill out paperwork for 40 hours a week, it would be less than a fucking roofing job where you would get no free health insurance. Shut the fuck up and fill out
That's so irrelevant to anything anyone said. You're drunk, dude. Go, like, you should just go to sleep.
I'm drunk, dude.
Yes, you're drunk and you're stupid. Yes.
He's drunk and he's still doing better than Ryan.
Listen,
even
me drunk. I've been
drunk. Listen, drunk doesn't like provide anything good to the conversation. It's just belligerent.
Isn't it good when he's sober?
Hey, everyone shut the fuck up. You all are very well aware this is open panel dumpster fire. Misfit has done his time. He made his claims. He did his debate. Now he's here having fun. He doesn't have to stay. You guys wouldn't have someone to yell at and call stupid and call him a drunk and all those things.
No, we have other people.
I would have a great conversation with the vibe.
Hold on.
Now, go ahead.
Can I jump in real quick?
Go
I
ahead.
have been this amount of drunk every time I've ever been on Sarah's panel, and you guys didn't know. The only difference between tonight and the other times is I told you. So Ryan, trust me.
Okay, you're just as stupid every other time too. Then
shut up. I'm smarter than you drunk than you are sober.
It doesn't fucking seem like it.
No,
you couldn't even read your own AI summary earlier.
How do you spell tariffs, Misfit?
You thought GDP was inflation?
TARIFES.
There we are.
There we go.
Ryan,
you know, looking it up on Google. He's right.
Ryan, you need a massage, bro. You're so triggered all the
No,
time.
what I need is my fellow Americans to recognize the harms that they are standing in this bill.
You don't even
You need to
understand
stop
it, though.
virtue signaling is what you need to do. You need to stop pretending
It's okay
like you
to
give a
signal
fuck.
that you have virtues if you have good virtues. You have shit
don't.
virtues, so you complain about it.
You don't care.
You just
dude.
want to
You
come
don't
on
care.
streams and bitch. And then you bitch and bitch so much that you end up fucking talking in circles
Why
around
am I
yourself.
agreeing with a cartoon all the time?
Because you're both
I'm
stupid.
agreeable.
I
You might want to interrogate that,
That's not
Misfit.
an argument.
Because maybe
understand.
you have bad arguments, Misfit.
I love.
Does anybody understand?
Maybe you have bad arguments.
Maybe he's got the best arguments.
Vibe, why don't you kick us off with a viable thought process here and get us back on track?
So everybody's starting down in the minutia. Like, this is the problems that are happening right now. I'm trying to start at the top, and the top is very simple. What is the problem that we're trying to solve? Can anybody tell me that? What is the
billionaires not having enough money?
Trying to keep tax cuts for the ultra rich.
No, I can answer that. The problem that we're trying to solve is how we balance the amount of cost for healthcare versus how much healthcare we cut.
Yeah, and these guys
is that it? I mean, ultimately,
we're trying to spend even more money than we were before.
This entire argument, less money we're spending more.
I would hope if you're worried about cost, you would also be worried about
this entire argument. This is the point, right? The whole reason we have things like Medicaid is because we understand that people without health care can become a larger drag monetarily on the economy than it would cost for us to pay the money to give them health care.
Right, deficit just generally.
And then the reason we give poor people health care.
People figure that
five more times. I wasn't listening.
Advantage of it.
Just because some people are dishonest and take advantage of your healthcare system does not mean that you should not have your healthcare system, or that it's okay to kick a bunch of people off of it because you come up with really stupid fucking paperwork rules.
I'm
glad.
Like most things, you come up with a moral reason to create a greater misery.
At the moment, right now, 1/5 of the United States population is on that system.
Yeah, 20%.
Just logically feels okay. We're going with vibes here. Do you logically think 1/5 of this population is in need of that care? And
yes.
I don't.
More than that needs healthcare.
I
would argue 100% need healthcare.
I'm not talking about who needs a pill for a cough.
Yeah,
I'm talking about people that.
Why do you keep going to health care instead of health insurance?
You're talking about free everything versus what do they need? What they need? No, 1/5 does not need.
Today's society, right?
Yeah, no, we don't need that. You have GoodRx. You have private.
Speak for your fucking self, dude.
Yeah, shut your whore mouth.
Just because you don't need it doesn't mean a bunch of other people don't. Fuck you.
You're getting yelled at about how people need health care by people who have never had to have Medicaid.
Just because I don't need it.
It's
not a bunch of other people do.
How is that?
You don't need insurance.
How's that even a point?
Do you not want to get rid of those people? Do you not want to get rid of the people that are stealing from the people that need it?
I'm
fine.
Why
are you implying that like 1/5 of the population is stealing?
All right, we're gonna play a little round robin. That's what we're gonna do. Since none of you can seem to get the fuck figured out on how
Ryan, I'm gonna need you to calm down
and how we don't talk over other people. Vibe, you made a claim. Can you say it again? Whatever it was.
My point is, right, so I think it's pretty obvious right now in the United States that there are people stealing from people medical care from people that need it.
Shut up.
1/5 of the population.
I gave the
1/5 is stealing.
Stop. I gave the talking stick to Vibe. I will pass it to you next, Ryan. But right now, Vibe has the talking stick.
Ryan, like I want the people in. So I have health insurance, and I don't take from the system. There are people that are taking from the system that need to take from the system. They are in dire need. They have kids dying, right? The people that are taking from the system that aren't in dire need are taking from those kids. That's my first point. I want to dig down into the bill and then see where we're messing up. But you guys won't even concede that there's people stealing from the system right now. And I'm just trying to get that first point across before we dig in. How do we fix that and whether this bill is
stealing from? Who's stealing? How do you identify those people?
I did not.
Who's done, Misfit? Shut the fuck up.
I did not hand over the talking stick.
I mean, that's my point, right? I mean, we know, everybody on this panel knows that there are people taking advantage of the system. Some people say 3%. I would say 20%. And the numbers are out there. So, I mean,
they are. I have
where?
Right.
Fucking where?
Ryan, would you like the talking stick now?
I would love the talking. Where are you're saying it's 20%? From where? Where are you getting this data from? Where are you getting these numbers? You're just pulling it out of your fucking ass.
I know.
You're pulling it out of your ass, right?
I have it in front of me, and I'm not using ChatGPT at the moment.
Well, use something.
I know it's in the upper 20s, and I will. We're on Discord. I will send you those numbers. But
I can help out with this a little bit.
I think it's about 18%.
18 somewhere, yeah.
18% of people are stealing from the system.
Yes.
By what metric?
Dude, by falsifying their paperwork and saying they need it when they don't, by getting massive amounts of fucking bridge card and food stamp money. Are you just dense, or do you just ignore these things that are all over the internet?
Trolling clown. No one gives a fuck, dude.
I'm not trolling, moron.
You are always a troll. You don't come in here with any serious arguments ever.
You don't have the right to say that kind of shit to me when you look like you do with that stupid ass goofy.
Dude, I've seen you. Your hairline is like back here, dude. Don't even try that shit with me. Yeah, I know you look like that.
With that stupid shit and your goggle ass looking glasses, you fucking moron. You are the stupidest fucking person I ever talked to on here. You sitting there screaming and bitching and whining and moaning over the next butt plug you get.
Go on his Instagram, check him out, guys. You can see his fucking ugly face.
Go and look at me on Instagram, dude. I go on camera more often than you fucking think I do, and I don't need to be on camera to be serious. Like, you sit there and you act like everybody's got to be a fucking troll because they don't believe the shit that you spew.
You're a troll because you don't bring any serious arguments. All you do is fucking mean
to sound moral when it's not even fucking moral. Your side bitches and cries over people's skin colors and acts like everybody.
We're crying about people losing health insurance, dude. We are complaining about people losing health insurance. You don't care.
Yes,
that's what's happening.
They get health insurance when they need it.
It's that simple. It's actually not that complicated.
What don't I care about?
You don't care that there's a bunch of people getting kicked off their health insurance because you are imagining that a bunch of people are stealing, and you have no reason to believe that except for your fucking, I don't know, some X post or some shit.
Are you okay? Look, the reason why I believe that is because I know it to be true. I have cousins who actually do.
You believe it because you know it to be true. You realize how stupid that sounds?
I have cousins who are on the health care that don't fucking need it because they go and they file and they.
There you go.
Would you listen for a couple of seconds instead of screaming? They go and they file. They say, "Hey, I can't walk right, so I can't work, so I need the health care so that I can get, the next thing over."
Prove it.
Free fucking money. So you get on the health care.
Loser. Prove it, you dumbass clown.
It's easy to fucking prove. Look the fuck around.
How?
Just look it up the numbers yourself.
Just look around. Just look around. We can see all the people stealing. Oh, no. Oh, wait. It doesn't work that way, dude. It doesn't fucking work that way. You can't just make up shit and believe it into existence.
You're the fucking troll. It's not good trolling. You sit there and you claim all this fucking literal shit as if it's the moral high ground because it sounds nice and flowery.
You're citing your fucking cousin, dude. You're citing your cousin.
Why don't you get on Medicaid so you can get that fucking tooth back in your fucking head? Because you know
Andrew Wilson's paying for my tooth,
costs anywhere from $1,000 to fucking $9,000. You haven't even looked up the pricing. Yeah. $1,000 to $9,000 to get that tooth. If you want an implant, $1,000 to $9,000 out of pocket. So you better get some insurance. Is Andrew Wilson going to foot the bill for your insurance, or is he going to go?
He said he's going to pay for it. So yeah,
much. Yeah, we'll see it. I hope he does. I hope he does because it'll feel better for you, and you won't get made fun of. And all that.
I think it'd be nice. I think it's a very kind thing that he can do.
When you sit here and you call me a troll when I'm actually making points, and you don't have any fucking proof. Well, I don't have the proof that I fucking ham right this second because the only proof that you trust is in numbers. And if I get the numbers from the wrong place, you're going to say, "Oh, those are falsified."
This clown has cousins, guys. This clown's cousins are stealing from Medicaid. So let's cut 10% of Medicaid over the next decade because this clown says his cousins are stealing. Are you fucking serious? Like, come on.
Look, moron. Okay, it is very easy for you to go and continuously.
I'm a moron. He's saying we should cut 10% of Medicaid over the next 10 years because apparently his cousin is stealing from Medicaid. That's what's happened. Just to be 100% clear, what just happened here. His cousin allegedly is stealing from Medicaid. So let's cut 10% of the entire fucking program.
You just get a scream over me, right? Yeah, and that's why your fucking forehead vein is pumping like it is, and your blood pressure's going up.
Because I'm stressed because I share a country with people like you who fucking hate the Constitution, who hate our citizens, you hate all, hate us,
and have a discussion.
You want people to get sick and die, and it's horrible. You're a piece of shit.
Calm down and have a discussion instead of a screaming match, and you wouldn't be so stressed. I'm trying to say something to you.
No. I'm stressed because people don't scream at you enough. I think we need to shame losers like you way more. People have been way too nice to you for way too fucking long. It's absolutely disgusting and embarrassing.
On my stream
we have to stop. We have to go gloves off with you fucking losers, dude. It's time.
You don't know how to go gloves off. If I got in a fight with you, I'd step on your foot and kick you in the nose. You'd be done.
That's fine. I'm sure you would, but rhetorically you're garbage. Rhetorically, you absolutely can't do that.
Like a tough guy on the internet when your face looks like it can take.
I'm not a tough guy. I don't want to fight you, loser. I just want people to have health care. I don't.
You want to scream at me, but there's no reason to. I haven't said anything retarded or ridiculous. There are people
Everything
who
you've said has
falsify their
been.
paperwork so that they can get onto the healthcare system, so that they can sit back and they can get free healthcare, and then they can go, hey, I get free healthcare, so I should get free money from the government as well too. Because if you get the free healthcare, you can also use that while filing.
I don't even believe that his cousins are doing this. I have no reason to believe that. Why should I?
Cut me off. So after you
Well,
get
I
the
mean,
healthcare,
say something worth not
use
cutting you
that
off for.
paperwork with your other paperwork, combine the two, and then you can get a check once a month. Say,
Wow,
using your
attitude.
Medicaid to help you get that free money from the government. Do you not understand this? Because I do. They walked me through how to do it. They told me how they do it.
That's awesome.
Do I
dude.
need to do it too? Oh, I'm thinking
That's
about
awesome,
it at this
because-
fucking
Yeah, you
point.
should do it. You do it.
Yeah, because I'm a type 1 diabetic and I'm already on Medicaid for my health insurance. Something that you're not on. You know how long it
I'm
fucking
not.
took me to get on it? Because I have type 1 diabetes, something I will have for the rest of my fucking
How
life.
long did it take you to get on it?
Couple of fucking months solid of having to work with
A couple
them
of
guys. Go
months.
down
And you
there.
want to put more barriers.
No, I'm telling you that I did this during the Barack Obama administration. Fucking Democrats. So it doesn't matter who's in the White House. It matters who's handling the fucking paperwork.
And
Yes,
if they're
lazy
adding
people
more
in the government
paperwork, if they're adding
will
new
fucking
paperwork, it's going to be
paperwork.
harder to get on it then, right?
No, it's not. It's going to be the same amount of hard. You just want it to be something that you can bitch about so you have a reason to scream about the president. That's what's going on right here, right now.
Okay.
If there was a Democrat in the
Whatever
White
you say,
House,
man.
it wouldn't even be a topic you'd give a fuck about.
Thanks for the break, Evan.
Hey, can I just say that I took advantage of Obamacare? Like
Me too. That's what I was talking about.
Me
I got
personally, like,
diagnosed.
I don't
during-
need cousins. I
So-
literally took advantage of it. Like I
should.
had so much money in my bank account, and I was getting free healthcare back in 2008 when I was starting. Like that's how
based.
people listen. People do this, and what a lot of other people
wasn't
don't
free
understand is when you give somebody an opportunity, when you give them when an open is there to take advantage of a system, they're going to take advantage of it. Like it's not even a maybe. They're just going to do it.
Yes, they will.
Do you agree that's roughly 3% of people on Medicaid?
Dude, people are not that altruistic. They're going to do it. All
Do you
right.
agree that roughly?
Wait, he's saying that 3% of
people.
people aren't altruistic and they're abusing it. What?
They do it with food stamps for sure. There's proof all over
Great, we're not
TikTok
talking
for
about
that.
food stamps right now.
I'm sure there's a non-zero amount of people who abuse food
connected,
stamps.
though.
How big is that issue, though? Like, what percentage? of
Okay,
it?
yeah, the question is two things. How big is the issue? And then is the solution to it actually going to fix that problem, or is it going to cause more pain along the way? I don't think this is a big issue, and work requirements fuck over everyone else too. So it's not a net benefit.
If your solution is if it's just one, then we need to fix the problem on some issues. And then if it's just one, but it's not that big of a problem on other issues, then you have no fucking integrity. All right. Because the argument is we have a flaw in the system. The system is flawed and people are taking advantage of it. And we can prove to you that they're taking advantage of it. But you go, because we agree with this thing, we're not going to care about the
I'm saying
advantage
this-
that's being taken.
This is like solving a
very-
paper cut by like just cutting your arm open.
Right, I'm saying
on the
it's
phone
a
right
very,
now.
very small problem, and the solution you're doing is not a net benefit because it fucks over everyone else.
How?
It's
Tell
been
me.
explained to you so many times.
No, it actually hasn't. So
Yeah,
shut
KO
the
Dev,
fuck up.
unfortunately, he's too drunk to understand it. And I don't think
People who are
he's
eligible
overly
for
worried
Medicaid.
about it.
Instead of trying to like distract, tell me how. How is this
For the
issue?
fifth time. Okay.
Okay, again.
Go ahead. Go.
When
go.
you add work requirements, when you add extra paperwork, most people who lose coverage are not people who don't meet the work requirements. They're people who don't know they have to fill out paperwork, fill it out wrong. It's people who lose it because of procedural errors and added red tape. That
Okay.
is the fundamental issue. That
Is
makes
thi-
it what's
hold
not
on,
a net benefit.
Stop. Is this what has been explained to me several times?
Yes, this is the reason it's not a net
Okay.
benefit to add work
All right.
requirements.
So the thing that has been explained to me several times is people don't know how to fill out paperwork, so they lose their benefits.
Do you? Okay, let's just say.
I am
Okay,
dead.
let's say I accept that's the reason people aren't filling out paperwork. Okay, they're so dumb they don't fill it out.
Holy
do you agree
fucking shit.
that do you agree that there are people
And
who
I'm
probably
drunk.
should have Medicaid because they are disabled or whatever?
Dude, if they don't know how to fill out paperwork, then fucking get them a caretaker that can fill out paperwork. I don't know.
There are many people out there that have people fill out paperwork for them.
Well,
That's more
There
Medicaid
is
fraud is done by
things on the
aides than
sheets.
actual patients.
Are we really arguing about
Yeah, that's
who can
why
and
they allow
cannot?
it.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Are we
yeah,
arguing?
this
Hold on.
just
No. Hold on.
It drives
Are we
me crazy that you guys keep on talking about the paperwork, because if you fill out the paperwork, somebody's going to get money.
Paperwork.
Which means if you make a phone call,
Do you understand that
You
most
can't
Medicaid
only
improper
people.
payments are due
Somebody's
to
gonna fill it out for
paperwork
you.
problems?
This is a freaking moot point that the paperwork phone call.
My only claim is that people who are eligible, a lot of people, actually quite a few people, probably millions of people who are who meet the work requirements are going to lose Medicaid
because they don't know how to fucking read and
You
write.
agree?
Shut the fuck up.
Stop straw manning. Added administrative.
And speaking of more
argument. That's my
paperwork,
point.
and then I'll hand it over to Weevil. Nuke sends pet treats over on Ryan's channel. Congratulations over there for Umbreon. And then it comes back again on my side and says, oops, wrong channel. Thank you. Yes, pet treats. Look, we are avid fans of dogs. As all of you maters know, which you all fully sponsored Nyx's full-blown knee surgery that she just had. So she's going through a lot right now. It's been a busy house the last few days. But thank you to all of you for sponsoring the doggy love. All right, Weevil, to you.
I came on here to say, personally, I am a mother of 3 and I am on Medicare, or Medicaid, but I'm personally not. I filled out the paperwork. I have for the last 2 years. I have an autistic son. I personally am not covered. I cannot see a doctor. I cannot see a dentist, but my kids can go to the doctors. My kids can go to the dentist, but I'm not covered. So a lot of these people that are on Medicaid and use the system are using it for their children and their children only.
And that's a great thing, right? That's the way it was designed for.
It
right?
is, because honestly, I personally,
And I
I
wanna
don't
make sure
have any
every
chronic
dollar goes to your
illness.
kids.
I don't have any chronic illnesses, thank God. But
I think
my kid, even if it says I'm covered, I cannot go to the doctor. I can't go see a dentist. But all that matters is my kids can be seen. And that's what a lot of people are using it for. They're not using it for themselves as adults. They're using it for their children.
And here's the crazy thing about the argument that we're all having here is I actually am okay with the Medicare system and Medicaid and Medi-Cal, depending what state you're in. I am so against the people that are using it that need it, that are being taken away from.
By really
people
quickly,
that don't.
using those words interchangeably, do you know the difference?
What's that?
You keep using Medicare and Medicaid interchangeably. Do you think they're the same thing?
No, they're very different. Medicare is for people over 65, correct?
Yeah, Medicare, old people, Medicaid.
It's for like it's for seniors.
And that's why I was saying different states. Arizona, they call it something else. And then, Medicaid, Medi-Cal, you're right. So I apologize on that. But the point being is, essentially, I want to make sure that every dollar is allocated to the people that need it, right? And
Me too.
I know that
Well, you're not gonna get
Ryan
that.
was arguing on the numbers, right? And it's really hard to like pull those numbers up based on that. People like it's not a census, because if the government's approving it, the government's approving it. But if you actually look at the CDC numbers and the health agency numbers of the United States, they say that the United States is 75% or plus more than healthy, and the numbers in Medicaid are much lower, which means there's a bunch of people out there that are scamming the system.
That's not what
And all I'm looking for is
But unfortunately, it doesn't matter.
Are you saying that everybody in the system isn't taking advantage of it and not stealing from people's kids?
I'm saying the issue that work requirements are trying to address is that we think there are people who aren't working.
I don't care about work requirements. I just want to know. I just want to know this answer from the panel. Do you think people are taking from other people that deserve this program?
Yes, we all know the types
Okay,
that
but
go and do
honestly,
that.
let me just say something. It doesn't matter who's scamming the system, because nothing we do or say is going to change the fact. All right. They have their own system where they find out if you use your social security number in any kind of system or any kind of job force, they will find you. They have been cut. I have seen people, I have heard of friends being cut because they didn't put in their job forms and the state found them.
Yeah, they fucked up. Why is it that everybody needs to actually like rely on the system, by the way? Like that's my question.
Not
right?
everybody needs to rely on it, but if
How
it's
many
there to
people?
help you, if it's there to help you when you need it, people are going to use it.
Wait, you said you pay for your own insurance. You don't understand why poor people would need insurance?
You're not talking to me, are you?
Yeah, you said you pay for your own insurance.
Is somebody talking to me?
I think she froze.
Did I phrase?
Effigy is talking to Misfit.
No, I pay for my own insurance.
So you know how expensive it is.
Yeah, it's fucking like, dude, it's like $2,000 a month, right? It's ridiculous.
So do you see how poor people might need access to something like Medicaid then?
Bitch, I lived in my fucking car 5-7 years ago, whatever, right? So
people should understand that sometimes people need fucking help.
No, when you have money, you can afford things that you can't have when you're poor. That's a thing, right?
Are you saying that poor people don't deserve healthcare? Like, wait.
No, I'm saying What I'm saying is, if you can afford healthcare, you pay for it. If you can't afford healthcare, right? You should
die.
be under. You should be
okay.
No,
let's.
No. Hold on. Let me finish.
We're right back where we were years ago when we had this healthcare debate with Obama. It's let them die.
Let me
all
finish.
over again.
Can I finish? When you can't afford healthcare, you should be afforded the bare minimum based on whether or not you can fill out paperwork, and you should get what you get with the system that we fucking put in place.
Why does the paperwork matter so much to you?
Oh my god, because reading and writing and arithmetic and it's not that hard.
But it's not just about.
It's not just about. This is my only claim. I'm saying, if you agree that in principle, people who are poor and in sympathetic situations should have Medicaid, my argument is that work requirements kick a lot more people off who are in those situations than it does kick people off who are in non-sympathetic situations where they are able-bodied and not working.
I think that may be a good thing because
why does it matter?
If you look at the kind of people who can't,
why don't you want to answer why?
Those are the kind of
I've
people
answered why because of the added red tape. But why does it matter? Why? I don't think it matters what my claim.
I didn't realize who they were trying to exclude.
Do you agree with the claim that work requirements have historically kicked off more people who are eligible than people who are ineligible? Do you agree with that claim?
No.
Do you have stats on that?
Evidence of that claim. Will you change your mind, or are you just not going to say it?
Sarah, put me in non-fawn up real
you
quick.
want a little date with non-fawn?
Yeah, put me in non-fawn up.
Okay.
It's okay.
And
Misfit.
while I'm
We all
doing that
love
to the chat, I set another goal because
I'll rub
fuck
your
this shit. You're gonna have to pay for my patience tonight. So hit the goal or we go home. Thank
You were rubbing Vive's cheek.
Bye bye.
Yeah, what's up, man?
All right. So your argument is that the people that are getting kicked off of Medicare and Medicaid did not put their paperwork together properly, and that's a bad thing. Why?
Yeah, most of the people who are kicked off Medicaid because of work requirements are kicked off due to procedural errors and not because they don't meet work requirements.
Okay, why is that the government's problem?
Because I believe the government has some minimum responsibility to care for its people, and we should do things to. Because I believe, if you want to, how deep into my moral foundations do you want to go?
Why should you not have a basic minimum requirement of filling out a form? Why?
There can be a basic minimum requirement, but I don't believe the reason I don't believe work requirements are a net benefit, which is what I look at when I think of
you're not arguing work requirements. You're not
arguing work requirements. That's what we're here to talk about. We're talking about the big beautiful bill and the work requirements of the big beautiful bill.
No, you're arguing procedural requirements,
which is what work requirements are.
No, work requirements are.
Yes, they require you to fill out paperwork, and there's other procedural requirements in the big beautiful bill. By the way, for example, requiring you to verify your income every 6 months rather than every year. There are other things like that.
Working 80 hours a month is a work requirement. Filling out the
you have
paperwork.
to prove to the government that you worked 80 hours a month.
Yes. Why?
Because they don't want people, quote unquote, abusing the system who are able-bodied and not working.
There you go, kid.
I agree. That's the hold on. Misfit. I agree. That's the intention of the work requirements. I 100% agree. That's the intention. My argument is that it fucks over everyone else way more than it helps with that problem.
All right, how?
Because people who don't keep up with the new added red tape lose their coverage.
Okay, hold on. No, let me ask you a question. If you worked 20 hours a week, could you prove it?
I mean, presume some do you have the capacity to prove it? But it doesn't matter. Hold on,
if I asked you,
I'm a misfit. I agree. People theoretically. I agree. People have the capacity to prove their eligibility to the government. At least some people do. There might be some extreme circumstances where they don't. My argument is that based on the data that we observe historically, for whatever reason, people don't do it. Maybe they're all just really fucking stupid. Maybe they are. I don't think being stupid is a reason to kick you off of Medicaid and lose your health coverage.
It's not stupidity, bro. They're not working. But hold on. Now,
my argument is that people who are working are still kicked off of Medicaid because of the work requirements.
How do you know they're working?
Who? The people who are
How do you know that the people who are being kicked off for not working are working?
Because we have 2 studies from Arkansas, we have 1 study from Georgia, and 1 study from eligibility requirements changed under COVID that measured these things.
Measured what?
Measured how many people kicked off, measured the effect of work requirements on employment, and measured how many people who were kicked off of Medicaid were actually still eligible for Medicaid.
Did they say I actually worked and they just kicked me off anyway?
Some of the studies. I think that some of the studies have different. They use different sources. So I think some of them, yes, were. I believe some of them did rely on some surveys.
Okay.
But other ones were just looking at things more generally.
Let's go back to this question, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you worked 20 hours a week, 80 hours a month, could you prove it to me?
I agree people have the capacity to prove it. Most people.
Shut up.
But yes or no, do you agree that historically people haven't for whatever reason? Maybe they're stupid. I don't care.
No, it's not about stupidity, bro. If I asked you if you could prove to me that you worked 80 hours in the month of July.
Why am I answering the third question for the
Could you hold on? Could you prove it?
I agree. People have the capacity to prove if they're working or not. At least some of them.
It's not about. No, I'm asking you a direct question. Can you,
me personally, I don't work. I don't work.
You don't work.
I'm in school and I stream. But
so you don't work. Hold on. No. We're getting to the root of the problem.
Okay.
You do not have the ability to prove to me. You don't have a pay stub. You don't have a fucking clock in, clock out order. You have nothing. Right? That says to me, and hypothetically, I'm the federal government, that you worked 80 hours this month. You get no health insurance. All right?
Okay.
No. Period.
Do we agree that for every one person like me who doesn't work and therefore can't prove it, there are 5 people who do work but don't keep up with the paperwork and get kicked off of Medicaid?
No, that's not how.
If I send you evidence that is what happens,
no, that's not how.
Are you going to change your mind?
That's not how it works. Every single question that I just asked you is asked to those people, and if they can't prove it, they don't get health insurance.
I agree. It's asked to everyone on Medicaid. Some people are ineligible and therefore don't get health insurance because they're
ineligible. So what's the paperwork issue?
Way more people are eligible but don't keep up with the paperwork due to procedural errors, lose their health insurance coverage.
Okay. All right, let's go this route. All right. You worked 80 hours this week, and I'm going to tell you, 80 hours this month. But I'm going to ask you to fill out this form, right?
Are you ever going to cite data for anything, or are we just going to keep going down?
No, fuck your data. Did you fill out the form correctly? Did you fill out the form? No. Okay.
I think you're fundamentally.
You don't get health insurance.
I understand this, but you're making a moralistic argument. We're saying if
no,
people
I'm
are,
not.
if
I'm
people
not making
can't,
a
that's why you're saying if people
argument.
don't fill out the paperwork, they don't deserve health insurance.
No, I'm making a
what I'm saying is when I analyze policies, I base it on what people actually do. We observe historically, and for whatever reason, we observe that people don't keep up with the paperwork, and therefore people who are eligible for Medicaid lose their health insurance coverage.
Well, then fuck you.
True.
That's no. If you're a person, a human being that did not keep up with your paperwork, fuck you. All right.
Yeah, no, I understand exactly. You're making a moralistic argument.
We have 350 million fucking people in here, and we don't have time to deal with you who didn't realize that you should have filled out your paperwork. That's my argument.
I agree. Hold on, we don't understand. This is why this is why even like libertarians a lot of times are opposed to these type of like work requirements because
Sarah, you can bring everybody back.
Yeah, this is why a lot of like libertarians are opposed to this stuff because it adds red tape. You make you not only make people.
It's a simple fucking. It's a simple concept.
It's still added red tape. You can say whatever you want about it, but it's still added red tape, and it makes people who are eligible for Medicaid lose Medicaid. But also, it means that government bureaucrats have to spend more time and effort trying to verify people's eligibility, and that's at a cost for very little benefit.
It is a simple concept. Its end justifies the means. This is the moral equivalent of saying I'll kill 10 innocent people as long as I can find one murderer.
Yeah,
I think I watched the non-fun.
Okay, so I think you're fundamentally misunderstanding the Medicaid point. But I want to talk about
to the chat, please continue doing your paperwork. You have less than 20 minutes. You have 18 minutes to finish that the dono goal, or Sarah goes to bed, because this is, I mean, quite honestly, this has been a roundabout of crazy shit, and quite frankly, my payment has not been enough to tolerate. Only a Mr. Bill Sense 5 says, raise your hand if you think healthcare should be a constitutional right. And I was actually going to ask this question. So good job, Mr. Bill. If yes, should undocumented also receiving? Guessing at least 2 agree. So my question to you is, let's start with the very question of, do we think that healthcare insurance should be a right and not necessarily a privilege?
Not at all.
Of course.
Now, you have the right to access, but do you have the right to a free healthcare?
No.
Health for what it's worth, healthcare
like free at the point of service, or is that what?
If it wasn't for healthcare, every other tax would be spiked.
For what it's worth, healthcare is already a universal human right.
It's not.
It is.
I mean, look,
access,
like I don't think
access.
Who says it's a universal right?
Access
the United
to
Nations.
Access
we should all have access to it.
We're not
Yes, that's healthcare, guys. That's not
And when they give
Medicare.
you
Your
I'm
country,
saying-
the United States of America, like ratified the Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
I don't give a
Would
fuck.
you not say
It just
that,
means that you have the ability to get your own insurance. That's all it means.
What globalists have to say.
Obviously, we're not overpopulating right now. We're underpopulating, right? But if we were overpopulating, there could be a point where we have to survive on this planet. If we can't leave this planet, we would have to reduce population, right?
Where are you going with this?
Yeah, no, I see where
University, you're saying everybody has this right. It's a right. It's something that we all are born with, that right, that everybody else has to make sure that I live, right? When I'm born, the moment I'm born, all of the world has the obligation to make sure
that's not.
I live.
This is a massive straw man.
No, he's right. No, he's right.
This is a massive straw man.
No, he's right.
No.
He's right. An inalienable human right is something that is given to you by God, and it is not a right.
No, it has nothing to do with God.
No, it is not.
It has nothing to do with God.
It is not a right. It is not a right of this country to take care of you. You're responsible for taking care of yourself and your family. This country is not responsible for taking care of you. Right now.
So the United States of America, even though it ratified the UN's Declaration of Universal Human Rights,
the United Nations has nothing to do with America.
Of course, what do you?
The United Nations has nothing to do with America. It is a
The
diplomatic
United States of America is a founding member of UN.
Yeah, who cares? The United Nations has nothing to do with
incorrect.
America.
This is incorrect.
That is a separate organization.
No, you are simply incorrect.
Okay, explain to me how.
The United States ratified the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It agreed to them.
Yeah, but he's not going to care about that, Dave.
I understand he doesn't care about that, but he should.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying he should. So the point is that yes, actually, access to healthcare is a human right.
How does the United Nations have an effect on the access to healthcare?
Well, the idea is to, the countries that ratified it to follow it.
It's an idea. It's an idea, right?
So the United Nations actually dictates what all countries that support the United Nations ratified. Back to
it doesn't have an enforcement mechanism.
It's not. So there's no enforcement there. Okay. So
what I said.
Okay. So what I said originally. Okay.
Well, it's still obviously like the. I mean, its argument would just be like the U.S. made a commitment.
So the United States.
The U.S. ratified it, so the U.S.
mutual agreement, social contract theory. We could explain it.
So the United States has nothing to do with the United Nations. Like I said, cool.
No, look, I mean, obviously we have something to do with the UN. Like, I think we're the UN's like largest funder, and like we ratify some of their treaties or whatever. So like we made some.
We're the largest. Look,
Look, I mean, the UN headquarters are here. We obviously have something to do with it, and like
you disagree that we don't act like a country that has a right to life. Like, if you get shot, usually like a 911 gets called, ambulances come. People usually feel a duty to help you, right? Like, if you're getting hurt, usually people will run to help.
Gonna get you. I mean, if you if you care about like rights so much, look up Humer's paradox
of weak
deontology.
In the street, an ambulance is called. You're gonna get help, but you're gonna get a bill in the mail.
Yeah, you're making an emotional argument. I'm making an actual, logical, legal one. Like, the United States has absolutely nothing to do with the United Nations. Literally nothing. There is no ties, no legal, logical, constitutional ties to the United Nations. It doesn't exist.
I think there actually have been Supreme Court cases that said if the Senate like ratifies a treaty, it does have the weight of federal law and states can't nullify it. I believe there are Supreme Court cases that do rule that international law does actually have some impact on the Constitution in the U.S. But regardless, I mean, obviously, like I don't think rights are like super meaningful one way or the other. If you care so much about rights, I would encourage you to look up Humer's. That's true. I would encourage you to look up Humer's paradox for weak deontology. I think that's a very strong argument.
I think the problem is,
but I think but more importantly, like I think we all basically agreed earlier that the government should have like it should provide health insurance to at least like some people. So like,
we didn't agree on that. Here's the deal, right? Like, you have 3 rights: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's what you have in America under the Constitution.
So we had a right to free speech, a right to bear arms, and a bunch of other things.
That's also under the Constitution. Let me finish. So what you're saying?
Things you said aren't actually rights, right?
Ryan?
Well, those aren't in the Constitution. They're in the Bill of Rights, Ryan.
Yeah, they're in the Bill of Rights. So what I'm saying is,
hang on, what the fuck do you think the Bill of Rights are?
Oh my God!
The Bill of Rights is not the Constitution. Those are 2 separate documents.
Oh my God!
Bill of Rights is part of the Constitution. First 10 amendments.
I wanted to hear what he had to say.
One at a time. Go ahead, Misfit. And chat, do your fucking job. You got 11 minutes left. Make it happen. It's not that hard.
Here's what I was going to say before Ryan interrupted me. You have the right to life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, right? And then you have these things that you think are privileges that should apply under the United States Constitution. And that's why our founders were smart enough to put amendments in there so that we could put these things into law. And anything in there, I'm going to agree with, because it means that the Constitutional Republic put a system in place where we said, this is what we do, right? And one thing we did not do, we never did, over 250 years, was said, you deserve health insurance. It didn't happen. It hasn't happened. It probably won't happen. I'd support it if it did happen, but it didn't happen. So anyone who says you have a right to health insurance or fucking universal health care or something like that, you're lying. Just shut the fuck up and acknowledge that what you're saying is you want universal healthcare. You want better healthcare. You want this. And if you want it, you have a right to want it. But you don't deserve it, and it's not your right.
Cool. I agree. Actually, I agree that America does not recognize that as a right. Okay. However, I want to make one thing clear because there's a bunch of people in the chat who are echoing this, and there's people on this panel who are echoing this. The Bill of Rights is, yes, the first 10 amendments to the Constitution. An amendment to the Constitution is not a separate document from the Constitution. It is literally a modification of the Constitution. It's amending the Constitution. Yes. You guys have no. It's actually so insane. Our basic civics education is so bad.
Would you agree that
so lost here?
Constitution?
Would you agree that amending something is separating something?
What?
Would you agree that amending something is separating something?
No, it's like taking a metal and adding a different kind of metal to it to go make a different alloy.
It's a separation from its original form, correct?
No, it's
a new iteration.
New iteration.
Yes, new iteration. Exactly.
It's a
so it's the same fucking document is the point, right?
It's a separation of
now it is, but like the initial Constitution.
No, it's literally what it means. The amendments are okay. You need to take a civics class, but we should not get stuck on this.
Well, you're the one that brought it up.
Yeah, and I was trying to educate you, but it's a mistake.
Theoretical. Ryan, I'm really interested on your theoretical of this. So
add it to the list, guys. Just add it to the list. Add it to the list with tariffs. Add it to the list with basic economics. Add it to the list with how
what does tariffs have
work.
to do with the American citizenry?
Anyway, guys, one second. Let's just shrink the United States down to Sarah, Misfit.
Let's not.
Ryan, Nanfan, and Evan. Right. So there's 5 of us, and that's the whole country.
Let's not do that.
And
I don't get included.
Ryan, this is a good theoretical.
I like this.
Between the 4 of us, we're producing enough, but then Sarah gets sick. And we try to farm, but we can't keep her healthy. Our economic system between the 4 of us cannot keep her healthy. Are we evil for letting her pass?
I don't care.
No, here's my question.
Well, let me allow Weevil. Weevil is heading out. If Weevil's heading out, so I just wanted to give the opportunity to say goodnight and thanks for coming on, Weevil. And if you had any final words, you're welcome to say them.
I honestly don't. My phone is glitching. This is my second time on here with you guys, but thank you for having me on. And it's been great watching you guys, but all of you guys have a great night, no matter what's happening in the world, okay?
Thank you, Weevil. Have a wonderful evening.
Have a good night, Weevil.
So I was agreeing with Misfit that. Hang on, I was agreeing with Misfit that I want healthcare to be recognized as a human right in the United States. I agree, it's not currently. However, it is established in the UN, which, as whoever was saying earlier, is like ratified by the U.S. But we still don't recognize it here. That's true. We don't. I agree with you there. So we can find some common ground that currently the United States does not recognize healthcare or health insurance or any of these things as a human right.
What is this Humer's paradox of weak deontology?
It's a very good argument against the existence of intrinsic rights because it seems like it entails some paradoxes. He goes through an example of where like rights violations would be acceptable if an action was considered like 2 distinct actions, but would be acceptable if like the action was like taken as a whole as one action, and it's not very philosophically sound to try to separate out like. It's very philosophically unsound to say something is moral if it's one action, but not if it's 2 actions, even if they both like result in like the same thing. It's very weird. It's a very good argument against the existence of rights, but I don't think the existence of rights is very relevant for tonight's debate. And if we're very curious to clarify some of the things with Misfit and about other people about the deficit impact of the bill, I think he's very wrong about that.
I think the existence of rights is relevant for literally every debate, right? Like every single debate that ever happens, the existence of rights is relevant. What are you talking about?
It's not I don't think it's the most relevant thing to debating like whether or not a bill should be passed, right? I think we should broadly like agree that like we should just want to make the world better. We might kind of disagree on exactly what that means, and then we should just discuss whether or not the bill.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. I just don't think that you should dismiss the existence of rights. Maybe I'm reading too much into it.
So
I have
a question. I have a question for everyone who believes healthcare is a human right. Here's my question for you. In the United States, what has the government done to help lower the prices of healthcare in the United States?
Nothing.
They implemented price controls on insulin.
Yeah, Trump did that.
That's not healthcare in general. That's one specific med. I'm talking in general. What have they done to limit the price of Medicare in the United States?
Nothing.
Like to reduce the price of Medicare? What?
Nothing.
Correct. They have done nothing. That's true. Actually, in the inverse, they have set up a system where healthcare companies are actually given the opportunity to have no competition in the market and charge whatever they want for what they release, treatments, medications, everything. It is all subsidized by the government through R&D, and it's paid for by Medicare. So we're already paying. Yes, Congressional Budget Office, fucking read it, okay? It's the truth.
CBO. Yes.
It is the truth.
So you're like half correct. So to some extent,
I'm not half
No,
correct.
he's 100% correct.
No, he's only half correct.
You can say I'm half correct, but it's in black and white.
Let him respond, dude.
If you don't mind, I can share this for you so you can see it. It's very black and white.
I'd
Okay.
like
Not
to
that
let
black.
Vibe is going to make his exit. If we could give him the floor for just a moment, please.
Well, thank you. I wasn't expecting that. But yeah, just need some followers. Vibe on YouTube. Great talking to you guys. Misfit. Hopefully we can jump on together soon.
Yeah, Vibe, hit me up privately.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good to see you, Vibe.
All right. Take care, guys.
Bye, Vibe. And while there's a pause, congratulations, chat. You finally hit the goal. I really didn't think you were going to do it. I thought I was going to have to be a total bitch and just shut this shit show down. But don't let the completed goal stop the grift, because I'll start up another goal and hold you ransom again. Law Dog with the big 5 says streams begin at conception. Keep the stream alive. Also follows up for Ryan's Tooth Fund.
Thanks a lot.
I don't think that's ever going to stop. To help all the people out there too dumb to fill out paperwork for free money. Thank you. I will gladly pretend to be dumb if that means you'll send me money. For the weirdo with his headphone on his neck, because that's just gay. How are you hearing us if your headphones are around your neck?
Right out of my sound bar, okay? Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
He has those internal hearing aids.
No, because I'm half deaf and I need a sound bar to play that shit loud.
That's fair. That's fair.
Oh,
And
so you're
Nuke says time for the panelists to donate. Yes. Have you paid your tomato tax yet, dear panelist? Evan is.
I think Raging probably owes me some money because of all the people that I get here hate
She
me.
pays me. I mean, I don't know why she's not paying you
You're
guys.
welcome to always dual stream. I mean, I saw you were dual streaming on your YouTube, but like dual stream where
I don't
people
even know how I
stream-
did that, by the way. I just clicked a bunch of buttons.
Oh my God, that
good.
handle of Tito's is definitely to your
Lower
demise.
class is definitely the reverb because he's got his headphones on his neck and he
No,
said he's
I
wearing a
don't think it was him because it was going off earlier. I actually think it might be you, Misfit, because nope, now he's muted. Non-fawn. Ooh, nope. Animated. Hold on, everybody, just stop. Let's see. Boons. No. Nope. Maybe. Joshua. Check.
It's either Bones or you.
Could it be me?
Let's see. Do we hear anything else right now? Let's keep you muted for a second, Bones, and let me unmute everyone else and make sure it's not just me in my head. Check. Yeah, it is you, Bones. Hold on, let's try. Let me edit. No, it's your mic. Do you have a fan blowing or something?
Negative. Well, actually, my computer fans maybe, but they're pretty far away.
Might be that, because it does sound. It does. I thought it was maybe some reverb or something kicking back, but it might be the fan.
It's the Asian thing.
It's okay. Just
I
try
guess
to
the new lore is that I'm Asian. All right, cool.
just stay muted when you're not speaking, and that way we won't hear it. And shout out to Kissy Cat for saving all you dumbasses, because I mean seriously, like I expect better from you guys. Like this is top tier entertainment at its finest. With all of the shit that's been said this evening,
I don't get no money. Fucking.
At the very least, you should be entertained. Hey, I am the herder of the cats and the tards. All right, This job demands payment. It's a lot of work. It is a lot of headache. It is a lot of stress.
Sarah,
I tolerate a lot.
I do my shit for free, and you should do it too.
Yeah,
Can I
well,
jump?
you're not a single mom either. So
All right.
If it makes you feel any better, Sarah, I've been live on my channel for an hour and 20 and haven't made a dime. So
Well,
I'm just
one way to make
restreaming
some
more
money, Misfit,
content.
is
I've been live for a year and a half, and I haven't made a dollar.
You know what?
one
it
way
is?
you
It's
can try
Brian's
to
fault.
encourage people to donate money to you is by doing something like this. Everyone, in a new tab, open up,
That's Brian's
keep this
fault.
tab, right? But in a new tab, you can open up and go to youtube.com/@radicalcoder and subscribe to me, right? Because I'm often bringing the polarizing perspectives to this panel so often that people often drop insane amounts of money to bounce me back and up and down the panel. So
Yeah,
But
he
you could be replaced with any liberal.
also has an OnlyFans.
Hey,
You could be
guys,
replaced
do
with
you mind
any
if I
liberal
jump
who
in
speaks
real
loud.
quick?
Like,
Only
Yeah.
caters.
go ahead,
I have-
Joshua.
All right. So I did some looking into this, and I wanted to speak to him and Alex earlier, but this is what I come up with. These are some common misleading claims that are made by the critics of the Big Beautiful Bill. Number one is that the bill will strip healthcare from 17 million people. The reality check is that figure reflects a worst case scenario, blending Medicaid loss with subsidized ACA expiration. The CBO projects 10 to 11.8 million people could lose coverage by 2034, not immediately. Many may regain eligibility through updated paperwork, redetermination of state action. The
That
claim
which is
of
extra red tape by the state.
the claim of
people will be kicked off
17 million is alarmist. The expected impact is gradual and manageable with redeterminations and state flexibility built. One thing
It's
that
crazy they
is-
waited to institute the work requirements till after the midterms. I really
hold
wonder why
on,
they
Nom.
did that. I really
Hold
wonder
on,
why.
Nom.
Curious.
Hold
No,
on,
let
Nom.
him finish.
So, claim 2, hundreds of rural hospitals will close. 338 rural hospitals are at risk per the Sheps Center, but risk equals guaranteed closure. Congress included a $50 billion rural health fund to invest in innovation and stabilizing care, covering only about 30 to 40% of projected losses, but still the largest federal rural investment ever. Yes, many hospitals are vulnerable, but this bill invests in transformations, not just bailouts. Many facilities will convert to rural emergency hospitals or telehealth hubs.
Yeah, of course.
Claim three, work
That was the most important
requirements.
part, what he just said.
Yeah, claim 3, work requirements will
Give
leave
it to
poor
corporations,
people
right?
uninsured and desolate. The reality check is Arkansas's program disenrolled 18,000 people in 2018 without increasing employment. Only 27.5 had incomes under FPL. Most lost coverage for administration reasons. Nationally, 4.6.
Yeah, that was what we've been saying.
Like what we've been saying for the last hour.
We agree with you. We agree.
Yeah, but I haven't had a chance to get in there. But
Sure.
You haven't been- to reiterate our point,
4.6 to 5.2 million people may lose coverage by 2026 from work rules, not by job absence, but reporting failures. The Arkansas case shows harm came from bureaucracy, not a lack of work. The activity threshold is modest, equals 20 hours per week, and
Hey,
exception
Josh.
what?
Don't let him stop you, Josh. You're the new MVP. Keep going.
Yeah, you're cooking.
Oh my god, I love
Nothing to do with the actual problem.
on,
You guys
hold
are
on.
healthy.
that. Up to Josh, okay?
Josh,
You guys
Josh,
have no idea what the actual problem
hold
is.
on, chill for 1 minute. Ryan, Norfin, Bonds, and Evan, you guys realize that you're fucking laughing at somebody right now, and you guys need to fucking chill. Like, let the motherfucker fucking.
We're not laughing at him.
You're acting.
We're laughing because he's right.
You're acting. No,
he's saying the things that we've been saying for the past hour uninterrupted.
No,
by the
but
way.
you're acting.
He's saying the exact fucking points that everyone's
That's
talking
fine.
about.
Misfit, that's fine. Let them laugh. Let me get this out.
No, you're
It's
acting
fine.
like
We're laughing because we agree with what you're saying.
Yeah.
No, you're acting like fucking bullies and children right now. Shut the fuck up. Let them talk.
Says the man who
Oh my god! Oh my god! The cat bully is complaining about bullying. Oh my god!
If I was in,
The guy with shitty insults to the panelists is pissed off that people are going and making insults. Oh my god!
By the way,
oh
guys.
my god, bro!
By the way, guys, before I can.
He's mad that Asian Hitler's laughing. Apparently,
You guys are fucking children.
By the way, guys.
Oh man, the Trumples are crumbling lately.
I know,
It's not
right?
about that. It's not about that, dude. I'd fuck your mother in front of you if I was.
There
in
he
it.
is.
You're so.
There he
Oh
is.
my god,
I knew
that's
he was
so
in there.
crazy. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Wait. Hey, I'm not here to fucking defend Trump, all right, Effigy? I'm here to show how y'all are fucking captured by corporations, and you're totally
That's
fine.
so true. So true.
Big pharma, like money, bro. That's all you
can
can
able to do that as well.
Hold on, I think there are issues. I think there are issues with.
100%.
Guys,
Look,
guys,
I think-
let me finish. Let me finish.
Let him finish.
Wait, hold on.
Go, Josh. Do it.
GPT for whatever.
So,
Stop
anyway,
acting like you're in fucking high school.
so before I continue, I've had people in the chat in my lives and in here claim that I'm drunk. I've had my jaw broken in 3 places by a 450-pound stepdad. My nose was broken, so I don't know why people claim I'm drunk. I don't drink. But
Josh, this is
Let
the
me
internet,
continue.
bro. Like, you can't
Yeah.
let what these assholes
Sorry,
say.
man.
bro.
I didn't mean to assume.
No,
But-
nobody said you were drunk. I was
Right,
just
but-
I was just coming
No,
at
no one was making fun of you that because you were
No.
coming across like you were telling us something to rebut us, but you were actually literally
No,
talking
I'm
about our
just-
talking points.
right, but the whole purpose is I wanted Alex to hear this because he made some strange claims, but a lot of this I'm almost done. So, claim 4, thousands will die because of Medicaid cuts. The reality check is, while dramatic headlines suggest mortality risks, e.g., 42,500 extra deaths, those figures come from worst case models, including large ACA subsidy losses. Most affected still have emergency protection under EMTALA, and states may continue funding vulnerable groups. Losses are administrative, not necessarily permanent medical denial.
Yep.
Scare language doesn't replace facts. Real harm comes from systematic I don't even know how to say that word.
Ineptitude.
Inefficiencies.
Inefficiencies. Not. I don't know why I had a hard time saying that. That's literally what it is.
That was
Not
Nonfon's fault. He did it to you. He used magic.
Inefficiencies, not intentional denial. Improvements remain possible. Claim 5. The bill is racist and targets minority or low-income communities. The reality check is work rules apply universally to non-disabled adults and with broad exemptions. No racial targeting is embedded. The $50 billion fund supports rural hospitals in largely white, economically marginalized areas. Race-based allegations don't hold up. This bill treats demographics evenly, and both rural, white, and minority communities stand to benefit from modernization grants. So we went through that, and one of my favorite things that I found.
You're reading this like right
is
off the
it-
White House's
is
website
it-
or something.
It does.
let him finish.
One of my favorite
Posted in the
things
back, by the
I
way.
found is it does not aim to take healthcare away from people. Hold on, I had it. I want to make sure I work.
So the point of the work requirement is to take people off who aren't working. So yeah, it is taking people off. That is the purpose of it.
Right, but it's not that nobody will be denied health care. It does not aim to remove health care from people.
If you don't work, you will be denied health care, or you will be denied medical.
Really shitty that
Right,
hospitals when that was basically a bribe for people to vote for the bill. It wasn't actually to help those hospitals because a shit ton are going to get closed down.
How?
Because it was directed specifically to the people who weren't going to vote for it.
Like you guys don't like the guy who's in charge, so you want to attack him.
One at a time. One at a time. I don't know who's talking to me. Who?
I know me and Effigy apparently have the same voice. Sorry, Effigy.
Effigy was.
How? All right. How?
You know, we're the same person.
How is it?
Oh, we are.
How is it taking away healthcare?
So, if
a hospital has to close, do you agree that people got their healthcare taken away? Their ability to get healthcare there?
All right, but how?
If a hospital doesn't have sufficient funding to continue to operate and they have to close down, then those people either have to go elsewhere, usually much farther away than the current hospital they're going to will be, or they just are fucked and they can't really get any health care.
All right, so which hospital is being closed down? Because
do you want like a list? I can bring up a list soon for you if you want.
Josh just explained it, right? Josh said, "Hey, the claim is right that 300 something thousand, blah blah blah, but they're actually going to be building new healthcare facilities and redirecting all of the people that were going to go to these."
So you understand that building these healthcare facilities takes time, right? And these facilities are shutting down soon, or already.
Sure. I'm convinced that
Also,
there's
going
urgent care is
even
just
if
because
I
a
grant you
hospital-
that entirely, there's going to be a gap in service regardless.
Yeah, there's
Can we
going to be
agree?
a gap.
Can you delineate when that'll
that's
be?
bad.
No, it's
That's
causing
denying
the
healthcare.
Visitum, hold on. Can you delineate when that will be? Can you explain when that gap?
I don't know how long it'll take for new hospitals to be built.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't know how long exactly it'll take for new hospitals to be built. Oh my god, what a fucking loan!
And when it's starting,
No, yeah.
you have no idea
So
what
I can already. Do you want me to give you the list? Do you want me to give you the list?
I want you to give me a spot on timeline because you know there's.
Why
gonna
the
be a
fuck
gap
would
in
I
service.
be able to give
When
you a
will it
spot on
be?
timeline? We don't even know when these new projects are starting.
When will it be?
The fuck? Do you
It's
want me
also
to
gonna be
like,
the worst
come up with
hospitals
one out
that'll
of
close
thin air
down
for you?
first.
All right,
There are hospitals that are already telling
You two
people that they're
explain.
going to close.
When
Would
this
you be
gap
willing
in
to
service
know?
claim is bound to happen.
Can I
when is that going to be?
message Ryan and Misfit for a debate sometime?
Yeah, get me on X. It's the Misfit Patriot or Misfit Patriot _.
Yeah, I'm an X.
Ryan,
the
I
radical.
can't give you an exact timeline on like, what the gaps in coverage will be for each little like fucking township in
All right.
the U.S. Yeah,
Hey,
I'm so
hey,
sorry.
Bo-
I don't know
Bo-
anything. You're
Bo-
right.
Correct.
You're a lower
Yes,
class.
You're right.
Bones,
Exactly.
Bones.
What?
What do you think that would be? What do you think that would be a reasonable timeline for let's say a change of policy where you might have to shut down one health facility but then move it to another health facility?
Let's not I don't think it's worth pontificating here. We can just we can agree to disagree
I think
about that.
I think it is.
Please shut your fucking mouth, lower
Wait,
class.
so why is it
I want to
worth
speak
it?
to the
Hey,
racist.
so why the fuck is it worth it? Then? Why the fuck is it worth it? Tell me. Why the fuck?
Well, hang on. Does Misfit know what he's describing though? Because a lot of these places, they're not
Almost
going to
never.
open another hospital. They're closing hospitals, and what they're going to happen is they're going to open corporate urgent care centers and things like that that are
So when are
not
they closing?
hospitals.
What I'm
So when are they
trying,
closing?
all right, what I'm trying to ask is whether or not you guys understand that there's a difference between shutting down a facility and mitigating the facility to another temporary healthcare facility, which may be able to handle all of the needs of the region. That's all I'm saying.
All right,
Is
here.
that-
Ray is doing a lot
is
of
that
work.
possible?
on it.
Post in the back for lower class from my home state of Louisiana, in Acadiana, Cajun country, 6 rural hospitals that are about to close because of the funding.
And when's
Ryan, what was your X?
That's what we need to know. We need to know somebody
The
that
radical
actually knows.
coder. I'll post in that.
Effigy, when's the next one going to be built? That's fine. You can show the first part. My question is the gap.
What
So
do you
when are
mean
the
get
new
built? They're not
facilities
building
being built?
hospitals. Have you ever
When-
been to an urgent care center?
Yes, I have. Plenty
It's
of
like going
time.
into an office. Like that's it. Like it's not a hospital. They don't have the capabilities that hospitals have. It's not even fair to compare them. Yes, they are healthcare, but that's like saying an asteroid's the same as a planet, right? Just because they float in space.
All right.
Yeah, you can go there and you can get your.
You say you've been to rural hospitals. Rural hospitals are not massive buildings.
But they can do surgery.
No one does.
So
I'm from a rural area. I've seen rural hospitals.
So fuck them, shut them down, right?
I'm not saying
They're not just shutting them down. You guys are so fucking
That's the-
extreme.
that is
with your
what the
belief.
inevitable result of the policy
They're going to
is.
steal all
That's
the
what-
blacks.
that's
We're
what
going to
happens
get
in
rid of all the
reality.
Mexicans and blah 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 blah. You guys just have all these.
They're fucking trying to. Stephen Miller would love
literally
to.
fucking trying to. Have you
any
seen
of it
what
except
doing to
for your
citizens
field.
who look Mexican?
Stephen
Yeah.
Miller, who is a
You
white
got nothing but
nationalist,
feels
would love to do
your
that.
fucking shit.
I know.
You got
I'm not
nothing
talking about
but-
feels. I'm talking about what's
feel
actually
like-
happening.
I
What?
feel like you guys have no
Oh,
proof
yeah,
for
yeah.
any of your fucking claims other than stats that you guys come up with on the fucking spot.
Yeah, that is evidence. That is evidence in favor of
And
the
fucking-
claim.
and then
we're
when
making.
anybody else
Yes.
shows you any kind of statistics, you claim that it's
Studies,
fake.
fucking figures,
You sit
metrics.
there
Yes.
and you go, "Oh no, your
That is
stats, your
data.
fucking figures
Data,
don't
motherfucker.
matter
You don't have
to
any
me
fucking
because they're
data. You don't have any
Data.
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 You literally
people
said,
are
well,
fake
I don't
trolls or
know.
any of that
I
shit.
don't know.
Yeah, I don't
Why
know
would
the
you
exact
ask me
fucking
that?
timeline of when
Nothing.
there's going to be a new
Nothing
hospital
but
in
a
the
bunch of
rural
bullshit.
places that are
Exactly.
gonna
You don't
have
have
hospitals.
any fucking data, so shut your mouth.
You're right.
How
I
about
have
data?
A lot of other
Yeah, I
claims.
have
I
data.
don't have access to fucking
I have
And
data.
nobody
construction.
else shows you guys any data. You're like, no, that's not real. It doesn't fit with my data.
You didn't
It's
tell
still-
us
that
this all
cannot be-
time. All you said is your fucking cousins abuse Medicaid. That's all you did.
Yeah,
True.
well, you know what?
Yeah.
It's fucking true.
Wait, I wanna
And
address
I
the
know a
racist
couple of
element of
people
the bill.
who
I wanna
do it.
address
It
why
means that
people are calling the bill
fucking
racist.
do it. And if you want to
I'm
sit
gonna
there and act like because I only know a couple of people who do it, that just means
Yeah,
nobody else
you
does it.
know a couple people you made up
You sound
and
fucking
no one believes
ridiculous.
you fucking clown, no one cares.
No,
No,
up.
shut the fuck
Anyway,
up, Brian.
I
You
have-
are
wanna
a
see the
fucking
racist
fucking
several
body.
dozen
You are a
cousins who
child
abuse
trafficker,
Medicaid.
somebody
Yeah.
I
with
wanna
a
explain
fucking
why.
body who's over
Yeah,
5
shut
foot
the fuck
tall,
up.
and
I
you
have
think that
several
means that
dozen
you're a
cousins
fucking
who don't
adult
abuse
when you don't
Medicaid.
actually have any real
I
true
have
beliefs
several
or any
dozen
of that
cousins that
bullshit.
don't
You
abuse
just got a
Medicaid.
bunch of
What's your
lasers
rebuttal
that
to
other
that?
people use.
What's your fucking rebuttal to that? If I
So
take
whose
your two
rebuttal for
cousins,
what?
I had my
Because you've been
36 who
talking
don't abuse
non-fucking
it.
stop.
That's 2 out of 38. What's the percentage
True.
on that? Very low.
True, that's base bones. So anyway, I want to speak to the
No, what did he
people
say
calling
then,
the bill
Ryan?
racist,
What
right?
was so base?
Black
Because I
and-
don't
black
think you
and
even know
Latino
what
I'm
the
making the
hell
exact
is
same claim, except in
I
except the
bet you don't know
negation
what
of
the fuck
that.
you
And
just
I'm
said,
saying
Ryan,
that
but
that's
you're gonna call
evidence
it base
that
because he
that
shares
no
the
one's
same
abusing
belief
the fucking
structures as you.
system, or that there's not a large like
Pussy.
swath of people abusing the fucking system.
There
Because
is a
that's the
large
level
swath
of evidence that
people.
you
It's
just
called
provided.
Detroit.
Trippy
So,
Cast,
Bones
you
is
just
right.
realized you provided
Bones.
info. You provided 2
Bones, you
people
guys want to sit
that you
here.
claim are abusing the
You want
system.
to
I'm
act
providing
like
360
nothing
claim
that I
they're not
say could
abusing the
possibly be
system. Are
real.
you fucking retarded?
When you know damn
That is
well
the exact
that you
logic
guys will
of
believe
that
anything
you're
that's
bringing
said to you
to
by
us.
Kamala
And
Harris,
I'm bringing it
radio,
back to you, and you're suddenly all up in a fucking arms about it.
fucking name. That's all it requires for you guys to fucking suck it up like it's come from God. You
Bones,
guys
no
are
one
looking
referenced
at
data.
on your
You
knees.
literally had no
Take my
fucking
beehole, daddy. As long
Yeah,
as
I
you got a
don't. I
next
don't
to
have
you,
the
man.
exact timeline for when new hospitals open
Yeah,
up. I'm
okay.
so sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't have access to the. I don't have access to the construction.
Wilson was a
I don't have
Democrat,
construction,
shut
man.
up.
I don't have that shit either. I can't tell you when these new hospitals are going to come up that haven't even like begun to.
Correct. You're right. Don't fucking reference data if you're going to make a claim. Base.
I didn't make a claim. I said there's going to be a gap. I didn't make an exact claim on how long that gap is going to be, retard.
But you said there was going to be one. You have no
Lower
idea when
class, more like lower fucking brain cell count. Holy shit, bro! You don't even know what the fuck my claim was.
idea.
Does
It's
anyone
fucking crazy.
Lower class, more like low IQ. Repeat back to me what my fucking claim was.
Oh, IQ. I'm not the one speaking out of my
Repeat to
ass.
me what my fucking claim was, retard.
You can't figure
Retard.
out how to use that
I'm
shirt
not
like
the one
this.
Retard. Fucking repeat back my claim.
Does
What
I'm
was
not
my
the one
claim?
making a claim out of my ass.
What was my fucking claim?
No one cares.
Hey!
What was my fucking
Anyone?
claim?
Does anyone feel like shutting the fuck
Jesus,
up?
Lord, have fucking mercy on my
I'm
whole
trying,
fucking
Sarah.
soul. I sat and listened to this bullshit. I'm up there trying to like carry my fucking dog out. I'm listening to you dipshits go la 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 all over the fucking place, being assholes. Holy fucking shit! 10 minutes. That's all I wanted was like 10 minutes so I could walk the fucking dog. I'm gonna start nagging. lagging harder, and here's why. Chat, you got 13 minutes to figure it the fuck out with that dono goal. I don't even care. Cat GPT sending 20 over on, I believe, Ryan's side. Shout out to Umbreon. Slutty Gorilla Biscuits sending 1 gifted membership and then 2 gifted membership. Congratulations. Evan Lord says, good on you, Joshua. Your insight was very valuable. Quite the compliment.
Thank you.
And Misfit is a fist crammed in the cavity of intelligent debate, and his performative outrage is enough. to cause a hospital? What the fuck is that?
A hospital that's occupied by him.
They're making fun of people being murdered.
It's a hospital.
Thank you.
And
giving me a new
drop
term.
Trippy and drop Bones, and I've got two
I never heard that
two
before.
coming
That's actually pretty
in.
good.
Thank you. Maybe Flo State, where were you 20 minutes ago when I needed you? I'm glad
You
you're
gonna give
here.
Ryan the cock stick like he asked for?
Anything? I don't have a wrench.
Cockstick. Oh my god, right in the cockstick. That cracked me the fuck up. Okay, all right, chat.
Freud was right.
You need 7 more to fulfill that goal, and you have only 12 minutes to do it. And I just don't give a fuck at this point. I just carried a fucking dog outside, tried to give her medicine.
I tried to fucking
shit show and a fucking half, and I'm already. And my daughter's asking me to come check on her. I don't even fucking know. But I'm gonna leave Flow State in charge this time.
Oh shit!
He's gonna use his big ball voice to manage the panel. I'll be right back. This one should be quicker. I promise. But when I get back.
Sarah, chat.
I got it. It's fine. We have mods for a reason. Chillax, relax. My God. Oh my God. Okay, so there we go. See,
I'm gonna put my earphones on my hat again.
I'm in charge now, so you're good.
Oh wow, that's
Mighty
very
Nate.
generous.
You guys do whatever you gotta do.
And we want Trippy back. Who do you want to boot, Nate, to bring Trippy back? You have your options. You have your choice here. I'll remove this so you can see the names. We've got Effigy, Sasquatch, Flow State, Joshua, Ryan, Lower Class, Non-Fawn, and Evan, who pays to talk but sits here while he pays to talk. So your choice, Almighty Nate. If you could just say it in the chat of who you'd like to boot, and I will gladly, kindly do so happily. Except for Misfit, you can't boot. And Chuck coming in over on, I believe. Oh, whose side is this? Is this you're connected? Is that? Yeah, it's you. Chuck says. He says thank you. Thank you.
Put me on the roster.
Let's see. Boot Evan. All right, Evan. Goodbye. Trippy comes back. All right, and to everyone else backstage, get some rich friends. All right, I will be right back. Listen, Flow State has the voice of hopefully clarity. I'm going to leave this up.
Setting me up for failure.
All of you super chatters out
I
there.
demand the keys of power.
I swear to God, if
no, you'll never. That's one thing you'll never have is keys. But
come on.
But Flo, you can direct traffic very well.
You guys have fun. Go at it. Do
So
whatever
I'm
you want.
trusting you.
So I wanted to speak to the claim about the bill being racist. So just one quick fact, okay, and then I'll shut up for a minute. So Black and Latino workers are overrepresented in low-wage, unstable, part-time jobs. These are jobs that fluctuate under 80 hours per month. These are people who Misfit over here told to get fucked earlier if they fall below that threshold.
Black and what?
That's why we're calling it
Ryan.
That's just one reason.
Sorry, Ryan.
Does
all of your statistics have to do with skin color, or is it just that's just what I hear out of you all the time?
Yeah,
black and what?
That's what you hear all the time. That's all he can think about is
Black and what?
Okay,
Hey, why?
Black
Hold
and
on,
Latino,
no,
I said.
I have
Black and
a
Latino.
question. I have a question. Why do Black and Latino people work under 80 hours a week? That's a good question.
So
Because they're
again,
all
these are
illegals
jobs.
now.
They're
I'm just-
overrepresented in low-wage, unstable, part-time jobs. We can talk about why.
Why?
It doesn't matter why right now.
Why?
Right?
It doesn't matter why, because that would
go
go directly against your narrative, right?
Nobody
A lot
ever
of
wants
them-
to
how would
answer
it-
that.
how would it go against my narrative?
Because you're lumping Black and Hispanic laborers. That they're not the same. If you're going to divide people by race, divide them by race and
I'm
stop
not
jumping.
dividing by race. I'm saying the reason people call it racist is because those people, those groups in particular, are more likely to work in the jobs that are going to be disproportionately impacted by this policy. Those people are more likely, for whatever reason, you can talk about
Why does it matter? Why do we care about them more than anybody else?
I'm just responding to Joshua's point about them, the bill being racist. All I'm doing is explaining why people are calling the bill racist. I'm saying those people are more likely to be impacted by this.
No one asked for this.
You
brought
Here's
the real question, guys. Just a
I
quick
argued
question.
against racism.
Why is healthcare so fucking expensive?
Absolutely great question.
The
No idea.
Big Beautiful Bill doesn't make
barriers
any
to
fucking
entry are
does it?
massive.
Why?
Barriers
Why?
to
Excuse me?
entry. Barriers to entry.
Because
Government
of the
regulations. You have to have at least 10 years education after your education to touch anything.
right? No, that's fair. But why is it so expensive for pharmaceuticals then?
Yeah, partly also
they play the patent. They play the patent thing.
Oh, yeah, yes, they do. Yes, thank you. Yes, the government set up a system to where they can charge whatever the fuck they want for an excluded period of time. 100%. I would like to understand why I should pay more tax money to give them basically a blank check from the Department of Treasury. So they can charge whatever the fuck they want to our tax.
No, this is a good question. It is a
good question. Yeah. And all these healthcare bootlickers here, instead of wanting to really hold the real people who are making it so expensive accountable, they want me to pay more fucking money. So please explain, gentlemen.
No, look, the trade-off would be less drugs, though, right? If you limited the amount of profit corporations can get from new pharmaceuticals, you'd expect less research.
What kind of drugs?
That's something you're caring about.
Essentially all drugs. I mean, there's some evidence.
That was your answer. All drugs. My question is for you. What is the percentage of taxpayers' dollars that pay for the riskiest part of developing new drugs?
The riskiest part? I don't know.
39%. What percentage of taxpayers' dollars pays for that?
I don't know. I don't know.
Exactly. Please read a little bit, bro.
But look, I have read a little bit. It's not an area I'm particularly educated in, but I do know. Like, I think the average cost to bring a drug to market,
75% to 85%. That's what we pay.
Of the riskiest part, maybe, but overall, like I believe the average is still like about $2 billion to bring a drug to market for private corporations.
Correct. Yeah,
that's a lot of money, dude.
That's correct.
Exactly. That's why we have patents to
many of
incentivize
these
innovation.
drugs have been recalled in the past 10 years.
Okay, that's not relevant to you. Asked why.
No, it's completely relevant because we're the ones paying for it, and you're advocating for us paying more money for healthcare. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh my god! You asked why are pharmaceuticals so expensive? Me and Flow State both said part of it is barriers to entry. We grant monopolies on patents for new drugs, and you asked why do we do that, and I said because it incentivizes innovation. I'm not making like a moralistic claim on whether that's right or wrong. I think our patents are probably too protective right now.
Non-fun. You understand that $1 billion is $1,000 million, right?
Yeah, it's a fuck ton of money.
It's a whole lot of money. So $2 billion is $2,000 million, and we just accept that, right? So there's a lot of people, and I'm not saying you or anybody in this panel has brought it up, but there's like this whole like APAC and blah blah blah, like the lobby group that has $130 million that they're trying to influence Congress with. The pharma industry has $2.3 billion per year that they use to influence our Congress for their products. Have you ever watched a Fox newscast without seeing some type of like?
Did you take blah 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 blah?
Hold on. Have you ever watched a Fox newscast for an hour without seeing some type of pharmaceutical like advertisement? Where they're like,
well, I don't want Fox News, but
they do a little where they do a little jingle where they're like,
I understand they spend a lot on advertisement.
I watch it on YouTube without commercials.
Yeah, it's
old people watch Fox News. They need medication. Yeah, who cares?
It's exactly. But when
it's an older crowd too that watches.
It is more about the demographic.
When Ryan tries to minimize that, when he's like, no, who cares?
Like when you minimize people being kicked out their healthcare for working 79 hours a week.
Hey guys. The Gauntlet brought to you by Pfizer.
Think about
79 hours a month, whatever.
Hold on, let's all chill. Think about it, right? $2,000 million, and you don't think it's a big deal.
2,000 million?
Yeah, that's $2 billion. 2,000 million.
I want that.
What do you mean by big deal? What does it affect? What's the big thing it affects?
It's a big fucking deal, dude. How
much?
Isn't that a lot of money, non-fun? $2 billion. That's a lot of money, right? Non-fun? Isn't that a lot of money?
First of all, I'm not sold that pharmaceutical advertisement is
I can fix it.
You're getting irritated.
Dude, I'm so mad. I've been screaming all night. I fucking hate these people. They're actually destroying my country, and they're
actually Ryan. Can I ask you something?
Hold on. I'm not sold that.
Ryan, I love the loosh of your hatred.
I'm here for the delicious chaos.
That's it. Ryan, I'm trying to fix your country. I'm trying to fix your country. Your tooth costs Your tooth costs 1/1 billionth of what.
Don't worry about my
people
tooth.
that you fucking like champion.
Well, it's not the
Probably
tooth.
even
Black
crazier than
zero.
that. It's a lot less. Let's get. You know what? That's what we should do. A goal. We'll put together a goal to get Ryan Medicaid so that he can be told by Medicaid that he's not allowed to get a tooth implant.
Fuck that, dude. He can pay for that shit himself. Go type some more code.
That's what they'll do.
He's
They'll tell him he's not
waiting
allowed
for-
to because it's cosmetic.
Listen, he's waiting for Andrew Wilson to pay for
Epic
that.
meme,
Tooth. I promise you.
Well, actually, Andrew's waiting on me to give him a price.
Andrew
He's
is
gonna pay for it.
never.
I'm not waiting on Andrew.
Andrew,
I'm not waiting. To be
find the
clear,
right dentist,
just to
dude.
be clear, I'm not
Andrew-
waiting on Andrew.
You'll
Andrew's
find-
waiting on
you'll
me to
get
give him a price.
Andrew is never paying for your tooth ever. He's not
Okay.
going to do it. He doesn't
why would
care
he
about
do
you.
Big
Shit.
shout out.
I mean,
Ask
to
Andrew
Chris.
to help me out.
First
Get,
of all, Andrew kind of likes me, but it's not a bragging
Well,
point
then
because
he's
Andrew has
publicly a
kind of a
dishonest person,
disgusting
right?
worldview. But
Andrew will never pay for your tooth, guaranteed right now.
I want
Andrew,
to say,
Andrew will
Tooth
never pay for your
fund. Speaking of the
Like-
tooth fund, Chuck says, Crying Ryan and Dealer's Choice for the second choice, 5 minutes each.
Ooh.
Ryan, Flo, would you like to pick the second winner?
Nickname has stuck. Oh, Ryan's dropped.
Do you need the
I
names?
can't believe it.
Get outta here, Trippy.
That I identify with the most on this panel.
I want
I have to admit, I really enjoyed him starting out earlier.
Well, I love how Misfit is shit-faced drunk right now. Cat GPC
I've
said
been hammered every
5,
time.
10, 15, and 20 towards the goal. How many more? One more. Can somebody else pick up that tab? I mean, Cat's done a lot so far tonight, and I think somebody else could send $5 or is it? Oh, she sends another one
I can
just
figure
to
it out.
complete the goal because she knows my OCD. Jesus Christ!
Yeah.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh my God! Personal
are you
tax,
mixing it
very
with?
nice, gentlemen. Who's
Yeah,
making
what?
personal tax? I wasn't
Are
listening.
you, are you mixing it?
What?
Never
What?
mind.
Mixing it?
What's that? Why would you corrupt alcohol? Stuff
Stop
that's not
yelling at
alcohol.
me.
Tasted that shit?
I'm gonna yell at you all night long, chat, because you guys disappointed me. You came up short on the first portion over on the tomato debate, and then you guys are trying to get a freebie show without even hitting the fucking like button. That
I
disappointed
honestly
me.
don't see a
Look,
I liked it. I liked it.
There was
I hit the like button.
I know, like over
You
200
Sam,
came
go
over.
and like it.
No.
Oh,
Talking about a
all right.
freebie show.
So,
By the way, Sarah, happy early or late Mother's Day.
I like the guy in the middle, Sasquatch. I like him.
Sasquatch is
I
awesome.
like you two. We
I
should
like to,
drink together.
I like to call him Cock Squatch.
I like him.
'cause it just makes
That's why I
more
came
sense
to give
me.
you the cock steak that he asked for earlier.
Cock
He's my-
steak for
that's my-
Ryan.
He's my favorite. I don't know.
Nice. I want to cuddle with you. I like your beard. We can have fun.
Me too.
I do really
Like-
just want to ask about the deficit because it seems like you were
Shut the fuck
confused
up.
about
You don't
that
have a
earlier.
beard.
I'm just so. Do you think that this bill is going to increase the deficit? Do you think that's likely?
Deficit?
All right, I need you to go about 3 octaves down.
Do you think this
We're
bill is going to increase
non-fun.
the deficit?
Come on, man. You know non-funds too young
Okay.
to
Do
drink
you
beer.
think this bill is going to increase the deficit?
Thank you.
Thanks,
no,
Dave.
no, I don't. I think maybe, but also
Maybe.
maybe not. And also go fuck yourself. And
So-
I don't
Okay,
think
so
any
on-
bill to government rights.
Wait,
will
wait, wait,
ever
wait, wait, wait,
decrease
wait.
deficit.
So non-fun, are you asserting that it's going to raise the deficit?
Yeah, almost certainly yes.
Okay, so my question is, what industries is going to raise the deficit in?
oh,
What industries? The government. What do you mean? It's going to increase.
government?
No. The government doesn't make money for the United States. Industries make money for the United States, and the government makes its money off of those industries. So,
So you don't know what the deficit is? Cool.
no,
Okay.
I know. I know what the deficit is. My question is, what industries are going to create the deficit through this bill?
That's not how that works.
That is how that
Is
works.
what you're asking. So the bill broadly, the bill cuts taxes. It cuts taxes in a lot of areas.
all
and
right.
that's
What
gonna-
industry? All right, hold on. Non-fun. What industries are in the United States government?
We're mostly we're an insurance company with an army, so it's mostly the army.
No. Name the five industries that are in the United States government.
What?
Like I said, we're an
All right,
insurance
so
company with an army. The biggest outlays are Social Security, Medicare, and the army. Those are like the top three biggest.
Hold on. There's the healthcare. There's the healthcare industry.
Okay, so insurance.
Not
so-
within the government.
Well,
it's not in the government at all.
I'm saying that.
Yeah. The industries are outside of the government.
Outside. All right. So my bad. I worded it wrong. So
can have government
what industries work with the government, right? The healthcare
all of
industry,
them, everything.
Yeah.
The military industry. I'm gonna
That's
give
actually the government.
You're just repeating what I said. Insurance company with an army.
Yes, but they're private industries that make all of the weapons, and the government buys from them.
I agree. I mostly agree. We do fund our own research and development in places like
All right,
DARPA.
so you have healthcare and military. What are the other three?
I don't know. I mean, we have welfare. We have, I guess, we have infrastructure.
Why don't you just tell us? Because what you're even describing isn't clearly defined.
Yeah, this feels like a very arbitrary, weird definition of what an industry is and stuff like that. Like, I don't see. Like, I don't see what we're doing.
Can we go back to the deficit?
Yeah, how this hinges on the deficit, I do not know.
Yeah, I have the answer to the deficit, and this is what I found. It could, if it includes spending cuts greater than new expenditures, increase tax revenue through closing loopholes, higher rates, or economic growth, deficit reducing mechanisms like
What are you
pay-go.
reading?
I'm reading what the whether or not it will decrease the deficit.
Where from?
From what?
From
Computer.
Yeah,
like I just
Can you
googled it.
post a link in the back chat?
GPT kind of thing.
It's
The Google AI. Yeah, okay, we're gonna
Google
trust the Google AI, bro.
Yeah.
So I'll
let
get
him
the
let him
source.
cook, dog.
What does Google AI have to say about this?
He's just
Well,
microwaving it.
Can I finish reading?
Sure.
Yes, you can.
So it says, back to what I was saying, deficit reducing mechanisms like pay-go rules or long-term phase-outs of spending. What won't decrease the deficit if it includes tax cuts without offsetting revenue, new spending without new income, assumed growth projections that don't materialize. So that's the
yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys get that by admitting earlier that the bill will add $3 trillion to the debt, you are implicitly agreeing that over the time of the next 10 years till we get to that $3 trillion, it is adding to the deficit each year to get to that $3 trillion.
But
right?
what specific industries? Because what those projections don't include is the replacement of that deficit in other industries, right?
Now, correct.
You can
But the deficit.
specifically account. Hold on, wait a minute. You can specifically account for where things will be deficit, and I'm not even a big beautiful bill shill here. I'm just looking at shit from the fucking reality of it. Okay.
I don't think that you're. Go ahead and finish.
What I'm saying is, when you say in general, there's gonna be a deficit. You're not accounting for what industries are going to be deficited, and then what industries are going to add to a surplus. So
we're talking about government budgets.
Yeah.
The government.
The difference between the outlays and the revenue.
So where are they going to? Which industries are industries?
We're talking about the government
They
budget.
cover their bases generally by borrowing. I don't know how this bill is funded, but generally they borrow the rest of it into existence.
Yeah, that's how they do it every time.
He was napping, but I brought him
And
up
it
for
should
you
be
guys.
no surprise that Trump is spending a lot. Trump spent more his first term than any president ever.
With a dog.
Because I'm beautiful. and I
God,
have a
nobody
beautiful
cares
dog.
about your fucking dog.
That's fair enough. It's fair enough.
I'm sorry.
What are you pointing at? Delay?
No, he
I'm
is a
pointing
gay.
At, I'm pointing at CatGPT's $10 donation that says, "Where is
Oh.
Umbreon?"
God damn
And I
it,
brought up
Cat.
Umbreon.
It's the other side, retard.
Yeah,
You
see,
gotta-
W dog, let's go.
Hold on, my. Okay, yeah, here.
There you go. There you
Good
go.
job.
On mine, it's down
Now
here.
you don't look
That's
like
gay
an
for me.
idiot. At least Umbreon's smart.
Okay, well, on my screen, it's down on the left, but okay.
Of course, yeah.
I
So,
understand
don't
where
know what
Cat's
to tell you.
coming from though, because the
Brian,
dog is the
good
best
excuse.
part of
Tried
Ryan.
to cover.
The
It's
dog,
okay.
the dog is the best part of Ryan. Cat,
Yeah,
you are.
but you guys
It
should be
is,
looking at
yeah.
me right now.
Umbreon's the only good thing in that entire camera view, honestly.
There's a lay. You don't like his lay?
Umbreon voted for Trump.
Yes,
I've
yes.
been waiting in chat
Did,
for a
bro.
really long time. I've been waiting in chat for a really long time, but there wasn't any space. So I just wanted to come up to defend Non-Fawn and Ryan earlier when they were laughing at the buddy. And then everybody tried to make it seem like it was a speech impediment. Everyone can tell that he has like a disability or something. It wasn't that. It was that he said Arkansas when he was reading it.
Fair enough.
No, nobody cares.
That's not why I was laughing. I was laughing, and I'm about to be down for 10 minutes, but I was laughing because the things he was saying, with the things he was reading off as rebuttals to our points, were actually exactly the points we were making. Like he was reading off the more detailed explanations.
See how these people are when you come up to defend them?
Ryan,
Still
I put
blah,
the
blah, blah,
source
blah,
in
blah,
the
blah, blah,
chat.
blah.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, blah 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 is what I said. I just said blah 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 blah.
Yeah. Like
Ryan,
usual.
I
Like
put
you-
the sources in the chat.
Oh, I get it.
Okay. I don't see them, but
Not in the private chat.
All right, so
maybe.
Ryan needs a
I don't think you can
Ryan,
post links in
Ryan
the
needs a
one.
quiet safe room.
He's talking about private chat, I think. If not,
Oh,
then
he
it
got
is.
it. Oh, he got it.
If I brought my dog in here and picked him up, he'd crush my chair and me. I'll
That's
pass.
because you're a fucking man and you have a man's dog.
My dog's right here.
Come here.
My dog is a cute dog, and I won't.
Don't
have
do
anyone
animal
saying
abuse
otherwise.
on one stream, bro. Don't
I have a
wrestle him in.
husky. I have a husky.
Beat up your dog.
I hate this
Husky.
panel all of a sudden.
Husky lab mix.
Brick, let me tell you a joke.
Well,
I'm.
Who's this?
Uh-oh.
Oh,
That's
he
a
fucked
big
up.
tomato. An angry tomato.
There we go.
Your dogs are gay. Nobody cares. Everyone hates
Yeah,
them.
nobody goes for
My dog's big enough to do
Damn. That's a,
They stink.
That's
They got,
crazy.
I know that yours over there has eye boogers. Yours down there, you have your dog has eye boogers, and those are annoying because you don't clean them enough. I guarantee it.
Hey guys,
You're not wrong.
I got a Subway joke for y'all.
Do
why
we have?
is why is trying to buy a hooker and a foot-long sandwich at Subway the same thing?
Why?
Read the
'Cause both-
fucking chat flow.
Both
Hold on.
purchases could have been avoided if your wife did her goddamn job.
I don't know what I'm looking for. in the
That
chat.
was pretty good, actually. I'm proud of you. I did not see that coming.
That was subtle. That was subtly good.
No, it was. I was expecting his timing to be shot, but he stumbled into the next turn.
Hold on. Well, click one up for me.
Is Sarah just adding people like fucking like hellscape?
Yes,
like,
she is. Cat GPT says, Flo, stop being mad at me. No. Next. Chuck says, Brick looks tired. He can keep Ryan company. Bye, Brick.
Well, it sounds like you're behind me, so I'm gonna fuck you.
That's all. We're done.
Nice.
Why is trying to park a car and trying to find a girlfriend the same thing?
Why is that?
Because when there's no spots available, you stick it in the disabled one and hope nobody finds out.
and then he got married.
And he got married.
W.
Why are you the smartest person that I've ever found out that has a disability?
I don't have a disability.
Shut the fuck up! Yes, you do.
I had a jaw. I had my jaw broken.
Oh, that
By
might
a
do it.
chromosome?
Arkansas.
Oh, that was good, man. That was a pretty good one.
Sarah, save.
So what are you guys fighting about?
Money.
Oh, I don't know. Where are we at this point?
Someone else's money, to be specific.
We've kind of got lost here.
Pay taxes.
Yeah.
Or argue.
Buy your own shit if you want something. Just because
would
you
very
want to
much-
mean it's yours.
See, Ryan's gone. I don't give a fuck about any of the rest of these guys. Like, what the fuck?
Everyone who is effectively leading the
okay.
left
We can
side
shine
of
your
the
head later.
argument is gone.
I mean,
I
does
would
that
very
make me the lefty here?
Okay, we're gone.
I'd very much.
Ryan knows that you care so
I
much.
would,
Yeah.
I would,
Chuck,
Feel good.
cheers, bro.
That's a
They're all the Flo Sasquatch.
I was gonna say I'd very much like to have a conversation with the Asian, but he left.
The Asian? You got the Asian persuasion?
Yeah.
Nah, but he
the
left.
other guy has immunity.
Now I can't. Now I can't even defend my family's honor. Like that's
Do you know what's weird is I'm watching you guys argue up here over like the government taking all of our money and spending it on nonsense, and then you guys are like adversaries, but the actual adversary is the government. It's weird.
Yep. Agree.
Yeah, it's really weird. You're getting mad at the wrong guy.
Do you support the big beautiful bill?
Absolutely. I'll fuck your mother too.
You will not, because you're gay. You love Trump too much.
No, I will have consensual sex
with
your
Trump.
We'll take her out to a very nice steak dinner and never call her again.
And Red Lobster. Red Lobster. That's it.
So, Misfit, I don't really know you that well. I've seen you around.
Biscuits. What's up?
It's very strange how, because like I don't know if you know who Joe Cool is, but I had to argue with him like after Trump wasn't president. Yeah, right up until very recently. And you say, oh yeah, you love your God Trump over texting, like actual arguments with him, right? And I'm like, no, I just think he's the better choice. And now over some of the stuff that he's done, I now have a real big hate for Trump. But to watch people still follow behind him is odd. Like you love him like he's your daddy. It's weird.
Trump is a Hegelian dialectic, and he does the things that the Democrats could never get away with because people are watching him, like spend fuck tons of money.
Yeah. I'm having a hard time
thinking.
No, I'm having a hard time realizing that I'm actually arguing with a fucking avatar right now. Like it's a tiny little dot on the bottom left hand.
Yeah, thinking.
Screen. Are you real?
Let me put a shirt on. I don't want you to see my nip.
Yeah,
come on, they're the best nips on YouTube.
Get over here. Get your real ass face.
Holiday cup.
Get your real ass face over here. Shut up. Why do I support Trump? I guess that's the whole question. Why do I support Trump? I don't know, man. Fucking why not?
Because he's, well, for one, spent more money than any president ever in history.
Yeah, but who cares?
Praise God.
You do?
I don't.
You don't care? You don't care about the dollar inflating away?
No, I actually don't care. I don't care.
And that's because you don't understand how it works.
No, I don't understand how it works. Why?
Don't you like the inflation?
No, I love the inflation. I actually really love the inflation. I love how it was 1.9 under Donald Trump in his worst year and 9 under Biden in his best year. Like,
do you know how the inflation impact is delayed? It doesn't happen immediately.
Dude,
that's Trump's inflation.
Look,
I don't know why we can't get back to the Clinton days. At least Clinton had a balanced budget.
I love that guy.
Can I make an observation?
I'm
Trump
gonna tickle his butthole. All right, listen.
Good girl.
Let me take my pants off.
Let me send you off the place to sit.
There you go, you little Sally. Look, here's the deal. Trump has done everything that he's ever said that he's going to do.
He hasn't arrested Hillary Clinton.
Except for the Epstein files.
He never finished that wall.
Did he ever?
How those JFK files coming along?
All right. Well, let's do this.
Not reduce inflation, by the way.
Was Babe Ruth a 1,000 hitter or was he a 300 hitter?
He was
so he's done enough. You went from he's done every single thing he promised to enough of them.
Trump has done everything he said he would do.
He didn't arrest Hillary Clinton.
Or release the Epstein files.
He didn't complete the wall. He didn't release the Epstein files.
Did Trump say I am going to arrest Hillary Clinton?
Yes.
Yes.
Lock her up. Lock her up.
His first term, when he was going for the whole election thing, that was part of his platform.
He said you would be in jail if I was in charge of the government.
Right.
No, he ran multiple rallies screaming, lock her up, lock her up. I watched them.
So you take these hyperbolic statements as campaign.
No, I take, if you build your campaign on, yes, I'm going to release this, yes, I'm going to do that, then you sign the executive order, and then we listen to you blue ball us for another 3 or 4 months over your lies because you're in the files. That's when I got a problem.
Is it Temp Man that's talking right now? Is that him?
Yeah, the guy in the gay pink shirt. Yeah, that's right.
Bam. Prove he was in the files.
Are you actually gay, or are you just?
What are you talking about? They just came out and said that he was in the files. The Department of
Who's
Justice.
they? Who is they?
And how?
The Department of Justice.
Who?
Whoever it was.
Trump.
I think it was Pam. I think it was, the allegation was that Pam Bondi told Trump.
Yeah,
that.
well, Trump released that he was. Trump released that he was in the files in January when he released the files.
Where are the files?
That said he was in the files.
They didn't
There
release
are no
their client
files.
list, which is like
But
what
there are no files. We were told there are no files.
Light log.
What? Phase
Okay,
one?
are there files or are there no files?
Yeah.
Which one? Are there files or no files?
What files?
Who knows? Nobody knows.
We can't ever trust them anyway.
We don't know. Okay, I'll be quiet.
What file? Hold on. Let me talk to one person at a time. What files are you talking about?
The
What
client.
files were you talking about? You brought it up.
All right, 10th man. What files?
Yes.
What files are you talking
The
about?
Epstein list, the Epstein files,
What
the
files?
thousands
What
of hours
files?
of tapes, and that Pam Bondi said this was all going to be released. It was on her desk, and then
Okay.
we were told a couple weeks
And
later
yes,
that none of
disappeared.
it exists.
Okay,
Doesn't
but-
exist.
But what are those files? Like, that's what I'm curious about.
Bro, we don't know because they're not released.
Released them.
Oh, you don't know.
Oh shit!
They have
Right.
incriminating stuff on Jeffrey Epstein's best friend Donald Trump.
I'll tell you what. If you release the files to me, I won't tell nobody.
No, I won't.
Right.
I won't tell nobody shit. Like, nah, I'll be cool about it.
I mean, the files are already partially released. That's why
Yo,
we're
do
not
you
telling
guys?
them.
Do you guys? All right. So
The flight logs are released.
Can I ask
Yeah, the stuff
everybody?
they released in January was already out. Yeah, I agree.
Go ahead, Misfit. You ask whatever you want, darling.
One quick thing, and then I'm gonna go pee. Can I ask?
Mhm.
Everybody, can I ask everybody?
TMI.
Do you
Leave your mic on.
Do you think
Don't
that
do that.
if
No Diddy.
if we were trying like the United States of America, right, the federal government of the United States of America, do you think that if we were trying to arrest some sex trafficking pedophiles that were related to Jeffrey Epstein, we would just release all of the information to the public and go, hey guys, let them know that we're coming for them?
He said he
I have a
was.
plan for that. We release the Epstein files and allow any of the illegals that can catch one of those guys and beat them down to have citizenship. Problem solved.
I think that you guys are really like uninformed about how the justice system works.
I'm
Like,
pretty
it-
sure I've had more experience.
You're
with it.
uninformed about how the deficit works and inflation works. Can we talk about that?
Yeah,
That's
no,
what the
cool.
thing is.
We'll talk about that in a minute. I'm gonna go pee first. I'll be right back.
Go.
I'll be right back.
He's probably taking a shit.
I
No,
really,
no,
when
no.
Misfit,
He's definitely doing it
When-
sitting down.
when Misfit gets back, I really want him to explain to me how the judiciary works.
That's a great
No, you
idea.
don't.
But in
No,
the
you
meantime,
Yeah.
No, you
I want to
don't.
point out that one of the things we didn't even touch throughout this is the fact that
I can believe you touched. Yeah.
now ICE is the most funded
Oh, yeah, that
federal.
too.
What is it?
Well, that's good.
Department.
One of the most funded federal organizations, basically. It's absolutely insane. It's bigger than like a lot of countries' militaries, and they're currently running around grabbing people up with no due process, not identifying themselves
Cool.
in unmarked vehicles. And I mean,
We can
you guys
only hope
think
that
that's-
they get Chuck.
Every
Yeah, right.
like
Hey,
due
but
Once
process.
they, once they run out of, what are they going to do when they run out of illegal
Which
immigrants?
amendment? Which amendment is due process under?
Drug dealers in
Being
there.
stuck as bad as a place with too much law
What?
enforcement, not enough crime.
5th and 14th.
The 5th and 14th. Yeah, so ICE is running around and just violating 5th and 14th Amendment rights all over the place, and the people on the right who are pro Trump just have nothing to say about it.
On that too.
It's crazy that we can't at least all agree, like, that not
They're
having a
violating
mask
the
and have a badge. Like, it's crazy that we cannot agree on that in America.
Sure
If they're
is.
violating the 5th and 14th Amendment, they're also violating the 4th Amendment.
Yeah, it's been, this whole thing's been wild to me. How many people who are like red blooded Americans, my cold dead hands, they've immediately turned into we need Big Brother. We need to know everybody who's in our country. We need more.
Totally fine with secret police.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's because
Should all
they're
carry our papers at all times.
pipered by Donald Trump.
It's
Jesus
it's
2.0.
It's just kind of crazy to see how quickly they can just do a total 180 on what they claim to be such a core
After he honey
small government, right? Like
January 6th, right? He invited all those fucking people there and then didn't pardon them until his next term.
Well, he couldn't pardon.
Yeah, he could.
He totally could have. He didn't because it was optically terrible.
You guys know there's a story going around that a lot of January 6th pardonees were offered ICE jobs, right?
That'd be awesome.
That would be terrible. What are you talking about?
It is terrible, and that is absolutely happening.
I love funny.
It might be a really big
some of those people
bring their faces.
That was a fast
Some of those people are mask off like white supremacists.
Many of them.
Oh. Didn't I tell you, Flo?
Now
Didn't we just have this conversation?
Find one?
today?
Find me one.
Everybody
Show me. Show me.
Who's the dude murdering a hooker in the bottom right hand corner?
White supremacist.
He does that every
Me?
weekend. Don't worry about it.
That looks like a scary movie.
He paid
It
for
looks
this.
like a
He
scary
would murder if he wants to.
It's terrifying.
That's just Chuck. He's okay.
My
Don't
mouth
forget,
broke.
chat, the dono goal. I'm gonna keep holding this channel for ransom for the evening because you guys didn't get it in on the front end, so now I gotta grift you harder on the back end.
But she's going to take it in the back end. That's right.
I will personally give you the reach around, but you
Thank
gotta
you, Mommy.
gotta hit the goal.
Tell everybody to
and
ask their
don't forget, Brick is still hanging backstage. He's trapped back there. The only way to get him back up here is you know how. Boot somebody else. I am up for grabs. Boot me. I don't even fucking care at this point. It's been the most trash, crazy, stupid, chaotic dumpster fire panel. Aside from the flow state with Jim Bob and who else was it? Resi and Ice Beans. That one was trash, but this one's pretty close. So yeah.
That one was.
I don't know. The National Socialist one was pretty bad too.
Okay, so I just want to.
Oh yeah, that one was stupid.
I'd like to talk to that fucker right there.
Which one?
The one that's talking, non-fun.
Me?
Yeah. You already dated him. You already dated him.
He's
We're about to get more familiar.
Another poke at it.
He likes the way he squeaks.
Squeak like a pig. Guinea pig.
I like the way that he says, "No, please stop." All right, go.
Yeah, look, so I would just ask, like, on what basis you would expect the big beautiful bill to not increase the deficit or be neutral?
Do you
'Cause cutting
consent,
taxes-
non-farm?
When does your balls drop and your voice get some bass in it?
Come on,
I
somebody.
like him just how he
happen
is.
pretty soon.
I like him how he is now.
Chuck can't join in on that joke. It's way too real.
Non-fun. You're
I mean,
about
you guys are gonna have
about to get
cards.
fucking learned. You're about to get learned.
Not to get learned. All right.
By the drunk on panel.
You got a real pretty mouth, boy.
Uh-huh.
Chuck is spending his last moments on Earth mocking non-fawn.
Ask your question.
That's the
He's
hooker's
trying
last
to get
moments on
slimmer.
Earth, not his.
Yeah, so again, like I was just like, why would we expect that cutting taxes to this extreme would either reduce the deficit or be neutral? Why wouldn't we expect it to increase the deficit?
I guess that depends on how many government employees you fire in that process.
Can I answer the fucking question?
You can try.
Probably not.
All right. Well, why did it? All right, I have to answer this question with a question. Right?
So
why did it work the first time? Why did it work when Donald Trump was posed with this question in 2016? Why is it that when you try to implement trickle-down economics, it's going to actually work? And he goes, "Fucking, let's do it." So,
It didn't.
Trump
but it
didn't work, and Trump exploded the deficit in his first term.
The biggest explosion of any president ever in history.
Taxes and job tax was not revenue neutral.
$7,466 median household income was raised.
That's not the deficit.
That's not what nothing to do with deficit.
I know. But I'm
What's
saying,
your point?
when you have an economy that's chugging along, right? And you have the deficit, right?
It was
I want to know exactly what the economy was doing, sir.
Someone got to clip that. You got to clip that.
All right, good enough. Go ahead.
Sounds like it was.
And you have. All right. So you have median household income. You have all of the economic growth, the GDP, everything, right? That's moving in our favor. In 2016, we already saw this happen, and then COVID was like, "Hey, a guy spit in a bat's mouth, and we're gonna fucking have this now." So I don't know. Maybe.
Well, look, so two things. For one, like what you cited there was just like median household income over the term when the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was passed, right? I would hope that you do more like actual causal analysis.
Can you talk about why the median household income rose? Because of inflation. Because he pumped so much fucking cash into the economy.
Right? Yeah. So exactly. I mean, there's so many factors there that we can't attribute that all to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Why debt school getting off?
You can't attribute all that to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, obviously. I would hope you would do some actual like studies.
Non-fun, you're cutting in and out a bunch.
Out, bro. And it's not your voice this time.
This time, no, you can say the same thing about Biden with the GDP because of COVID. You could do all of this, like
I don't think presidents broadly are like super responsible for the economy under them. But
Yeah,
look,
well,
we're talking about
the
the deficit
argument.
right now. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was not revenue.
The
neutral.
argument-
It increased the deficit.
Well, the argument really is: does a president affect the economy? Right? And,
Yes, of course they can affect the economy, but the real power of the economy is the purse, right? So you can't just put just the blame on them. So I understand where
that's what I was just.
You can if they're absorbing all the power using like single executive theory or whatever the bullshit. If they're taking control of the entire fucking country and removing all these other checks and balances, then yeah, you can actually put a little bit of blame on them.
Ryan, you need to calm down.
No, I'm absolutely disgusted.
Ryan has
TDS. It's so embarrassing.
Ryan has
It's embarrassing to be
TDS.
on a panel with all you tonight. Absolutely fucking disgusting.
Oh,
Here's the deal,
poor
Sarah.
baby.
Sarah,
Love the doggy.
Yes,
Sarah.
Misfit.
Misfit.
Mute Ryan's mic.
Radical
so-
I have a question.
All right,
You have
look.
to pay. You have to pay to mute
Okay, so-
people.
I'll give
When Trump announced his tariff plan and it gave us a top 10 percentage-wise drop in the stock market, would you say he affected it?
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, me too.
But what was the purpose of the tariff? To get these countries to give us a trade agreement.
Yep, let's.
I
I agree that presidents like can in principle affect the economy. I just don't.
No,
I just don't think the effect is like that big, right? I think it's dumb.
No,
to
it
You don't think
I
that
think-
presidents affect the economy?
I think they do, but I think it's dumb to say like we had
No, I was
higher
talking to
GDP
him.
growth under whoever, and they like the presidents are responsible for that. Like, and
No,
I admit like both
then
ways.
what
Like,
is it? Good
Lord.
when Joe Biden claims that like I created a bajillion trillion jobs or whatever, like some of that certainly has to do with government policy, but a lot of it is just like ordinary private sector stuff that would happen.
Most of that were people
What
going
I want
back
to focus
to work
on,
after COVID.
I just want a clear answer to this question. Do you think, yes or no, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017 raised revenues or decreased revenues? Like, which one is it?
The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Trump's 2017 tax
doesn't
bill.
know.
Did it increase the deficit?
Look it up really
Blackstone
quick.
added $4 trillion to the debt.
No, it increased it. It increased the deficit 100%.
Okay,
Yeah.
so why? So shouldn't we expect this bill to increase the deficit even more then?
Well, if you create a false binary where you say this thing that this president did created this thing, then yeah, I'll answer it in that binary where it did.
You haven't taken a drink in a minute.
I agree with him. I think you need a drink to calm down.
Bottoms up, buddy.
Wait, Misfit's talking and I can't hear him.
I think it's
we,
Mike.
we lost your mic,
Misfit.
Misfit. Yeah, we haven't heard anything for about 30 seconds, Misfit.
His
He's
mic
having
broke because he
spurt.
hasn't taken a drink in a minute.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Oh, calm down.
See, there are things he wanted to say that he don't want y'all to hear.
He's still
He's gonna
talking.
say them and then turn his mic back on. I do that sometimes.
They're just gaslighting you. We can hear you, Misfit. It's
All
fine.
right.
Keep going.
Yeah, we can hear you.
No, Misfit, you are wrong.
All night.
And now he fucked his shit up.
He pressed the wrong button or something.
It's like,
Also, he's
Ryan,
muted. I just
Ryan,
want to also
Put
say,
Flo above Ryan.
I want to address Ryan's rage for a second.
Hold on, real quick. I just want to also add that when Misfit was talking to Alex, he claimed like, "Oh, the CBO estimates are always wrong or whatever."
Can you hear me?
But if you look at it, like this, the CBO pretty accurately predicted how much the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act would reduce revenue. The projections were pretty much in line.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I have a question for you, Misfit.
Too loud. You should turn it down.
Leave him alone.
Stop
He's
it.
drunk.
Get some help.
Misfit.
No, I'm not drunk. I'm very drunk.
Put Flow above Mystic.
Oh, well,
Misfit.
that requires payment. Clam slams require payment.
Yeah.
Who's got the clam? You say Mystic's got the clam? Damn, Sarah.
No,
I think
when
that she
Flo
just
does
offered to do it.
Can I address Ryan's rage for just a second?
Wait, I have a question for Misfit.
Gay man rage.
I'm super fast. Just let me do my thing.
Oh boy,
Ryan. Do you know the name of your congressman?
Jim.
Do I?
Uh-huh.
Okay, no. So no, you don't know it. All right. Do you know the name of your mayor?
Your representative, congressman. Senator.
Hold on, just hold on.
Yeah,
Do you
I
know
my
that?
mayor.
Do you know the name of your mayor?
Yes, but I'm not going to dox myself.
Okay.
No,
Do you know the name of the senator that represents where you live?
Without looking it up.
The Florida senators.
Right. So
Keep typing. You're
Right,
getting
so-
it, bro.
This is my point is you don't know anything about government. The reason why you're angry at yourself for not understanding anything about your political system. You're not even half my age, and I'm a Canadian that knows more about the American justice system and your government, how it works, than you do.
So what did I say
So
tonight
you
that I was
need
wrong
to
about
learn.
that you can correct me on? What did I say that I was wrong
You don't
about?
know.
Exactly?
You don't know the name of your
That you were
congressman
right.
or the
What
senator.
did
that
I say I was
represents-
wrong about? No. I'm not asking what trivia facts you're asking me. What did I say
know the
tonight?
name.
What did I
of
say tonight
every
that you think I was wrong about?
What I just said. I know the name
Yeah,
of
exactly.
every
So you
government
don't fucking say nothing,
representative
So you have no idea. So you have no clue. You're actually
everywhere
just talking out of your ass,
affecting my
right?
area.
Hold up.
I know
So because
every government representative in my
because
area.
because I didn't answer your questions. You can dismiss everything else I've said tonight.
No, you said you didn't know the answers.
Actually.
So because he
That's
doesn't know
answer
the
one of
name.
those questions.
Wait a
I always
minute.
said I didn't know to one of them.
Yes.
So
No, that's-
because he
that's
doesn't know
actually a
the
really
name.
good point.
Hold up. So because no, it's not.
Yes, because
he knows-
he's just directing his anger at Trump Daddy. Yes.
No, I actually agree with
No,
you.
we're not even talking about Trump.
Does he know the name of his actual congressman in his actual district? If he doesn't, he has no leg to stand on.
That's bullshit.
No, that's
you don't
not
need.
Hey, guys.
You do not. No. You do not
Guys,
need.
if I don't know the
Effigy.
starting players for the New
My
York
rep-
Yankees,
my
can
rep-
I not play
my rep-
baseball
alright,
either?
Exactly.
The representative
Good question.
I have is Greg Caesar. Greg Caesar, San Antonio, right? Who do you have?
Don't dox yourself.
Sasquatch. Who do you?
Oh,
have?
I'm not political. I just like laughing at you bitches.
All right. Well, fucking. Does anybody who wants to talk about politics have an actual representative that they know that they can pose? Like,
Why do you engage with the actual points people have made? instead of, like,
I'm not even allowed to vote.
Are you
fucking drunk
serious?
loser?
You don't fucking know who the fuck your representative is?
You don't know
I
who
didn't
the
say that. I said I'm not
Bullshit.
engaging with this.
North Carolina goes through a lot of redistricting.
Bullshit.
I
Last
think
time I
it's
checked.
All right,
a
hold up.
good point though, because if
No,
we
it's a terrible
see-
point. It's an
when you're-
absolutely terrible point.
like if we want to see change, right, and we're adamant about it, the question is are you just sitting here bitching about it, or are you actually doing something about it? And that to me tells me how important it is or is not to you.
Yeah.
Right. I've run
Don't answer your question.
numerous
I
politicians
don't care about
out of
government.
office. I've run numerous politicians out of office.
All right.
Okay, so
All
can you
right.
name one thing I said tonight I was wrong about?
Well, tell me who your fucking rep is.
No, fuck
No,
yourself.
it's-
10th man,
No, fuck
can
you.
anybody here name one thing I said tonight I was wrong about? Just one
Fuck
thing.
you.
Just one.
I can show you
thing I said
right
tonight I was
now
wrong about.
where hold on. I can show you right now where
Just one.
6
Just
years
one
ago.
thing. That's
Hold
all.
on.
Just one thing.
Where I
One thing I
went to
said tonight.
City Hall. No, listen. I can show you where
No,
I
you
went
won't?
to City
Okay,
Hall
so can
6
someone else?
years. Hold on.
This message is sponsored in part by
And wonder
nobody
how much
has one thing.
Hold on,
Not
hold on,
even
hold
one.
on, hold on.
Thank you, Ryan,
Chat,
about healthcare,
you
Ryan.
have 9 minutes. I put it to where there's only 5 goals that you have to hit, but you got less than 9 minutes to do it, or else this party, Misfit's gonna probably go to sleep on the floor by his desk. Flow State's probably gonna go stream after this and make fun of all the tards. Sasquatch is going to go join Dusty and then also start drinking. 10th Man's going to go join him and then start bitching hysterically like a girl. Chalk's going to go in the chat and grift all he possibly can.
I am nothing but nice to you.
Non-Fon's going to go back to his own channel and probably play games. Animated Effigy's probably going to go join a Discord voice chat somewhere. Ryan's going to continue back on his stream very angrily, and KO Dave is going to continue being quiet for the rest of the evening.
But talking.
We can all keep everyone here having a grand old time if you hit the goals. I'm being funny, Kay.
Ryan's looking.
I'm still waiting for this one person to say one thing I was wrong about.
I've been trying to ask Misfit a question.
Look up your rep, dude.
I've been trying to ask Misfit a question. Misfit, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, what?
What are the three branches of the federal government?
Executive, federal, and judicial.
Okay, awesome. Who sets the federal budget?
What? The House.
The House. Who?
Wait,
who,
why are you talking, well, hold on. Why are you talking like you're Canadian?
You said a question.
Because I am Canadian.
You're Canadian.
Yes.
All right. Well, I've answered to your question.
Here we go.
Hold on, KO. Are you a communist? Yeah.
No, not a communist.
No.
Okay. All right. Are you an idiot?
Misfit,
What?
it's
Asking
anyone of
basic-
your choice. Anyone of
No.
your choice can be put backstage.
Yeah, Ryan, mute.
All right, Ryan, you got.
Yeah,
5
they're
minutes.
fellow Canadian. This is
You know
this
why?
is the
You know
advanced
why?
class.
Dude, you know why? Because all right, like I didn't know this, but like I don't know who the other dude is. He asked him a fucking legitimate question, and Ryan actually came out and exposed
That's
himself.
me, the guy who's an asshole.
Yeah, you. He did not know what the fuck that guy was talking about. Like he was
Right
like,
here,
"No,
here.
I don't
No,
know."
he did know.
He didn't know his.
He didn't know. He
representative
understood the
or whatever,
question.
like-
He
Shut
just didn't
your
know
mouth.
the name of his congressman.
Yeah,
That's
because
not
he-
the worst thing in the world, and it does not mean that Ryan
No,
does not
you-
understand
no,
how
you
his
should know.
government functions.
You should know the
It
name
doesn't.
of your
It doesn't
congressman.
It doesn't mean that Ryan doesn't
I know,
understand
I'm pretty sure.
what the repercussions of this bill are going to be.
You should
Like
know
it's
the-
it's
you
completely
should know the name.
irrelevant.
You should know the
Once
name.
again,
No,
this is
North
again the
Carolina goes
saying,
through a lot of
Alright,
if you
things,
don't
like
know the
Steve
names
Long,
of the players
like
on your
Tom.
football team, you can't
Everybody
play
shut up.
football in real
Everybody
life.
shut
Like,
up.
come on.
Everybody shut up. Everybody shut up.
This is the dumbest logic.
Chat. Everybody shut up. Chat.
Wrong.
Should you know the name of your rep or congressman?
The
Chat.
chat says, "Go fuck yourself."
Chat. Should you know the name of your rep or
Are we supposed to wait silently until
No
they
one's gonna
answer
disagree
to
that you
not
should.
hear
They
it?
answer.
Just
they
because you
answer
don't
pretty
doesn't mean
quick.
you can't have political
They
opinions or
usually-
philosophical
they
opinions.
usually answer pretty quick.
Radical Coder said yes like 18 times. I guess
Yeah.
I was wrong.
Yeah, you should.
But
I
obviously,
know.
none
I
of
know
this
the
is
name
a-
of my
none of
rep.
this
You
is
know what?
defense for the
I
bill. I
agree.
just want a defense for the bill.
I know
I
the name
agree.
of my rep, dude. Fucking what?
That's
I
great.
agree, you should.
I'm pretty sure. Hold on. I'm pretty sure I know mine. North Carolina goes through redistricting, but I know fucking some dude named Tom McKinnon sent me a letter when I registered to vote. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that's mine. But regardless, I'm pretty sure I know the name of mine. Can I just want to be clear. Do you now think that this bill is going to increase the deficit? I feel like I haven't. You kind of deflected on that. You
Which
said
bill?
if I
The
created a
one
false
big-
binary.
one big
The
beautiful bill?
bill. The one big beautiful bill.
It probably. All right. It probably will increase the deficit. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Wow. Wait, about how much? You have any clue?
It may or may not.
Yeah. It
I
could.
haven't seen a bill written in the past 20 years that didn't increase the deficit.
Thank you.
I'm pretty sure. Or hold on. First of all, that doesn't at all justify
No, it
this
doesn't.
bill
You're
increasing
right.
deficit,
You're
especially
right.
when this bill increases the deficit by a lot more than a lot of those other bills, and especially
bro.
because, like, for
Hey,
example,
bro.
part of the reason why like Obama's bill increased the deficit was because we had the 2008 crisis that he like bailed out.
bro,
banks for.
Wasn't hold up, the Affordable Care Act, the
pretty good
bill,
right
the
now.
Affordable Care Act was balanced on the budget. The Affordable Care Act was
The Inflation
balanced on the
Reduction
budget.
Act is also deficit.
No,
supposed to be.
I disagree.
you're admitting
But it
that
was.
your guy, and
People had to pay.
increase the deficit, right?
Hold on.
That's
You're
not-
Obama increased the
that's not-
deficit by less
You're
and did it
like,
in a time when the
"Look,
economy is in a
because-
recession
look,
and we needed
because you did."
stimulus. Hold on.
No, it is
Obama
a
did it by
statement
less.
of fact that the last 3 Democratic presidents all decreased their
Holy
deficit.
shit.
There you go. All right. Almighty Nate says, keep on going. And so
How much time
we
does that
will,
add?
You're going to be up forever.
until I feel like dunking the chat again. Because again, they were really bad at the beginning of the show, and it made me very sad that and then okay, all right. The chat wins. Here we go. Because on Cash App, Kissy Cat sent a whole 50 as well to continue the show. So you know what? Because of that, I won't dunk you guys for another hour. All right.
damn.
I'll leave it
Come
up
on,
to
buddy.
you. I'll
Yeah,
leave it
look,
up to
I think
you,
Obama
chat.
increased the deficit by less overall and did it at a time when
Oh,
our
go fuck
economy
yourself.
arguably needed stimulus during 2008. The economy is doing
Why?
relatively well right now.
Why?
But the economy is pretty stable.
And whose fault was that? It was the government's fault.
No, I'll say it one more time.
I don't. What caused it to
Last
do
three-
is very complicated.
Last 3
I don't know.
Democratic
No, no.
presidents decreased the
No,
deficit
it is.
from
A lot
the
of
first
those-
year to last year. All 3
Did
of the
anybody
last
here
Democratic
watch-
presidents.
Did anybody here watch the congressional hearings about the 2008 crisis? Because I did. Because I'm
No,
old.
and I don't know if that's
So
the
I
best
just tell
way to
you,
read about it. or
I
know-
just tell you
learn
that
about it.
most of those people should have went to jail. Nobody
yeah.
went to
Right.
jail,
Right.
right?
One
So
person did go. Well,
yeah.
there was one
No,
person.
the
that did go.
government was
But hold
definitely
on.
responsible because they chose their buddies over the people.
I think what
Well-
caused the 2008 crisis is very complicated. Like economists disagree about it to this day. It's not a simple answer. I think I lean towards.
If they wouldn't have forced lenders to give those funky ass loans, the bottom would have never fell out.
I disagree. That's the cause for the recession
Yeah.
because I think the
Why?
nominal income. I think the nominal income drop, the drop in
Why?
NGDP, which happened before that, was probably the actual main driver, and that was caused by
Why?
contractionary monetary policy. So if you
Why?
like, I'm basing that off of what I read from Scott Sumner, but I think
Why?
why?
You
Why
can-
what?
Why?
You realize you can.
When nominal incomes drop, it becomes harder to pay back loans because
you
loans are
don't-
denominated in nominal dollars, right?
You're not actually articulating why the thing that you say happened. Why?
Fed had, what do you mean? The Fed had overlooking contractionary monetary
All right,
policy.
so you're
The
saying
money
that-
was too
that
tight.
Obama's
which caused it to
monetary
drop in-
policy actually improved.
Not Obama's. Not Obama doesn't control the Fed.
Sure he does.
The economy under
The
Obama.
president does not control the Fed.
No.
You guys
If the president
keep
controlled the
guessing.
Fed, Trump wouldn't be whining about wanting to fire
Wait,
that
you're
guy right
talking
now.
about the 2008 crisis. It happened under Bush, not Obama.
2008
Yes,
crisis
it happened under Bush.
happened under Obama.
No, it happened under Bush.
Oh, it happened under
Yeah.
Bush.
It did start.
It was in the transition period.
Technically,
The thing is I don't know where you guys are getting your information. Maybe I'm not a rocket surgeon. We've already established that. I thought that
I
the
figured it
financial
out.
crisis was. I thought the financial crisis, from what I saw, was because they bundled high risk with other ones that they
That
weren't
was-
supposed to. They actually broke the law. All the stuff you guys are saying is not factual. They broke the actual law. It had nothing to do with them lending things that they shouldn't have loaned. It was they broke the law.
First
He's
of all, I
right.
don't think
He's
I don't
right.
think everyone broke the law. I'm pretty sure it was legal because we did
Right,
repeal
and
some,
not
like,
one
investment
person
laws.
was
It
charged with a crime. You know, instead they did.
First of all, one
Instead,
person did go to
they
jail. It
hold
was a
on.
single
Instead,
person.
they arrested Bernie Madoff. That was like maybe 30 billion, or I don't know how much it was. It was a very minuscule amount, and then played it off because the majority of the lemmings just thought that he caused the financial crisis because nobody pays attention to anything, and then the whole thing just gets blown over. That's what actually went down in the media.
I like
Okay,
him.
so I don't believe
And-
that most. Oh,
Sorry, I'm going
Go
to
ahead.
interrupt because this came in on Flo's side. Mike23 coming in with a big 100. While Flo State's taking a big old shit, I will read this on his behalf.
I'm back, Ninja.
the way how wait, what? Go ahead, Flo. You read that.
The way how it works, the country is president, executive branch, ask for funds, and Congress needs to approve. Power of the purse. After approval, then the Federal Reserve releases the funds. Also, what the Federal Reserve releases $sign cash, we need to pay it back. Thank you, Mike.
True.
Also, the president has the ability to spend less than the budget. That's why it's called a budget.
So,
True. I don't feel like any of that was right.
Everybody's talking shit about me being drunk, and I wanna be very clear. Fucking have
Good luck.
Shit face.
You say he wants to be very queer?
So
number
he's
one.
also drunk, so it's not going to work out great.
And
Everyone.
John's fine shots. I want more Sarah, but not more misfit idiot. I like misfit. He's fun.
Tell her to eat her own dad's dick.
Damn.
John, you heard him.
Okay, so
John.
Damn. Go hard.
That was rough.
That was very rough.
That's what he said.
Shots fired.
I have a question. Oh, you have another one. Sorry.
I think non-fun was talking. I interrupted.
Okay, so yeah, it just one. Real quick. So one person did actually go to jail for 2008, but secondly, I agree it should have been more, but there was in fact one person who went to jail. Two, like most of the stuff for the finance, I forget his name, but you can just look up the single person.
Let me guess, Bernie Madoff, but it's not true.
I think no, it's not. It was not Bernie Madoff. Number two, I think it's like I'm pretty sure most of the stuff, like the CDOs that were arguably responsible for the financial crisis, were legal. There were like some things that were illegal, but most of it was legal, especially because we had previously repealed certain banking regulation that was then essentially like reinstated afterwards with the Dodd-Frank Act.
Yeah,
or whatever.
certain things,
Dodd-Frank.
yeah, we know.
You're confusing the financial crisis with the recession. I guess I'm not sold on this view one way or the other because I think it's really complicated and like I don't think any of us have enough knowledge to say. I think it's based on what I think it's more likely that the recession caused the financial crisis rather than the financial crisis caused the recession. Is what I would say.
I think you're wrong.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I think you're wrong too.
I
The
mean,
housing market collapse is what caused.
Yeah, it was all the
housing market I think the
underfunded loans.
I'm going to do the correct thing.
What made it systemic?
Anybody know of anyone who was caught up in some of those predatory loans?
What were you going to say? I want to hear your response.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the housing market crash would have been like nearly as big of a deal if we had kept nominal GDP stable, right? So I think for one, again, it becomes harder to pay back those mortgages if nominal income falls, and nominal income fell because Fed monetary policy was too contractionary. And like, secondly, we would expect production to be reallocated relatively quickly if nominal income was kept growing at a stable rate. I think the bigger issue is that nominal income was not kept growing at a stable rate.
I mean, sure.
I think you're wrong.
If income was higher, then we wouldn't have had people default on their subprime loans. But the subprime loan issue was, but we didn't, right?
That's why the government bailed them out because of we backed the subprime. We caused the subprime.
The government
Subprime was
basically
prime,
demanded
man. Subprime was prime.
Yep.
Well, the banks did end up paying that money back, to be fair. But although, to be fair, probably with newly created money.
I don't know.
Well,
If
I'm
they
looking
paid
up.
it back.
I think in
No, we made them pay it back.
Yeah, I think all the TARP loans were paid back by 2023, right? But I mean, you know,
With
we
interest,
probably could have done
right?
more. I guess my argument would just be like the Fed could have made the housing crisis severely less bad if they had targeted NGDP. But like, I'm not.
The bailouts were paid back with the interest, right?
It might not have been with interest. I don't know.
Pretty
for
sure.
sure.
I
A lot
think
of
it
them were,
was.
yeah.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
too young to know exactly what happened because we lived through it. And no
Wow.
offense.
I never
no,
considered
no offense. No
it was a
offense.
nightmare.
No
I was
offense.
building houses.
There's this thing called history that you can read up about.
Roller coaster ride.
No one had a job.
It's the same thing.
Bro,
about-
you thought there was 5 industries inside of government. I don't think that you're.
Yeah, why don't you shut your fucking horror
I
mouth?
think that he's
5
qualified to
industries.
understand it.
What the hell are you talking about? 5 industries.
Misfit,
That's
you're
what
on
I'm
the
saying.
federal.
This
You
dude
He
don't
said
passed
that
the
federal
basics.
inside
He
government.
passed the basic
Healthcare,
physics test.
military, and he didn't say the other 3.
Civics test.
Oh my God.
Don't forget about the government hookers.
Yeah, that federal
What-
branch of the 3.
What was that kid's show that taught people how the government worked on PBS?
Is this
Well, House
Conjunction
Rock.
Junction.
What's
No,
your function?
it was the one about the bill. I'm a bill. This is
House
how I
Rock.
get through.
Come
Yep. Schoolhouse
So,
Rock.
like,
Yep.
here's,
Your
like,
major malfunction.
I'm getting cross.
Reading Rainbow.
okay, so like,
Crossfire.
this is like the data I have on hand. But like between January 2006, which is when the housing construction peaked, and April 2008, unemployment only in that time, the U.S. Housing construction fell by more than 50%. In that time, unemployment went up from 4.7% to 5%. But later on, when NGDP decreased, we saw unemployment increase a lot more. So between April 2008 and October 2009, when NGDP fell sharply, the unemployment rate went from 5% to 10%, right? So that's
do you know what's not in that unemployment figure? Are the people who didn't get unemployment when they lost their jobs because the company went under itself.
Wait, hold on. That's not true. The unemployment
no, dude, that's what's not there. That's what's not there. Like, trust me, that's what's not there.
What?
Between 2008 and 2012, everybody lost their fucking job, and you don't see that in those
I
figures.
agree. What do you mean I don't see? I just cited you the unemployment rates. What?
Well, he's saying that what you don't see in those figures is between 2008 and 2012, the unemployment figures went fucking skyrocket. And
I
that's what
agree. I just cited unemployment going from 5 to 10% between 2008 and 2009.
Yeah,
this
even
doesn't
higher.
extend all the way to 2012 because it's not necessary to prove.
I think it was higher than that. Yeah.
Well, I think it peaked
I think
higher,
you're higher than that.
I think it was a lot higher than that.
Yeah.
Actually.
They pretended like it was a recession. It was really a depression.
Yeah, they kept saying on the news, they were like, "Oh, it's just a recession." Like, yeah, no, it was bad.
I mean, it's called a great recession for a reason. Right?
No, it wasn't that bad.
To be clear, I believe unemployment probably did peak at like above 10%. That's plausible to me. I don't know for sure, but that's not the point of my argument. My point is the argument that housing construction slump caused very little unemployment. The fall in nominal GDP caused a large amount of unemployment.
Well, what actually happened was they were getting subprime loans, and people were basically taking these subprime loans and buying houses. They were buying
the drop in new housing construction would cause a drop in nominal GDP.
Yeah, that's
not necessarily.
Well, you got to take CPI. You got to take that into account too.
The Fed controls NGDP, right? So it might cause a drop in real GDP, but the Fed can make NGDP whatever it wants.
By recategorizing what's included in it, but
no, by printing.
Talking about
by just
product,
printing money,
output,
they control NGDP.
The GDP is the output, right? So
GDP is output. Real GDP is output. NGDP is output plus inflation.
The quantitative formulas they use too.
So
yeah, but between
so we're still talking about a massive. We're still talking about a massive
unemployment did actually peak at
industry
10% in October 2009.
We're still talking about a massive industry that had the bottom fall out of it. That's going to affect GDP unless the Fed takes dramatic offset action.
I agree. They should have. What I would say is the Fed probably should have been targeting NGDP, or should have. I'm not necessarily 100% sold on the NGDP target, but they should have taken more aggressive actions, especially after Lehman Brothers.
You got to take the consumer part into what is it? CPI, Consumer Price Index. You got to roll that in there too.
Those things
nominal,
are all
nominal GDP
and
inflation essentially.
Are those included in GDP?
Yeah, that was in there.
No.
Okay.
No, those are measures of inflation, not of production.
You're right. Like I said, unemployment did actually peak at 10%.
Producer price index is a better measure. The PPI is a better measure than CPI because it doesn't change as much.
I remember when Carter was president to get a car loan.
Are we going that far back?
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
What are we going that far back for?
A car loan was 24% with good credit. A house loan.
Well, you know how the debt started with the Revolutionary War, right? So
10.5 with good credit.
That's a fact.
This thing we went through did not raise those figures that high.
Yeah. Well, we
As
have
a
to
guy who's drinking from experience, Misfit, that should be your last shot. I saw that face.
That was
Who are you talking to, Mystic?
Misfit, yes.
I'm about to tell Sarah.
You have to listen. You have to come to Nashville for DebateCon. It's a great networking scenario, even if you're not debating. But it is super fun, and we're all going to be getting shit faced. And then we can watch you fight someone else out in the parking lot, and that'll be even more fun.
I'm right there, Sarah, but I'm packing.
I'll be sure to record it and blast it all over Twitter for you.
All right, baby. Definitely.
Y'all coming into my neck of the woods now.
And you do got a real pretty mouth, boy.
Yeah, you can buy a
Bend
gun
him
for him.
over, make him squeal like a pig.
And to the chat, I still have Ryan and Lower Class hanging backstage, waiting to come up.
And all right, that was fucking retarded.
Homie just did things.
What?
I just
Misfit
want
just flashed a piece.
What?
What?
Who? No.
I did not.
I think it's only if you shoot them.
I think it was.
It was a lighter.
Nope.
It was a lighter.
Gotta be in your hand. If it's in your hand, you're in trouble.
Yeah. I did not do that at all.
Misfit.
Yeah.
Be careful.
If it's in your hand, you're in trouble. We got tagged quite a few times at Lowe's for that.
I mean, if you're streaming this, move it to private as soon as we come down. Edit that tidbit out and move on with your life and don't sweat it.
Maybe go fuck yourself.
Whoa.
But look, all I want is like the admission, like regardless of what you think caused the 2008 recession, which I think is very complicated and cannot be blamed on Obama. Yeah, I'm talking to all the conservatives here, basically. I would just like the admission that like it was probably more justified for Obama to spend money in that environment than it is for Trump to spend money now. Deficit spend.
No, I disagree.
All right,
Is there any justification for Trump to spend money? Ever?
Hold on. Hey, everybody shut up. How old are you?
I'm 19.
Yep, fuck you.
Okay.
How are you, Misfit? How old are you?
I'm old enough to fucking remember the 2008 recession.
No, that don't mean shit.
Just so.
That's how old I am. He can shut the fuck up. It doesn't matter.
How's it relevant to...
No, we don't need to argue. We don't need to argue.
Okay.
Eisenhower was president when I was born.
Recession anymore. Maybe,
Hey,
maybe,
you know what?
maybe,
You know what?
maybe
I
your
re-
lived experience
Hey.
gives you a really good understanding of what caused the 2008 recession. Maybe.
It
I don't know. I don't think it
Let,
does.
let me.
It's okay, non-fun.
Let me
Even
try
they don't
non-fun and see
remember
if
it
I
'cause
can
they're sitting here
find a,
blaming Obama for it.
see if
All
I can
right.
find a point of that we would agree upon.
There's a lot of
Would you
voices in
agree
my
that?
head.
And I preface this with I hate Trump, right? But so would you agree that the real test of an economy is not whether or not the debt increases, because that's always happened, right? Since the Civil War.
Yep.
Well, not
So,
always.
it's actually debt to GDP ratio, right? Correct?
I agree that's more important than just a nominal debt, but I think
Okay.
this is going to increase debt to GDP by quite a bit too.
So when did Trump stop being president? 2020, right? And then it was Biden. And
Yep.
the GDP of America was
But
21.35 billion, 23.68, 26, 27, then in
Okay.
24, 29, but now it's going to be 30, right? So in those years, the economy was doing good because we already discussed rollover, right? See, what Biden did was come into what was already done. You understand?
No, so I think for
What?
one, that's kind of separate from the question of whether like Biden or Trump are like increasing the debt, right? So like obviously like presidents approve like the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was approved over a 10-year period, right? That's a tax cut for the next 10 years. So obviously Trump's tax plan is going to have effects on Biden, and like you can't.
Okay, but I'm saying if the debt goes up less, but the GDP still rises, that's a prospering economy. So that's what you're looking for, not what you're talking about.
necessarily, but that can be an indicator. Yeah.
All right, boys and girls.
But we saw basically,
see you
my
later.
understanding, we saw basically a stable debt to GDP under Trump, and then we. Oh, damn.
He's
I named it.
$10 he's throwing up. Anyone got me on that one? I'm 100% sure he went to go puke in the toilet bowl, and he is falling up. I guarantee you he's sitting on the floor right now.
Dude, I saw that look on his face with that last shot.
Trash can.
I've done that myself.
Trash can. You better put a bag in your trash can when you changed it last.
The trash can. He did. I should call
But that's
him.
what he did earlier. He went and peed and grabbed the trash can out of the
and
bathroom.
play him on
dropped it in the
speakerphone going.
Don't puke.
He's fun. He's much fun. I'd like to drink with him. We probably end up fighting. I'll bring boxing gloves. It'll be fine.
There are just some people that they're just fun. And he says, like, Sarah, why do you bring me on to debate? I'm not a debater. I'm like, you're fun. It doesn't matter. I don't care.
He's
go ahead,
praying to the porcelain princess.
Oh, he is hailing the porcelain gods right now. Okay, and then Sasquatch.
Oh Lord, he's back.
Just want to be clear about this one thing. I know a lot of shit in this world. I've experienced a lot of crap, and I've had a lot of crap thrown at me. I've dodged some of it, not most of it. I don't know anything about economics. I have people that do that for me. They know
not a hippie, but bye.
So, I mean, I just enjoy the entire chaos of the trash stream. I absolutely love it. It's chef's kiss, darling. You're doing good.
True. Well, look, like I just pulled up the chart while you're talking. Like, in my understanding, is basically correct. Like, Trump had like a mostly stable debt to GDP.
Don, can you slow down just a little bit?
Sure. Okay. So Trump under his term had like a mostly stable debt to GDP ratio. Now doesn't mean that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was not, or it like increased revenue, because all the evidence suggests that it decreased revenue. In other words, if we hadn't passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, debt to GDP would have been lower. And then it like spikes under COVID, obviously, which are both presidents were somewhat semi-responsible for that. And then like it fell from 2020 to 2022, and then it's been mostly stable since 2023. So I don't know whether it's, I mean, it's kind of separate from the claim of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act not being